and we landed like, and then everyone was like, what? And then like after 15, oh sorry, Birmingham. Everybody was like confused, like, where are we?
How many desync jokes do you think we're going to get today?
Yeah. Come on, guys. I mean, where's Homer?
Actually, I can send this round. Well, that's just going to be weird. That is just weird.
So what they said that we're going to do 7, 8, 9 matches today.
Yeah.
Okay. Fine.
Well,
and then and then he told me that they have to, so it's not going to be like 2 finals, it's going to be just 1 best of 5,
which
and the upper
sense.
bracket gets the 1 match advantage,
okay.
which the normal,
which makes a lot
yeah,
more
that's
sense.
the usual one, what they do on Counter-Strike and the other games as well. So
we're live. We're live.
Yeah.
Countdown has begun. Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah.
I actually quite like.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Not on the picture. Ah, okay. I can put it all away. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Slightly worried about the brakes, but it is what it is.
What's that?
Slightly worried about the brakes since we don't have any.
What do you mean we don't have it?
Huh? I mean the 3-minute ones, but that's all.
Yeah. That's fine. Toilet's only just there.
Yeah, that's close.
Just remember to take the headphones off because I have wireless ones at home.
Yeah. They come with all the cable and the DSL from the toilet. We only have 10-second delay on Twitch.
That's good. Yeah, I find this quite useful because if I miss something,
yeah, what happens there?
I can turn around and go, oh yeah, I've just seen it on the screen. I need to go turn my phone off on my... wait a minute, I'll get the first break. I need to turn my phone off on my... So I've got 2 phones. I've got one for vlogging and one for... And my one on the vlogging one is still turned on.
Okay. Well, you can do it on a break.
Yeah, I can do it on the first break. There'll be plenty of time. Slightly naked without my hat. It's weird. No, I don't. I never do it. Sometimes the last second.
I'll do it like as well. Then I just stay silent.
Well, I'm gonna watch it because I need to look at that counter,
Yeah,
not that counter.
Exactly.
Hello and welcome along and welcome to the FSL live from LAMMA at the Birmingham NEC.
Yeah, welcome everybody. It's going to be definitely a fun 2 days that we're going to have with the Farming Simulator League. It's been a while since we have done a live in English, so it's going to be definitely a pleasure.
It is, and and it's wonderful to be here on home turf in the UK. It's absolutely fantastic. I hope everybody is having a great time here today, because I know I am so far.
Yeah, definitely. And if somebody's just wondering, we are actually in Birmingham at the NAC Expo Centre in Hall 11. If somebody's going to be nearby who's not already at the venue watching the stream, that's the place you're going to find us.
Indeed, and we've got a whole load of FSL action over the next 2 days. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Our first game up today is going to be Lindner versus Helm, which is a cracking game to start off with today. And and then we've got, I think we've got 8 teams competing here over these 2 days.
Yeah, we do. So it's going to be, of course, we're going to continue the season 5, which we have been going since the summer. So which we kicked off at the FarmCon during the summer, and now it's going to be the 5th tournament of the season, and it's going to be season 5 as well. So we have the same circuit points and everything's going to be applying. So that's where we continue. We do have a bit of a bump on the prize pool as well, because it's of course live, and the first tournament in the UK live at the venue here at the LAMMA. So that's going to be definitely an interesting one. But yes, like you said, 8 teams, and we're going to start with Helm versus Lindner. That's going to be the first match that we're going to start. We do have Valtra, New Holland, we have Aber Boys, Power Team Esports, Aston, and Trellborg, who's going to be participating in the tournament.
Yep, and yeah, just a quick hello, of course, to everybody who's watching us live online as well. Hey to everybody in the Twitch chat. We can see that as well, so we'll try and answer any questions you guys have as well. We're going to have a look at the circuit points in a minute, and we've had some interesting movements up and down the standings that have been happening over the last few matches, because we've had last few rounds. We've had some interesting upsets. We've had some interesting teams coming further up, and so our standings have changed a little bit over the last couple of rounds, and you can see that actually our first 2 teams today are our top 2 teams.
Yeah,
and that's quite an interesting match to start off with, because of course whichever one doesn't win this first match, they are going down into the loser brackets and have that harder route in order to make it to the final today. Yeah,
true. I mean, we're going to do a standard double elimination bracket, which we have seen during this season. So last season we had a single elimination bracket, but now we have been doing the double elimination. So yes, so every team does have a chance of course, like losing one game as well. Of course, you want to win all of the games and stay on the upper bracket. And we do have a bit of a chance on the final, I mean, the last game tomorrow. So we had this like a double final. But now we have changed that to best of 5 final, and the team that is coming from the upper bracket is going to be getting like a 1 match advantage on that one. So you want to stay in the on the upper bracket. We can see some audience pictures there as well. We do have some Farming Simulator magazines on their hands. So and it's very nice to see, of course, all the people here at the venue as well. So let's give a big applause to everybody. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. It's so nice to actually see so many UK Farm Sim fans in one place. It's fantastic, and thank you everyone for coming. It's awesome.
Yeah, so the first game is going to start in about 1 minute, and as mentioned, Helm versus Lindner. And we heard that Helm, they did have some kind of issues at the security control at the airport, so they do have a substitute player actually joining in. So, and we can see that the Helm players actually, so Martin's going to be playing this time, so a bit of a change, but yeah, definitely not the most unknown player on the scene. We have seen it, so I can hardly call that as a substitute. It's actually, who knows, maybe even an improvement.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see their comeback, and see how they come back from last time. It was a surprising round 4.
Yeah, I mean, so Helm, they do have 3 victories and then 1 second place. They didn't win the last tournament, which was the first time they lost for a long while. First loss of the whole season for them, so we'll see how they're going to be recovering. And of course, I mean, last tournament, what actually happened was that they dropped on the lower bracket quite early, and this is kind of like the time for them to prove themselves that they now have what it takes to stay there. But of course, Lindner as the opponent team, I mean, they actually... Well, they hold the second place on the circuit points, so they should be a pretty tough opponent. And as we can see, the game is already commencing. We're going to be entering on the banning phase, and we'll see what's going to happen.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see any surprises or any switch up in tactics here. We've got the Helm immediately going and banning that John Deere straight out the gate. They do like to tend to get rid of those big tractors from their opponents, whereas their opponents tend to go for the telehandlers because they know how good Helm are using them. And yeah, no surprise here, Lindner have banned both those telehandlers straight out of the gate.
Yeah, that is the usual strategy versus Helm. We usually see that happening pretty often, so it's not really a surprise anymore.
Yeah, they kind of want to prevent that Helm hurl from happening and giving themselves a disadvantage with how quickly they can score points.
True. Well, let's see if we have any surprises. Okay, so the bans are pretty basic, as we have seen. We have bottleneck versus, big hole versus big hole, actually. So they're going to change that on the last second. And this is, of course, Helm. I mean, they like to do these tricks, as we know. So, and it's been a while since we have seen, actually, big hole versus big hole. I mean, the last tournament was all about just trying to find a strategy versus, you know, big hole with some other means. And now they're going to have an equal perk for the teams.
Yeah, we quite often see bottleneck used against big hole, and yeah, for both teams to be going for big hole is can be a bit strange because there are strategies to disrupt it, and it's slightly surprising to see both teams go for that equal footing and have very little disruption at this point.
Well, interesting to see how this is going to play out. Of course, the player perks, we're going to expect the same: Archimedes, Under Pressure, and Runner. And that's pretty basic. And of course, by the way, so the players, we have Wooler, JK, and Martin on the Helm side. And on the Lindner side, we have Apollo, Sinfrey, and Silas. So these are the lineups that are going to be competing here at the venue. And if somebody on the stream is going to be wondering where the players are, they are right here, right next to us. I mean, I have about, let's say, I could toss some stuff towards the players if I would like to, but I'm not going to do it. Maybe somebody will take all the water bottles away from me after this one, but yeah, that could happen. But hey, it's going to be get ready time. We're going to be going for the first bale delivery once again, and this is how we're going to kick up the tournament here at the LAMMA. And there we have the go time. We can see Silas heading towards, and we do have a bit of a trouble for Sinfrey and JK as well. Not the greatest start, so people are struggling a little bit.
I would say a good choice here by Wooler going for a JCB in the UK. A proper British tractor at a British event. Neither team has gone for the ideal combine. The ideal combine is sitting there on the podium. It is up there on the top right, and neither team has gone for it. However, that all-important class combine, that has been picked up by Lindner. So Lindner do have a bit of advantage in how much grain they can get together. Not so important when both teams are using big haul, because they're both going to take it big in those big trucks. But if they're looking to get that little bit of extra grain, then having that second class combine is definitely going to be an advantage there.
JK going to be heading for the first bale. We can see that Lindner's going to be just slightly later than that. Let's see what's going to be the score for Helm if they can toss that in. JK's going to miss that one. It's not going to go in, and he needs to go for the second round. Meanwhile, Sinfrey will be approaching actually from the right side. And let's see if that's going to be tossed or what's going to be the gameplay here. No, he wants to reverse that in safely because he knows that there's going to be some trouble for Helm, and it's going to be 130. So Lindner will take the lead with the first bale.
First bale going to Lindner, 3-point advantage. It's not a massive advantage, but it is that, again, that little bit of disruption straight out of the gate. Lindner are playing well in this first bit. And yeah, we'll see whether those 3 points can quickly be made up by Helm.
Yeah, what is that, like 3 points, or how much that in bales is the gap? That's going to take some math, so let's not go into that one. Meanwhile, we do have the first drops coming in as well, because the speed limit being picked by both of the teams, so Helm and Lindner will go for those exactly at the same time, so the counter is pretty much the same. So it's pretty even. Both teams, they made a slight mistake at the start, because the Wooler here dropping actually some straw there. Going to continue his work on the fields. And let's see how this is going to build up, because the JK coming with the big haul. I mean, usually the strategy has been that they will do this for a while, and then they will leave the big haul on the side of it, and they will commit on the other tasks. So of course, the perks are going to be having some kind of an effect, and of course the drops as well. That's what I was actually going for. But yeah, the perk just came first, so maybe being here in the UK, going to be trying to find the right words.
I think the thing that'll be interesting is when the next drop comes. If it's grain multiplier, that's going to be pretty big for both teams. I wonder if teams will try and get extra grain up to the sell point. If they can fill these trucks and bring a combine or two, they want to get that advantage with the grain. If they can do that, then getting those bales in later is going to be a much easier task. And as we know, Helm are really, really good at pressing lots of bales and getting them delivered. So Lindner is going to want to do whatever they can to mitigate that. We'll see whether they can get a little bit of extra grain in there and give themselves an advantage.
One thing that I can say, many times during the broadcast, people have been asking about the keyboards. What the teams are actually using. And now, while I'm actually here and I have the keyboard in front of me, it's going to be Ducky 1. Just to let you know, because people have been wondering what is that keyboard, what the players are using. So now I had a chance of actually looking at firsthand.
Yes, we have one of them in front of us, so we're getting a nice close-up look at what the players are using right now. And this JCB is flying around the field. JK is actually, where is she? Oh, JK is. Now there's an interesting strategy there. He wasn't actually bailing. He was getting himself to a good position to start bailing, so that the teams had, or that his team had less distance to transport those bales later on. And this is the kind of forward planning and strategy that Helm tend to employ to get everything in exactly the right position to score bales quickly and get those points on the board.
Yeah, and that's also, I mean, we have seen many times at the end game as they are very efficient at the end game, like during the final last 2 minutes. And of course, when you have the bales in order and everything like positioned as you want to, then you can be efficient. We can see Sinfra actually coming to deliver some bales right next to the belt. We have 3.5 minutes to go still. So I'm not going to be, of course, putting them in yet, as we are still waiting for the drops as they are spawning. So silo closed and direct delivery. And of course, I mean, silo closed is going to be making a lot of impact here.
Yeah, well, both teams are going to wait. He is just going to sit there now until this timer runs to the bottom to try and maximise the disruption that this silo close can go against Helm. Now, I'm wondering if Helm is going to try and deliver some grain. Certainly, Lindner are on the way to do it now, and they will try and get some grain in before the silo close. You can see in the background there, though, with the ghost image, that JK is coming in to drop bales at the moment. So he is close enough to get that silo close. There is not a Helm player there, though, and he's going to have to run. Lindner are coming in. We've got silo closed from Lindner. We have silo closed from Helm as well. Both teams disrupted. They're going to have a lot less time to score points now. And in fact, Lindner are immediately in there scoring points while that multiplayer is held at the 2.0.
Yeah, I'm just wondering a little bit, I mean, Lindner was waiting for a long time to actually pick up the drop. I mean, they lost something like 30 seconds there as they were waiting. Helm just came there, like, to pick that up at the point they wanted. So I'm just wondering if this is going to affect somehow Lindner's gameplay, because they kind of like lost 30 seconds from one of the players. But okay, we do have the bales going in. We also saw earlier that Helm had a little bit of more of a grain being collected. And let's see how this is going to go from here. But so Helm did have a bit of a more grain, about 6k more. And but yeah. No deliveries for Helm, but Lindner did manage to score some points, 210 points for now, so they have made something like 80 points, and I think we do have an issue with one of the teams, so we're going to be figuring out what's going to happen next, and we're going to continue in a matter of seconds. We're going to have a technical break, so that's how you kick off the LAMMA tournament.
Yes, straight in there. We've so yeah, I think one of the teams is disconnected, or one of the players is disconnected. So we've got a small technical break while they reconnect. It is great that we are able to come back in quite often and pick straight up where we left off. So as soon as he's back in, we will continue on this match. There's only 3 minutes and 43 seconds to go. And both teams have 30 seconds left on that silo closed. So it is going to be a real rush at the end of this match, or the end of this game, to get as many points as possible. And I actually think Lindner have done a really good thing getting those points on the board, because they have they have a bale disadvantage, they have a grain disadvantage. They should be able to pick stuff up and hopefully keep that distance and make it at least pretty close at the end.
Well, anyway, we're going to be waiting for the break. We can see that there's definitely staff currently working on the issue, so it's going to be solved in a matter of, I would say, minutes. Not going to say seconds this time, but yeah, we're going to continue as soon as, of course, possible. But yeah, I kind of agree. It was good timing for Lindner to get those bales in. Of course, Helm, as they were structuring the bales and getting them on point, so we'll see what's going to happen at the final minutes. The gap is not huge. I mean, it's like a 70 points or something like that, so it's not like the end of the world. But there is a small gap, and we'll see. But the bales and the grain, we haven't seen what's going to happen with the grain. We saw the amounts being collected, so we'll see what kind of an impact that will actually have in the end. But yeah, let's wait until we get the game rolling. But we have less than 4 minutes, so we should have some pretty swift action as soon as we're going to resume.
Yeah, I think as soon as it resumes, Lindner are going to need to start pressing bales like mad. They are 5 bales down, and just, the points are about 100 points different. So, yeah, in fact, it is 100. So they've scored those 5 bales. And, in fact, straight away.
And we're back.
We're back. We're going to have a restart of the server.
Yeah, we're going to restart it. We're going to be back in a matter of minutes. So it's going to take a while, but we're going to be here. Of course, that means that you guys there at home and also at the venue, unfortunately, you have to be looking at our faces meanwhile. But yeah, I would say that Alex is pretty pretty today, so it's all good.
Yes. Hello, everybody. You can see us.
Yeah. Well, we're going to continue in a matter of seconds. But anyways, I mean, it's definitely lovely to be here. One thing that I want to say, I think we touched that at the start of the broadcast, but this is the first time we actually have a live event in the UK.
It is.
So this is definitely Alex's home turf. You have like a 3 hours to home from here, so you can even go there if you would like to.
Yes.
But yeah, he's going to be staying with me, so it's going to be fun. He's not going to run away. And I heard that there's some community activities tonight as well. So there's a lot of things happening at the venue.
We have a farming simulator UK community meetup this evening at the end of the day, and I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to meeting lots of members of the UK community. We've got a really good group of farm sim creators here today, and some pretty big names in the world of farm sim, and I'm really excited. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic evening.
So there's going to be some people actually. I mean, of course I met them. So some guys are going to be from overseas, of course, and they are part of the UK community as well.
Part of the English-speaking community. But this was interesting. So we're talking about with them earlier about sort of demographics of all of our viewers, and it's interesting. A lot of the stateside guys have big British audiences, and a lot of the British guys have big US audiences, and so there is that crossover, and so having them here is brilliant. It's having everybody who's come here is brilliant. It's just
so the Americans, they are like fed up with the local accent, and they want to go with the British guys, and the vice versa.
They want my posh schoolboy accent.
Yeah.
Oh,
and then I come with my Finnish accent, and that's a completely different story. I think I have viewers from Alaska or something like that then, if I would be doing some. But anyways, we do have some action happening this evening, so definitely worthwhile of checking that out. You can find the information from the local Discords and so on. But meanwhile, as we can see on the pictures, they're going to be trying to figure out the issue. We can see the Lindner players on the figures as they are trying to figure out what's going on, and they're going to restart the server, and we should be resuming the action action as soon as everything is in order. Let's see what's going to happen with the time and the points and everything. I'm not actually completely sure how this is going to be played out.
I don't know if that means we'll be restarting the game or we'll be able to pick up from where we left off. My gut feeling is that we'll probably end up restarting the game.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're about to find out.
Yeah, 10 seconds they said, so we should be getting back into the action in a matter of seconds, and then we'll see how this first game of the first series is going to go, and we're going to start from the beginning. As we can see, Helm versus Lindner, and we do have some updated pictures as well. So Helm with the current lineup, and then of course Lindner, and we should be picking the same perks.
I was going to say, normally under this situation, you end up with the same bands, the same perks, and everything the same. Obviously, the match itself is unlikely to run exactly the same way, but as much as can be set up the same is set up the same from the get-go. And there we go. Yeah, same equipment band. We've got the big case, the big John Deere, and both telehandlers. Both teams selecting Big Haul again, the Class Combine, and the Massey Ferguson baler.
Yeah, the same perks and everything's going to be picked. And just the information for the Twitch viewers as well, that we're looking at the audio. Anyway, of course, no surprises here. The same perks, the same vehicles, and everything's going to be picked. So we're going to start, of course, where we left it off. From the start, after choosing the perks and the vehicles and everything. But then, of course, there is a room for improvement at the start. We saw JK doing a mistake. We had also a problems for Lindner at the start. So neither of the teams got like the perfect start. So now they can have a second chance of fixing that.
Absolutely. It'd be interesting to see what happens with the first bale this time round. Seeing if we get a similar difference in score, whether Helm are able to get that big first bale point, or whether we end up with a small gap that's less than a bale.
Okay, restart. And so far, no accidents, because we've seen Fresh Silas getting nicely out of the gate. Not going to be having any troubles. We can see JK, I guess, also moving here. Apollo's going to go for the class.
And he's got it.
And nobody's going to be challenging that at all. Sinfre's going to find also a nice baler. And this is definitely looking for a more clean start than the one before. JK also didn't do any kind of a mistake. Marty's going to be having his early morning run. And, that's how you're going to start your day, right?
That's the amount of time he's had to take out to go and get that New Holland Combine is purely because he lost the fight for the class with Apollo. So Lindner have done a good bit of disruption straight off for Helm. They got that Combine. It's put them slightly ahead going towards that first bale, and you can see Lindner now heading in to drop off that first bale well ahead of Helm this time. So this could end up being a larger gap for first bale than last time. It is a perfect throw, and it's a 141 first bale. Absolutely fantastic, although he has ended up on his side.
Yeah, but it was a very nice swing, actually. It didn't even look that he's going to swing that in. He was like a very narrow angle because the JK coming in, got to be taking it safe, got to be 125, so the gap is going to be 16 points. Less than one bale, and the baler, as we can see, Sinfrey needs to leave it there. He has abandoned the baler, at least for the moment. Of course, he tries to save the situation. We'll give it a nice small touch, as we can see. It's going to flip that over, and it's going to pick that up, and we'll continue. So he lost a bit of a time, and we have spoken about this first bale earlier many times. It's not just about the first bale points, but also the time that you're going to lose if you have a bad first bale. So they got the points, but they lost the time.
And Helm picking up direct delivery, and Lindner missing direct delivery, but have it now. So they don't have to worry immediately about emptying their combines. Both teams are, their grain is not going to go up any higher. It's just going to be their multipliers now. Wooler is being emptied, well, his combine is being emptied. So that combine is going to be completely empty once this finishes. In fact, no, Helm's direct delivery has finished, so that's why Wooler is now being emptied by JK. And yeah, Lindner's direct delivery has now entered as well. So they're going to go and empty their combines.
So 7.5 minutes to go. I would say I'm still going to continue with the same, that it's going to be definitely a more cleaner start. I mean, yes, we had a bit of a problem for Sinfrey, but nothing that huge. They lost a bit of a time, but they got the first bales, so they're still on the lead. They are currently leading on the grain. No difference on the bales because nobody has been pressing any. So for the time being, at least for now, that slight mistake is not showing at all.
And JK bringing this up to the top here so that he can now go and grab his JCB and start doing the bales. And this is the thing. Helm are really early in getting those bales pressed.
Yeah. I mean, they sometimes they like to press bales very early. We have seen that they have that efficiency at the early game as well, that they have been able to get it. I want to see how much grain is going to be collected for these players. That's what I'm interested very much about. We saw slight differences on the first game, which was now, well, it's a rematch of that. So we'll see if that's going to be the same amounts. And then, of course, I mean, we had the silo close coming as a first drop as well. Okay, not the first one, but let's say the first batch, which actually makes sense. And that, of course, was being used. But, I mean, okay, we restarted the server, so there's no guarantees that the drops are going to be the same. So this game is going to definitely play differently, more or less.
Interestingly, at the moment, Lindner are in a really strong position. They've got that extra 16 points from first bale. They've got a 2.1 multiplier. They are slightly down on the grain at the moment, and they are down on the bales. But both of those are things that they're able to rectify, whereas it's much harder at the moment for Helm to get rid of that multiplier disadvantage and to and stop Lindner from pressing extra bales.
Yeah, I mean, the 2.1 multiplier is nice, definitely. It is definitely something they can lose very easily. I think there needs to be like a second factor somehow that they can actually utilize it, because now it's just a nice number on the board. They haven't pressed any bales, so there needs to be some kind of another thing that's going to happen in the game to utilize it. We do have British Racist and Grain Multiplier, so this time it's going to be the other one. We were thinking about Silo Close and Grain Multipliers. They are the biggest ones.
The grain difference is next to nothing. It's 200 litres. So that grain multiplier coming in, if both teams are able to deliver their grain under that grain multiplier, it is not going to change the overall multiplier. And Helm are coming in, they are waiting there for that time to run down. I don't know if there is anybody there from Lindner at the moment. In fact, no, here we go. So the ghost image is showing a Lindner plane coming in with 12 seconds left. Both teams grabbing that grain multiplier. And Silas is already heading for the sell point.
But Lindner, the multiplier is 1.6 for them and 1.5 for Helm. So the 200 liters, it's going to be taken away here. So, I mean, looking, if they deliver this amount of grain with those multipliers, 2.1 for Lindner, they actually definitely should keep the advantage here, even though they have a couple hundred liters less. But that's not going to make any kind of a difference here when we have the multipliers. And now both of the teams are pouring it down on the silos. Let's see what's going to be the end result. We can see that these Optimus Primes, they are just like emptying so fast. And in the end, it's going to be still 2.1 versus 1.9 after all the grain has been delivered. So they will keep the multiplier.
And that's so close, actually, for them to head it up to the 2.2. It's a small bit of grain, and they'd have ended up with that extra multiplier. In fact, that's what the 200 litres of grain might have made the difference for. But we see now both teams have delivered all their grain. They're now scoring points. We've got 3.5 minutes left. Helm have now evened up the score, and we've got 10 bales sitting there at the moment for Lindner that are being scored. And how many, I'm not sure how many that Helm have actually managed to press yet.
I think there was a fair amount of those.
There we go. Two bales difference.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we do have like 2 points of a difference per each bale. And yeah, 3 minutes to go. So now it's comes once again all about the efficiency, as the kind of like the whole grain game is over. So now it's just all about delivering the bales. 50 points of a difference, I mean, to Helm currently. So, I mean, that 2 points per bale is going to need like 20 bales to deliver to actually come over with that gap.
Bottom boost, and Lindner have grabbed bottom boost, so they are just going to shove every bale into the bottom of their their hay barn now, and that will score the same multiplier as they're doing at the top. That means they are free. They're a lot freer to get stuff baled and get stuff delivered.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, they have 20-something seconds remaining, and they have a couple of bales next to the belt, and they can just shove them on the first floor. But it's not going to make that much difference, so they can't really do that much of a difference with it, to be honest. So they don't have the bales to really support the drop.
Yep. And they're bringing it in. They've got 9 seconds. And, yep, they are scoring points in the bottom with that bottom boost.
And they're still putting stuff on the belt as well. I mean, why not? I mean,
absolutely.
You can have two guys working at the same time. It's not going to make much of a difference. But yeah, Helm, they still have. Okay, they now lost the lead by 17 points, but they do have more bales. So Lindner, they're kind of like lacking the amount of bales because there's like a double amount of bales available for Helm, and with that multiplier difference, I mean, if they're going to put all the bales in, of course, then it should be turning around. But let's see how it goes. Of course, they can't afford any mistakes. It's looking good for Helm, but it's also, I mean, Lindner, if they can just get more bales, and but they lost the bottom boost already, so they can't really utilize it. And look at the amount of bales, how much Helm actually has there. There was like about 10 bales already available right next to the belt, and they are just getting back on the lead in a matter of seconds as the couple of the bales are going to go back in the barn. Sinfrey taking a bit of a shortcut there on the safer route once again, and unfortunately Terminator is not here, but if he's watching the stream, well, okay, in other side of the sea, maybe the time is not that really good for it. But anyways, greetings to Terminator back in the US. Meanwhile, we can see that Helm has taken the lead with 15 points.
Yeah, it's really down to Lindner having to keep the bales coming and keep delivering, something that Helm is very good at, and you can see that they're pulling away now because they have been able to get those bales back and get them in and scored, whereas Lindner, they're dropping off the conveyor.
Yeah, but they're actually getting more bales now. They actually have the bale advantage here for Lindner.
They've only got 30 seconds left to get them in. They've got to get these last 7 bales in and scored, because there's nearly 100 points difference between the teams now.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. I mean, they don't have the bales anymore, unfortunately. They had a chance. Of course, I mean, Helm needs to get all the bales in. We have 13 seconds. This is not going to help out at all, as Sinfrey hits the bridge, and it's going to be lifting up, so he's going to miss that opportunity. Those 3 bales, they're not going to be delivered, and this is done. Helm is going to claim the first match of the tournament. And there's a bit of a reaction from the players. We can actually see it. Unfortunately, it wasn't visible on the screen, but yeah, Helm, they are definitely starting this with a kick. And now we can see Lindner players on the screen. Not really looking that devastated, to be honest. They are just, trying to figure out how they're going to do it. It was still close. I mean, it wasn't like a, complete, like that much of a difference. I mean, 50, 100 points, something like that, and they kind of like had a chance. So now they can re-evaluate and think how they will just, do the next round.
I think you're right. That little bit of time lost early on, that just sort of multiplies through and ends up causing problems. Is it 27 bales scored for Helm and 21 scored for Lindner? That is the whole story of that right there. So many more bales pressed and delivered, and we see that time and time again with Helm playing. That last sort of 3 minutes, they press bales faster than anybody else does.
But 60 points was the difference. And how many bales actually was on that vehicle on the bridge? 3 bales maybe, but okay, they were still like having a quite less time. There was no way that they could deliver that on the belt. To be honest, they didn't have the time for it. But that's how close it actually was. I mean, if let's say that if Sinfrey would have been there 20 seconds earlier with those bales and would be able to deliver them, they would have won it by what is it, like 3 points? Yeah.
Well, it had only been 30. It had only been 30 points, and it was so 30 points difference. So yeah, it would have been, and that's the thing of pressing 3 extra bales and getting them in. It's not when I say a massive amount of extra bales, I mean 3 bales, because taking the time to press and deliver 3 extra bales is quite a time-consuming thing. I mean, they only scored 27 bales in total, so that's a 9th of their entire numbers, the 9th of how many bales that Helm delivered, that Lindner needed to press extra as well as delivering the 3 that didn't make it there.
Well, now we just have to wait and see what's going to happen on the second game. And yeah, I mean, of course, so it's going to be best of three. So if Helm is going to claim victory from the second one as well, they're going to stay on the upper bracket. And we'll see if Lindner can fight it back. But they do have a pretty good record versus Helm, actually. They have been able to disrupt them on the past. And this was a pretty close one. I really like seeing how Lindner is actually kind of like... I mean, when we started the season, I mean, they did well on the last season as well. But I would say that the performance they have been putting in this season has been, you know, better than last year, and I'm really happy that it wasn't just like a one-time fluke. They actually have been staying there, very close to the top teams, and they have been able to challenge them all the time. And they are currently holding the second place, so they are one of the top teams.
Exactly.
But the what they have is actually coming from the kind of like a very stable results from all the tournaments. They have claimed the third place.
Yeah.
So they have 4 times the amount of points from there. They have never made it to the finals, but I would really love to see them on the finals, because we know that Lindner is also a team that is, you know, when they live with the spirit. We see them cheering up, we see them having a very great atmosphere inside of the team. And if they would make it to the final, I would love to see the reactions of the guys, and that just might give that extra boost to, you know, take down whatever team they're going to be facing there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there is quite often you see that with teams in the final. There is that boost of having made it all that way to it, and it has at times spilled over to an unexpected team winning it.
True. Anyways, the second game is going to start. Let's see the perks, and we have Bottleneck versus Unstoppable, which is going to be the final one as well, so there's no baiting this time.
Now this is interesting, because normally what I'd expect at the seeing somebody coming up against Big Hall, as we saw in the last one, we'd see an Unstoppable appear at the last moment, because Big Hall is powerful, but Unstoppable can be a real killer with it because of how much you have to control your grained game to not stop your own conveyor. So it's going to be interesting seeing it coming in here. The grain game is going to be an interesting thing to watch here, I think.
The killer perk.
The killer perk.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, actually. Anyways, let's see. No other surprises that much of it. So the player perks are going to be the same. There is no nothing related to the silo. To the barn doors, for example. So we don't have the wider entry for the belt, for example. So otherwise, it's going to be pretty much the same. So let's see how the strategy is going to play out. Of course, we don't have the big hole anymore here. And let's see. We're going to be starting it up. The gates are going to be open, and it's going to be everybody on time. We can see Sinfrey getting away. Silo's going to be getting away as well without any major problems. Not going to be hitting the pole off the gate. Marty's going to be claiming the class Lexion. We can see Wooler heading towards the other areas. Is going to be going for the pass because the JK getting a bailer. And this is looking to be pretty clean, except that Sinfrey going to be struggling a little bit with the bailer. But the first bail is going to be starting to build up. We had a pretty decent first bails on the first game of the day, which was the rematch, so kind of like a second game. But when you look at the placement here, Martin's going to be here, of course, together with JK producing the first bail, and they're very close to the barn. And now we can see that Lindner, they're actually just coming up, so we can see that there's all reaction happening. But JK is going to be disengaging behind Martin, and this is looking to be a 140 if he can actually toss that in. JK has been taking it a little bit on the safer side, so let's see how this is going to go this time. There's going to be a toss definitely, and it's going to miss that once again. He needs to go for the second pass, and he needs to shove that in. And meanwhile, Sinfrey is going to be taking it easy. 141 still for Helm, so that's going to be a great first bail. And Sinfrey seems to be tossing it in as well. This is going to be a slightly early toss, to be honest, but it's going to go in, and 132, so the gap is going to be 9 points.
That's not a bad comeback. I mean, that missed first bail obviously has closed that gap a bit, and Sinfrey coming in a little bit later. He had to go further to get that Massey bailer, and that's what's really given that gap, because Helm went for the New Holland bailer, which was a lot closer, meant they were able to get a lot earlier first bail, but they sacrificed a little bit of advantage because a lot of teams prefer the Massey bailer over the New Holland bailer, but they went for those extra points on that first bail.
We had the first drops coming in as well. Silo closed and Crazy Jewel. I don't think anybody's going to be going for them. I mean, Silo close doesn't make any sense at this point, and then Crazy Jewel is something that is going to be pretty hard to utilize at this point. What I'm really wondering is JK, as he kind of like saved the situation with getting like a second round, that has he been practicing it? Has he been just like going around and around and around, you know, on a practice server, and there has been bales spawning there and just trying to hit the right angle and just getting them inside with the first try, because it was pretty clean.
Somebody once told me that the best players for 10-pin bowling are those who can do the split, or those who can do the spare, having missed the strike on the first one. And it's true here as well. Is those who have missed that first bail, can they come in and quickly score points in the recovery? Because if they can take that risk of trying to do the flick, and they don't worry so much if they're going to miss it.
I mean, we have had this like a bail stacking challenge. Maybe we should have like a bail recovery challenge or something like that. And then we would have like a different positions for the bails, you know. The level 99 is going to be something very complicated there. But anyways, we can see some action happening here. Less than 7 minutes to go. We can see, of course, the grain being collected. So nothing that different there. And we can see that now, as we don't have the big hall, so the setup's going to be built around the silos once again. Sinfre is going to be heading there. We saw on Helm player, I think, already around the silo a little bit earlier. That's a bit of a tough angle for Sinfre, but he's going to be managing that just fine. So we'll just slightly get the vehicle tilted, but we'll still save it in the end, and no harm done.
And I think both teams are going to be getting harvesters up there, unloading them up there as well. That does give Helm a slight advantage in the grain game because they have those 2 big class combines. But actually, it's not so much because they are up against Unstoppable. And if they deliver too much, if they go too far the other way, they are going to end up with their belt either really slow or stopped altogether. So they've got to be careful exactly how much grain they deliver here.
Yeah, what is too much? That's 68k, which they now have. And that's a pretty much, I mean, that's a lot without the big haul. So, I mean, they're definitely covering all the scenarios. They also have more bales being pressed already. So they had 4-5, and I think there's going to be like 2-3 bales behind them. Not going to be much of a difference, but just something to note that even they have been collecting the grain, they have been also able to press the bales. And bale multiplier and grain multiplier is going to be available.
That's a tough one. If they're there, ready and pressed. In fact, no, that's not a tough one. Grain multiplier. You want the grain multiplier, you can get a better, longer-term multiplier for your bales if you get a better amount of grain in there. So, yeah, if it's bale multiplier versus grain multiplier, you go for the grain multiplier, you want that advantage. And because every team wants that advantage, the other team has to go for grain multiplier as well. Yeah,
both teams are unloading as we speak. So let's see how this is going to play out. The multiplier is 1.6 for Lindner and 1.5 for Helm. And Lindner did have, I didn't actually see the final amount. I think they had about the same amount of grain actually. And now we can see that they're pretty much tied with 36k, 2.0s with the multiplier. This actually could end up with a 2.1 multiplier for Lindner, pending, of course, how much they're going to deliver on each of the sides. But of course, they will try to, you know, empty everything they have. If they can just do it like without stopping the belt. We do have the telehandlers being away, so it's not something that Helm can actually operate with them if the belt is gone. So yeah, 4 minutes, 10 seconds to go. No bales have been delivered, but meanwhile Helm has been pressing 13, which is a fair amount. So there's going to be 4 bales more than Lindner. And there's going to be still like 15 seconds to deliver the rest of the grain. So now we can see Lindner and both Helm actually unloading. They're going to be synchronized because Helm, of course, they don't want to stop the belt.
Yeah, we're seeing now both teams getting in there with the end of the grain, trying to get the end of that grain multiplier. Lindner now, theirs has run out. And Helm have run out.
Actually,
and it's gone the other way.
Interesting, because Lindner had a bigger multiplier, then I guess they just had a slightly less remaining grain.
That's the class combine.
Yeah.
That's the difference with that extra capacity of that class combine with a grain multiplier.
I gotta say, I have been pretty flawless with my math during this season, but this time I failed big time. So I'm really sorry about that one, that I didn't get it correctly. But anyways, 2.1 for Helm, so this is actually looking pretty good because they have been also scoring some bales meanwhile. They have 204 points, they are leading Lindner, and then they kind of have that 1 bale advantage because of the multiplier difference. I mean, they get 2 points more per bale, and they have 225, so even if Lindner now delivers, let's say, the right amount of bales, which is 6, they will get close, but not close enough, unfortunately. So they need 7 bales. So even though the point difference might look like that they have like 6 bales behind, they're actually 7.
Yeah, and this is, again, 15 bales there for Helm. That's compared to the 7-8 that Lindner have. That is just a whopping difference.
Yeah, there's a huge amount of bales available for Helm. And I mean, this is looking very good for them. We have 2 minutes remaining. The question, of course, is that does Helm have the efficiency once again to get them all delivered? And they're actually trying to do something here, as we can see. Martin just waiting for the right timing. We can see that there are, counters going to be coming in. So Martin was just ready to counter that combo. And now we can see just putting them nicely on the belt. They still have 2 minutes to go. Nothing to worry about, to be honest. Of course, if Lindner would have been able to get that combo, that would have changed the whole situation.
It's interesting at the moment. Lindner are in the lead, and they are doing bale for bale delivery with Helm, which is not what I expected at this point. With Helm having so many bales in hand, I was expecting them to be beginning to fall apart, to fall behind, but instead they're pulling out. They've got a 30-point lead right now. And Helm, though, oh my lord, look at that. That is just a massive amount of bales that Helm are putting on the conveyor. And actually, this is a result of Unstoppable. Helm's bales are scoring so much slower than Lindner's. Lindner are able to get bales in there and get them scored. And this might be a reason for the number of extra bales that Helm has compared to Lindner, because Lindner is able to score bales quicker. They're not storing so many up, whereas Helm are just having to load that conveyor and are scoring slow. And you can see the result of that full conveyor now has come in, and Helm are in the lead again.
Yeah, getting all those 10 bales, get the full amount of points, not going to happen, unfortunately. I mean, the belt is just so slow, 30 seconds to go, so they have to put something on the first floor. So this actually might be getting close, but of course we know that Helm has been very good with getting the bales inside. So let's see how this is going to play out in the end. It's going to be pretty tight. We do have a difference about 30 points for the moment. We can see just getting 15 seconds on the clock. Lindner's going to be putting those final bales on the belt as well. They have 3 bales remaining, which means that they actually don't have the bales to catch up anymore. So this is a done deal. 5 seconds to go, and we can see Helm now, just as we have the final seconds running out, they will claim the second game of the series as well, and they will win the first series of the tournament, number 5 from the season 5 here at LAMMA.
That was really good play from Helm at the end of that. So many bales in, just loading up that conveyor constantly. And yeah, they knew that they had to keep those points going in, because they didn't have the speed of their belt to do last-minute points. It had to go in that way, and it had to be calm, considered, and constant. And they did all of it.
Well, the first series is done, so Helm will not drop to the lower bracket this time. They will keep their place, and Lindner, actually, who was holding the upper bracket for a pretty long time last tournament, they are now actually facing the situation which Helm had on the previous tournament. So good job from Helm, and Lindner, they will just have to, now fight from their place. The next game which we're going to have after this was going to be Valtra versus New Holland. And of course, the same is going to apply there. The winner's going to stay on the upper bracket, the loser's going to be dropping on the lower bracket. But of course, Helm is going to be facing on the upper bracket the winner of the next series. So let's not go that far away. But just telling you that, of course, I mean, there's going to be opponents. So Valtra and New Holland, both very strong teams. And it also means that Lindner is going to be facing either of these teams on the lower bracket at some point. And when they fight actually on the lower bracket, it means that somebody's going to be dropping from the tournament completely already at that point. And that's going to be an interesting game, to be honest. But okay, that's still a couple of matches away. But just saying that this will, bring some interesting developments here.
Yeah, and our next match today, Valtra versus New Holland, 2 really good teams. Both have been fairly high up our rankings. In fact, just looking at this, in fact, 3rd and 4th place is our next game up today. So, 2 really good teams coming up next as well. It's going to be a fantastic match between the 2 of them. Yeah,
we're going to be, of course, having some details about that. We do have a break, of course, before that. We're going to be heading for that soonish. But yeah, the action's going to continue. And just as a reminder, we're going to be having the stream running, of course, all day long. And now we're going to be heading for a break. So we'll see you guys in a matter of minutes. And welcome back. Here we are, finally going for the second game. We did have a bit of a hiccup with the first series, but that's now done. We had the Helm claiming the first series, and that meant that Lindner has now dropped on the lower bracket, and of course Helm will continue on the upper bracket one. And now we're going to be heading towards the next game, which is Valtra versus New Holland. And as Alex said, they are currently holding the third and the fourth place on the circuit points, so it's going to be an interesting one as well. We do have some good results from these teams. We're going to be talking about that more, but first we're going to be diving to the replays of the previous match.
Yep, and a couple of interesting games in that previous match. A lot closer than I think the final score lines really show. We had a few unforced errors right at the start here for Lindner. Both two players, both on their sides, losing valuable seconds. Quite often that can be the difference between getting the harvester or the baler you want and not as you race out there. We've got the first big call coming in.
Yeah, slow motion as well. I mean, this is actually a replay.
And so that was a little bit too slow-mo, I think.
Yeah, we could examine all the pixels. Like, oh yeah, it's going to take the corner. Oh, it's going to be 2 pixels too wide. And he's going to flip it. No, that is not the case. They will do something about the replays. But anyways, we had at least some kind of a view how JK flipped it on the first game, which actually was redone when he had the small issue at the gate. But yeah, so the teams, I mean, Valtra and New Holland, who are going to be playing next, the difference here is that Valtra, they have been getting second places, third places, fourth places, so they have been a bit like all over the top 4. But at the same time, New Holland has been going almost for the same as Lindner for stability, and they have 3 times the third place and 1 time the fourth place. So that's the difference. But they are very stable. Both teams actually hitting the top 4 in all the previous tournaments of the season.
Yeah. And these are 4 really, really good teams, and it's very interesting to see them coming up against each other. So we're not going to show any replays from the last game. We're going to go straight into the next match, and these are 2 great teams. Valtra has had a second place finish. New Holland has had 3 third place finishers and a fourth place. Both very strong teams.
Yeah, interesting to see. And one thing I gotta mention now, I was looking at the as I was looking at the circuit points, I did notice that all the top 4 teams actually they have been hitting on the top 4 in all the previous tournaments. So the top 4 has always been either on the grand final, at least on the bronze games. So that is very nice to see. And yes, we did see DJ Goham there. So we do have this is like a UK community meeting up here, as we said. So DJ Goham, maybe he can apply for the citizenship. Not going to be a problem. I mean, UK is a nice country, so I think he's always welcome to immigrate to UK as well. But that's a different story.
And there's
We're
Mr.
going to talk
CDP
about
and
that
his
later.
lovely wife. Good to see them here today. Very nice.
It is. Good to see people. Good to see people gathering up as well. And of course, for you guys on the stream as well, nice to see them on the cameras.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
No, we are still here in Birmingham for tomorrow as well. So now is the time. I mean, book your flights to Birmingham, NAC. There's actually a free entry on the venue as well. So if you fancy to see some farming simulator influencers and streamers and YouTubers, you can find them here.
Yes.
Like Alex.
Absolutely. Like me.
Yeah. Alex is what we call a content creator.
I am here as that.
Yeah.
Yes. As well as this.
Yeah, this is content.
This is
I would like
everything
to think so as well.
Everything is content.
Yeah, so yeah.
There we have the Valtra team psyching themselves up for this match. Coming up against the boys from New Holland.
I gotta say something about the community. So we have Farmer Cup here as well, and I heard that there's gonna be some giveaways as well. And he has his own coffee.
Yes.
This night shift roast. So I mean, if that's not a good reason enough to be here, I don't think what it is. So
it's very nice.
Come here and grab some coffee. That's what I'm trying to say.
He gave me a bag of it at FarmCon this year, and it's very tasty.
Yeah,
really nice coffee.
I do agree. Anyways, so we go back on the game as we kind of like finish the influencer topic for a moment, at least until we see DJ Goham on the camera for the next time. So that's going to be, of course, changing the topic. But yeah, we can see that we're going to be entering the ban phase, so we didn't lose that much. We can see telehandlers, Manitos being banged by Valtra, and then we can see Fendt Vario being banned by New Holland. John Deere is going to be banned, and I guess we're going to be seeing the second telehandler. Maybe, who knows, coming for Valtra. That's what I'm expecting at least.
Yeah, two big tractors, 2 telehandlers seems to be the standard banning setup that we get from most teams these days. Just trying to take away that advantage of those telehandlers and restrict the tractors that people can go for. We have Unstoppable versus Big Haul. And this is going to be a very interesting match now. Valtra going for that immediate disruption against the Big Haul and getting Unstoppable. New Holland are going to have to be very careful how much grain they deliver, or their belt is going to stop.
Yeah, let's wait how it plays out. But we have seen these perks to play against each other on the past as well. I think the teams are finding the strategies pretty nicely currently, you know, around the different perks. So yeah, when the season started, well, we were expecting more to see like, you know, big hole versus big hole and under pressure versus. Okay. Anyways, we were expecting to see the same perks being chosen by the teams, but that has kind of like evolved, and now we see more or less almost every time a different perk being chosen by the team, except of course the first game of today when we had big hole versus big hole. Just saying that teams are evolving, they are finding the strategies, they are fine-tuning them between of course all the tournaments as well. And what I can currently see that we do have a lot of players of course watching here on the audience as well, because they want to observe, they want to see, they want to calculate it, they want to understand how the strategies work. And of course we can see JK with his memo there and a tablet. He's going to be taking some notes on the audience.
We've got Luca going straight for that class combine. Is he going to... No. Oh, Dieter has managed to beat him to it. And so Luca's now heading and... oh, he's not going to want that top liner.
I think
he's got to find another combine.
I think that Tita's jump was like almost like from an action movie. It could have been like a Sylvester Stallone in a Rocky or something like that. Oh, I'm going to jump like, watch out, I'm going to come for you.
And Luca's finally managed to get a combine.
Well, finally. I mean, you know, later is better than never. So let's see the first bales. I mean, they still have a very decent chance of getting 140 points out of it.
Oh,
so
yeah.
let's see. Pato, yeah, it's not going to be one. It can be 140 actually, easily. 145 is still doable if he's going to swing that in.
Yeah,
and it's going to be
146.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one.
Fantastic.
So even though they had a bit of a trouble at the start, I mean, a great recovery at the end, and the 146, that is the highest first bale of today. So even Helm wasn't able to do better.
That is some. We've seen some impressive first bales today so far. Well, 2 141. We've seen, in fairness, we've seen a 141 from Helm when JK missed the flick.
Yeah, that's the practice. But yeah, let's see, Lennox is going to be coming. So Valtra's first bale is going to be pretty late. I mean, they have been pressing actually even more than one bale. They have 2 bales being pressed. We can see the first drops coming in as well, speed limit, and the other one was... we'll see that in a matter of seconds. Bridge is lowered. Yeah. So there we go. So let's see.
101.
Yeah. Speed limit is going to be picked at the same time.
The baler is stuck.
This is a complicated start for Valtra, unfortunately. I mean, something happened with the first bale. I mean, they actually made like 2 bales, and then they got the baler stuck as well. So, you know, having a gap of 45 points after the first bale, and kind of like the baler being stuck. So that's the reason actually why they didn't get the first bale.
No. They brought that in. They got the first bale. They got a 101, so they delivered the first bale.
But there was a bale still on the baler as well.
So they had 2 bales.
Yeah.
And they now have their bottom door blocked by a baler.
They gotta do something about it.
They're gonna have to do something about that, because that is gonna cause them a lot of issues.
What can you do? I mean, you have to get some other vehicle to kind of like pull that off, push it in, push it out.
Not sure. You might have to come from behind it and try.
Forklift, maybe.
Well, you could get the front loader tractor, but that means somebody's got to go there with the front loader tractor and spend time getting that baler out of the way. Yeah.
Well, it's going to happen at some point. If I mean, I want to see how that goes. I mean, can it be stuck so that you cannot even take it off? Can you get it that well stuck?
There are ways. I've done it.
I mean, ask from the real farmers. I mean, there's a plenty of real farmers. I'm pretty sure that they have seen tractors being stuck in various different places. And maybe somebody from the audience who actually has been handling these in real life, you know, the real tractors, maybe they can give some advice as well.
New Holland have now handed control of their belt over to Valtra. They've used the big haul, they've overloaded, and their belt is stopped.
I'm not going to lie. This is a weird start, from many aspects.
Yes, this is not a strong start for Valtra at all. They are over 2 bales deficit off their first bale. They've got a blocked lower door, so they can't deliver any bales into the bottom of their barn. And the only advantage they have at the moment is that New Holland has delivered too much grain and disabled their belt.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions currently on my head, so I'm waiting for the answers. How this going to play out?
Alex is now trying to get back on his wheels.
Yeah, Lennart's going to be doing some ballet here. I mean, somehow that reminds me of DJ Goham at the bale stacking challenge, to be honest. I mean, he was, you know, more sideways than actually having 4 wheels on the ground, if I remember completely right. Anyways, we do have another set of drops coming. Dake is going to be fighting a wall with the combine as
If I was
well.
Valtra right now, I wouldn't be worrying about any grain at all. They've got a 1.3 multiplier, and their opponent's belt is stopped. Deliver no grain, put all your bales in the top, and you make your opponents have to drive up the belt to score points.
Well, let's see. I mean, yeah, I mean, okay, that stuck baler is not the biggest problem if you can actually put all the bales on the belt. So they just have to, I think they just have to get along. I mean, what we have seen now is that they made those early mistakes. They were a bit of like a stunt for a moment, you know, some small things here. And we can see that they are a little bit nervous about the situation all the time. We can see that the bale multiplier is going to be picked. We can see belt being stopped, so the both teams are going to be picking down the bale multiplier at the same time as well. And
why have New Holland stopped their belt?
Mistake.
I don't quite understand why, when you're going up against Unstoppable, you deliver enough grain to stop your own belt. Because all it does is it hands control of your belt to your opponents. And all they have to do is come back and deliver just 1.5, get their multiplier to 1.5, and at that point, you've got to do this. You then have to drive your tractor up and score points this way.
Can you get all in? All 3 of them? Yes! With the multiplier, that's going to be 42
with
times
the bale
3.
multiplier.
Yeah, that's like a 126 points right there.
Okay, I stand corrected. In this instance,
so why do they do this? Why do they do this? That's going to be, I mean, I could say a couple of swear words here.
In my defense.
So now we have the answers.
Multiplier.
Good job.
Yeah, no, that was 126 points.
But I'll be honest. I mean, I don't think that I have ever seen. I mean, we have seen people climbing there with 2 and 3 bales. But have you ever seen anybody climbing there that's going to be worth of 126 points?
Yeah.
With a single try.
You're right from that point of view. I still wouldn't deliver more grain than.
But now the belt is moving.
Yeah. And what's happened now? Enough grain has been delivered by Valtra to free up New Holland's belt, and I would never free up the opponent's belt, because especially if you're going to end up with a deficit like this, because it just makes it so hard for your opponents to score on the belt.
But looking at the situation, I mean, 2.5 minutes to go. This hasn't really gone to the way of Valtra, to be honest. I mean, they have those mistakes. A lot of things have happened, to be honest, and they are now behind with 1,500 points about. And New Holland, I mean, they have all the advantages. They have the bales, they have the multipliers. I mean, the only thing which New Holland doesn't have is a belt that is actually moving with a reasonable speed, as we can see. As this
Look at the speed of that belt.
If I would walk to London, I would be faster than that.
I think I stand corrected. Make your team's belt that slow, and then it's even harder to score points on the belts.
Yeah, but they can still climb.
They can still climb.
And it's
but
gonna be
their belt's blocked.
Yeah, but it's still going to be like 24 points per bale. So if you do like one single climb, it's going to be 72. And here we have some replays.
What
and
did
that
he
is
hit?
actually, that is New Holland. So he found something. Maybe a snail, and now we can see actually that one baler, which is stuck with one bale on the sky as well. And finally, a couple of those bales maybe will go in on the New Holland side. And he's moving.
He's moving
again. Lights and everything. And Tisha, let's see how that's going to be up.
This is.
But I mean, he can still make it.
Oh yeah.
That's going to be 72 points on the fork, and then a couple more down below. So a reasonable amount of points, and then he can maybe try to shove that one in. Doesn't need to actually, as we have 1 minute to go. And Valtra's belt, that is that is faster than FedEx.
And that's the thing. Valtra, if Valtra can get the bales in, they can score the points.
Yeah, but they have
At
13
such
bales, and even if they put all the bales now on the belt,
It's not
they
enough.
can't close the gap.
Yeah.
They just don't have the multiplier, they don't have the bales, the gap is too much.
And it is partly because New Holland scored those points when that bale multiplier was there.
Yeah.
That 126 points was just, yes, absolutely how you want to do it. But yeah, this is why Unstoppable is so powerful against Big
Again,
Hall.
72 points right there. So yeah, Tita is doing a good job. Actually, a very good job, to be honest. I mean, if you compare this to the famous hurdle from Helm, I mean, that's more efficient. Getting the 3 ones, so you don't need
out
the 2.
of bales.
Well, they don't need them anymore because it's just 5 seconds to go. So New Holland, they will claim the first match of the series. And Valtra, they had a difficult start, to be honest, but I would say that they still had a decent recovery in the end. I mean, let's say when we had 5 minutes to go, it was looking quite tough for them. But then they started to operate again. So I think I see some glimpses of sunlight.
And that match, there's only 1 bale difference between what was delivered. A lot of that point difference, or a big chunk of that point difference, is first bale. First bale was a 40-point difference, and yeah, so there's a big chunk of it that's that. There's a big chunk of it is just the multiplier, and the fact that Tita was able to get up there and take full advantage of the multiplier, especially that bale multiplier. When that came up, and I missed that, and it was just 126 points. That's almost the rest of it.
Yeah, that's a lot of points.
That's a lot of points in one go from 3 bales.
With the multiplier, which Valtra had, that's like 10 bales for them. So it was definitely a very well done, very well calculated. And that is exactly when you need to seize the moment. You need to understand that, okay, you can do this. I mean, these circumstances, they are not available very rarely, actually, when you can do that. So, and I don't think that have I ever seen that before, because they had a 2 point, almost like a huge multiplier anyways. I mean, when you take the bale multiplier and the 3.0 stop belt, so, and if you do that, that's a lot of points. So these circumstances, they don't just come that often.
Yeah, yeah. And it also shows good gameplay from New Holland, because they are prepared for having Big Hall going up against Unstoppable. We've seen it so many times that is the most disruptive setup you can have. And teams have just had such problems countering Unstoppable when they're using Big Hall. And New Holland came in there and they had a plan, and they were able to overcome that disruption, and they were able to score a lot of points doing it. Really, really great play from them. I thought that was fantastic.
Yeah, now we just have to wait and see. We have the second game starting in a matter of seconds, and we'll see, of course, what the perks are going to be and how Valtra will be able to come back from the defeat on the first game. But of course, avoiding the mistakes, not getting the baler stuck, maybe that's going to help out a little bit. And then, of course, you know, the breakdancing, even though we know that DJ Go Ham is pretty dope and you maybe want to mimic him a little bit, but maybe that's not good for when it comes to the points, actually. So we'll see. Anyways, the bans, I guess we're expecting pretty default ones. So let's see, we have the big tractors coming from New Holland side. Valtra's going to ban the telehandlers.
Yeah.
And of course, I mean, when you play against New Holland, you want to ban the New Holland telehandler. That's pretty basic. That's kind of like, you know, a bit of a banter going immediately on the other side. Of course, you do it secondly. That, you know, it feels worse because people are waiting for the second one more than the first.
Yeah, absolutely. It's... we're not seeing a lot of surprise from that stage anymore.
Not yet.
I'm wondering if eventually a whole thing of like we have here with you can only use a team perk once per match. Whether there's something there to have, you can only ban a tractor or a piece of equipment once per match.
What if you
mix things up?
What if you could ban a perk from the other team?
I think you'd just see the same perk banned all the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or team perk.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That, you know, you could do it. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'll talk it with the production.
Yeah.
Maybe it's something they will decide in the end. So, but yeah, because we want to find some new angles how the gameplay is going to be, changing. But this season has been pretty fun, to be honest. I have definitely enjoyed. Now we have bottleneck versus bottleneck, so we have the same perks again on the teams.
And we're seeing fast tractors picked as a result of this. We've got the JCB out on New Holland side. We've got the Deutz-Fahr front loader, which is pretty fast tractor. That's out on Valtra's side. So yeah, both teams knowing they've got to go further around this time and picking the faster tractors as a result.
Deutz-Fahr. I mean, immediately Deutz-Fahr song comes to my mind. Deutz-Fahr, Deutz-Fahr. That's an actual track on Spotify. Let's go back to that later. Meanwhile, we have the battle for the first bale starting up once again. We can see some claims coming up. We don't see any mistakes that much happening for so far. Luca's going to be getting the New Holland combine. And we can see the satellite dish opening at the rooftop once again. Okay, yes. I think there's a fancier name for it. And what is it? What is it actually called, this bay at the roof? Does it have a name, Alex?
The bay at the... Sorry?
I mean... The thing that opens up when you open the top silo.
Oh,
okay, we'll talk about that later. You can think about it for a while.
Yeah, I know the
just
name.
Just wondering if that's like official name, because I'm not like I haven't done real farming.
Hayloft,
I don't own a combine.
I'd go with Hayloft. It's the
Hayloft. Okay.
Hayloft doors.
Hayloft. Okay.
And we've got 139 from New Holland. Fantastic first bale from Fatou there.
I think, I mean, because we're here at LAMMA, and there's a lot of equipment on the stand, so I think if I walk a little bit, I will probably find the answer. I will go and just, examine the names for these different components. What are the official terms? But anyways, the bale coming for Valtra as well. The gap is going to be 17 points. And that's
less than a bale, as we said.
Less than a bale still. So the gap is 0 point something like that. It's like a 0.85, 0.85 bales, I think. Maybe.
Yes.
With the quick math. And the first drops are there as well, speed limit, and the other one was, we'll see that in a matter of seconds, but it was definitely there. But yeah, let's see if they're going to be picked. They will be actually picked. We can see that the speed limit is going to be picked by New Holland.
But not by Valtra. So Valtra are currently impeded in their speed, so they're having to run slower, and so New Holland will be creating more bale, will be creating more grain, more straw, and will have more available there at the end, which might give them a bit of advantage going into the final stages of this game.
Yeah, well, both teams, they have the speed limit, so Valtra's going to follow what New Holland did. So now it's once again, I mean, equal perks, equal drops picked as well. Of course, New Holland with that first bale, they will once again show. I mean, it's a mental thing as well. It's not just about the points, and it's partly about the lost time, but still, I mean, Valtra, they lost the first game of the series, and now, we are behind, we need to catch up. So it will put the people kind of like in a certain mode.
Yeah. They're under that pressure now, because if they're going to go into that losers bracket, they're going to be facing Lindner if they don't win this. So yeah, the pressure is on for Valtra to have a better game this one.
Yeah, I mean, when people go under pressure, there's of course multiple kinds of people, but some people, they go in this GSD mode, get stuff done.
Yeah.
So I really hope that Valtra has found the GSD mode now.
But New Holland, in there straight away, they have got a 2.7 multiplier. They're not going to score with that. Valtra are already in there, ready to drop their grain. It's interesting because New Holland have dropped their grain. They're going to refill their overload. I think they're trying to get extra grain up there. Because if at this point the grain multiplier appears at the next stage, in the next drop, they are going to be in trouble because they've delivered a load of grain already.
And we are already closing in half time. I mean, okay, 6 minutes to go, but still, I mean, the time is running fast. And let's see how this is going to play out in the end. We don't see any bales for Valtra. They just have a bunch of grain, of course. They have been doing the work. Let's see when we see the stats from the New Holland side at some point. But yeah, I would expect that they maybe have been pressing some as well. No, they actually haven't, and they have even less grain than what Valtra has. Of course, they have been delivering some because they have 2.7 multiplier for the time being. British race and bale multiplier. So let's see if there's going to be any creative use of the bale multiplier this time. I mean, New Holland, they do have 2.7. So with that, with the multiplier picked, and we can see that they're now getting some bales as well. So maybe there's going to be some kind of a delivery.
Cygnus getting stuck on the trees as he's trying to come in. Luca bringing in a full combine for the John Deere at the moment.
Yeah, 25 seconds time to pick them up. For sure there's got to be something happening, right? I mean, I would expect, I mean, why? Yeah, we can see Fato going for it, and the bale multiplier is pretty much on the middle. So maybe he's going to run for it.
He's heading straight for that.
Forest, run!
And he's dancing around it because obviously he doesn't want to grab it and leave enough time for Valtra to go and grab it as well. They have 90 seconds now with this this bale multiplier at 1.5 times. So that is just over 30 points per bale for every bale they can deliver now. And I don't think they actually have anything up there. Yeah, Tita is out on the field gathering up bales.
Yeah, they have 60 seconds of time to do something about it. Because Lennox heading there, and actually Valtra hasn't picked any drop at all.
No.
So they're just like none. So they will just execute the strategy. They will not take the drops at all. We can see Tita heading for it, still 45 seconds of time to use the multiplier. And we can see Fato, they're actually not going for that single big delivery. They are gathering all the forces, all the ships which they have lying there around. And they just want to get them all in. And now we can see that there's also some deliveries happening. So Fato is going to be right now around the belt. We can see Tita coming up. So they have a chance of actually delivering 6 bales, as we can see. Both have 3 of them, and they still have time to put them on the belt. The belt speed, will that be a problem? Because they have 15 seconds, and it's going to be very slow, as we can see. That's going to be definitely a problem, because I don't think that, I mean, there's no way they can get all the 6 of them. Maybe a couple of them might have a chance.
It would have been much quicker for him to actually have just got on that belt in the tractor and got all 3 and do what he was doing all the last time.
Yeah.
So he got oh, Luca's lost a bale going over the safer route.
Yeah. Okay, I think they got maybe only 1 bale actually with the multiplier, and then the other bales which New Holland scored, they went with the standard multiplier. That's what I think what happened there, based on the scores that I saw. Meanwhile, Luca is going to be trying to fit the bales on the belt. We'll make some other kind of decisions clearly here.
I think that bale is stuck. I think it's on there at such an angle he can't get it off. That front load tool. It might have to go into the bottom. Bottom boost actually for New Holland. They managed to get out there and get it. I don't know if they're going to be able to take advantage of it. Tita is out on the field collecting bales. They have at least stopped Valtra from using it. So that is probably more a case of keeping it out of their hands than being able to use it themselves.
Yeah, well, I mean, 2 minutes to go. New Holland, they have a, let's say, a pretty, I mean, it's not that big, but I would say it's still comfortable lead, to be honest. I mean, because they have been performing pretty well. They have the bales, and they get more points out of it as well. But now Valtra's going to be starting to score some points as well, so the gap is only 60 points. So that's going to be 4 bales, which they need with that 1.9 multiplier to be kind of, you know, delivering more to come up with that difference. And they do have the bales actually to support it. They have 11 bales. There's no way that New Holland or Valtra's going to put all of those bales on the second floor. So for sure, something's going to go from the bottom door as well. And kind of like the amount of that is going to be the deciding factor here in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting closer as we get into these final stages. We've got 274 to 329 now. The gap has opened up a little bit. New Holland has been scoring points, but it keeps getting closed a bit by Valtra. With a minute on the clock, Valtra needs to get more bales back. It's 9 bales each. In fact, it's 10 bales to 8 now.
Yeah.
And 312. But look at this. New Holland have so many bales coming in that they can score in the last 50 seconds.
Yeah, and the speed of the build is going to be actually pretty decent currently as well. So it's not that slow, so they can actually get those bales in. I don't think that they get all of them on the second floor, but how they are laid out, they do have a pretty good chance of getting most of them on the second floor, as we can see Tita just doing the work, has been very efficient around the belt, just, you know, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Let's do this multiple times in a row, and that's going to be giving them some points. And actually, it seems that they do have a very good chance of actually getting all of them on the second floor. Maybe one of them from the ones which they currently have around the belt they need to put down on the first floor. The gap is going to be almost 100 points, and I don't think there's any way how Valtra can anymore come back from this one. New Holland, the gap is going to be 40 points, but the time is going to be running out. Just 5 seconds to go. 465, 507. It's going to be a couple of seconds, and in the end, it's going to be New Holland who's going to claim the second game as well, and they will take the series with a 2-0.
There were points throughout that last 20 seconds where I'm looking and Valtra are just catching and then falling behind and catching and falling behind and catching and falling behind. They were keeping within touching distance of New Holland all the way through that last bit. And yeah, just a couple more bales and that would have been it. But yeah, fantastic play there from New Holland. Valtra actually delivered more bales than New Holland in that match, which is just amazing. And that's the 2.1 multiplier right there.
Yeah, well, New Holland will claim the 2-0, the second game, or the second series of matches here at LAMMA, at the Farming Simulator League. So that's going to be a good start for them as well. So that's going to mean that they will be facing, actually, Helm on the next game on the, I mean, not on the next game that we're going to show, but let's say the next game on the upper bracket. So that's the interesting one. And also, we do have an announcement, so we are actually missing some of the players, so we need to have the Aber boys coming to the stage as well. So please, Aber boys, show up.
You are up next against Power. No, not you. The Aber boys are up next against Power Team Esports. So we need them up on stage. Please, please come. We will be back in 3 minutes. We will see you then. Don't go anywhere.
Ta-da.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here for the 5th round of the 5th season of the FSL here live at LAMMA. We are just waiting for the other team to turn up at the moment.
Unfortunately, it's not the 5th game.
No.
I mean, that would be just too perfect. 5-5-5.
5-5-5.
But yeah, now it's going to be 5-5-3. So yeah, we're just waiting for one of the teams to appear. So the next match that we should have is the Aber Boys versus Power Team Esports. But we do have a couple of benches which are completely empty currently on the stage. So we haven't yet seen the Aber Boys, and we are waiting for them to show up, or then a decision from the administration. What shall we do? It's going to be like a default victory, or what's going to happen. If that is the case, we're going to be jumping on the next game, which is going to be Aston versus Trellborg. So something is definitely coming up, but this is going to just take a couple of minutes to sort that out. And as soon as we do have that information, we're going to be, of course, telling it to you as well. Meanwhile, we can see Power Team Esports. They are definitely ready. The boys are there, sitting right next to us. We could throw something for them if we would like to, but of course we're not going to do it.
I think they're getting a little bit of practice in at the moment while we wait for their opponents to appear.
Yeah, and these are the empty seats, as you can see. So something is definitely missing from there. And
a team.
Yeah, a team, player, robot, NPC as well. That will do. But there's nothing currently. Just noble chairs.
Just noble chairs, which are very comfortable.
Yeah, these are very comfortable.
They are
of course,
very
we do have the pleasure of having them as well. I do have one, or actually a couple at the studio as well, where I usually do the remote commentating as well. And I just love them, to be honest. I mean, and this is not they are official partner of the circuit, but I guess that means that I can give honest, good opinions about them as well. Yes. I do have the textile series myself, the TX series, which is actually made from fabric and not from leather. And it's so comfortable. Oh. It's so comfortable, and it's like it's almost like you would be sitting in a cloud, so airy, if that's a word.
Yeah, that is a word. That is that, and yeah, it is exactly like that. I actually have one of I have a set of epics, or I have an epic, which is what the teams sit on during the FSL. And part of the reason I bought it because it was so comfortable when I was doing FSL.
Yeah, I do have the Mercedes F1 AMG edition as well.
Oh, nice.
And and I'm not gonna lie. Also, my boys have a couple at home as well. And okay, enough about chairs. But they are still empty. That's the point. And so maybe we'll find something. We can see that there is the administration talking what they're gonna do. And I do have this gut feeling, as we haven't seen any kind of activity around the Aber Boys. So maybe it's gonna be Aston versus Trellborg. Who knows? And if nothing else, then the Power Team is supposed to be just getting some practice meanwhile.
I do see that Richard Dow in the Twitch chat is a little bit surprised I have hair. Yes, I have hair. I have always had hair. I just sometimes have a cap on.
Yeah, sometimes.
Sometimes.
I mean, I remember the surprise when I saw you first time before the hat. I was like, oh, that is Alex. Like, what's going on? Like, where's the cap? And actually, at FarmCon, I think I actually used your hat for a while. And then you were actually without the hat at the time. So I think that was the time. But we're still waiting for the info, just getting some information here on the headphones, and they are still wondering about the decision. So as soon as we have it, we're going to tell it. But looking at how the Power Team Esports going to be doing it, so they are just currently cheering up. So they got the victory. They won their first series. And that's, I think that's one of the fastest victories ever we have seen on the FSL.
Yeah, no, normally if we have a pass like that, it's known way before. So we're going to go Aston versus Trellborg up next now instead.
Yeah, we are waiting for them, so we can see Power Team Esports. They are just leaving from the stage. They will claim the victory with a huge surprise. Big applause, please. Okay, small one will do as well.
Small applause.
But anyways, they got their first victory, and now we can see it's going to be the next one's going to be Aston versus Trellborg Tire. So that's the next one we're going to be seeing. So we are waiting for the players to come in. We do have one team already at the stage, fitting the noble chairs, and then we are waiting for the other one. But they are, of course, here as we know. One thing, as we have the time, I'm going to talk about your hair.
Yeah, you just see the comments in the chat.
Could you dye it, please?
Could I? Why?
I mean, just for the sake of surprise. That's what I mean. That next time when you take your cap off on the broadcast, it could be. I don't mean that it needs to be pink.
I should
no. I just mean like a dark brown or black or something.
No,
you don't have to
boring.
go. I
That's
mean, you
boring.
can try to be some wannabe ninja as well and take
I was
go for the
gonna say,
blue one or
if I'm
something like
going to
that,
do
but
it,
yeah,
if
that's
I'm going to
what
do
I
it,
mean.
I'm going to do it green.
Green.
Green. Virtual Farmer green.
Joker.
Joker green. But
And
then
can we do a
put
bit of
the
a
big
white
smile.
makeup as well at the same time? Okay, this is going to be going way too far now. I'm just going to shut up from the topic.
Oh, dear Lord. There we go. Both teams getting into place. Trellborg lining up and getting their virtual green farmer.
Sure. Yeah. But imagine if we would do green screen
Green.
with your hair.
Actually,
And then it would be
know,
bold.
I can't use a green. I can't use a green screen when I'm streaming because the middle of my hat disappears where the green is on my logo.
You can use a blue screen.
A blue screen. Yeah. Then
Your eyes
other
disappear.
stuff disappears.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a different topic. But the these are the common problems which the content creators are
Yes.
facing with. The color of your hair, and
Yeah.
the color of your logo in the
Yeah.
hat. So, okay. Anyways, we can see the teams are lining up. So Aston versus Trellborg tires. That's going to be the next best of 3. So what this does for the bracket means that Power Team Esports, they got the victory, so they will move, of course, to the next round on the winners bracket,
Yep.
on the upper bracket, and then Aber boys, they kind of like dropped on the
Onto the lower
lower bracket. But if they are not here, if they're disqualified actually because they are not present, it
Well,
means that they will drop down, and the losing team from this game actually should get a default win on the lower
So
bracket.
that'll be interesting. If they do turn up between now and that second losers game,
then it's doable.
are they disqualified, or can they go in because they had the default loss?
Well, that's something we're going to find out. We don't have it. I mean, we know that they're not here, at least not for the moment. So there is maybe a slight chance that they can still play on the later matches if they will show up. It's a completely new team. We haven't seen Aber boys on the FSL ever before. So a lot of questions there. But just as a reminder, if you're one playing member of the Aber boys and you happen to hear this at the venue, at the stream, I would definitely recommend you contacting the tournament admins.
Yes.
Right away, right now, already like 5 minutes ago.
Let them know you are actually here and you would like to play, maybe.
And also, if you're not going to be part here and play, you can also contact them just to let them know. So just, so Aber boys, core class. That's pretty much what I can say. And as this is a big venue, I mean, where we would have on the global PA system, like Aber boys, your mom is waiting at the reception, or something like that. Registration, please. Okay, enough about that. So we are waiting for the players to connect.
They're connecting in.
What actually happens here?
This is nice because I can actually see the status of their connection. So I can see that they're connecting. They're the Helm boys having a good dance in the front row.
I think JK, he should go to TikTok or something. Maybe do a TikTok dance or something like that. So he could start to be also a content creator easily. Yeah. I mean, more than he currently is. So maybe you could feature him on your broadcast as well. If he promises to dance, will you take me on the broadcast?
He's coming in and making me dance on my streams. So only fair.
Okay. But okay, just as the teams are preparing, so what actually happens during the breaks, every time we have those 3-minute breaks, we change the players on the stage, and of course everybody has their own settings. They want to configure it, get the input devices, keyboard mappings, whatever they have been using to use on the past. So that is actually what is happening now, and that is what we are waiting for. And we do have a bit of more footage coming in from the audience at some point, but we know that the Helm players, they like to sit on the first row and kind of like react with the audiences as well. So they're definitely part of the circuit.
We have had a response from JK in the Twitch chat. Repeat after me. I am not doing TikTok.
I mean, if I just block this one line, I doing TikTok. We can just read it like that. So there was a network failure, and JK just promised that he's going to do some TikTok content. And if he's going to do a very, very nice dance, I think we can do some pancakes for him as well.
There was some threatening moves being made from the front row then.
Ah, okay, but you know, we are safe all the time.
Yeah,
being,
yeah,
at
we're
least.
safe up here.
We
for
have a lot
now.
of witnesses. You know, that it's going to be recorded. So if
Yes.
something bad happens, we just disappear. You know that it was JK. Okay,
Fantastic.
back to the topic.
Yeah.
Do we have
Two
anything
good
to
teams.
say?
Two good teams. Actually, yeah, I need to check their standings. We have. Oh, it's the DJ Goham again. Filling up our screens. Where's he? Oh, he's over there.
Yeah, about the teams. So Astragon currently standing on the 9th place. They have two fourth place finishes. So that's how they've been collecting those 60 points. And then, of course, the Trellborg Tires, they are currently with 30 points. They have one fourth place finish. And I think overall they're going to be 12th on the standings. So that is where they come from. Astragon was, at least on my books last year, let's say, performing better. So Astragon was getting more results last year, and hopefully, let's see if they can reclaim themselves. I mean, this season hasn't been the greatest. Some results, yes. I think on the first tournament they actually they dropped quite early from the tournament as well, so they haven't been able to prove themselves. So I'm actually having some expectations regarding Astragon. And of course, when it comes to Trellborg Tires, I mean, they have the name, what they are carrying.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So that's
the team,
big boots they have to fill.
If anybody's wondering, the team has changed very much. The team that was Trellborg two seasons ago, they became Cortiva, and then were winning constantly, and now they're Helm. So it's a new team now playing as Trellborg. Yeah, unfortunately they're not enjoying as much success as the previous team has.
I'm starting to think that the whole reason why, the ex-Trellborg, now these days Helm, actually wanted to make the shift because JK wanted to have a TikTok content channel, so he needs to rebrand the whole team just to be able to do some TikTok.
I'm just seeing. I'm peering across past the monitor, seeing if there's a reaction.
I don't think he heard actually because
he's
he's not watching here, so it's going to be fine.
So up and we've actually got 3 front loader tractors and 1 telehandler band. So there is a telehandler available on the field. We've got Bottleneck versus Unstoppable as well. So an interesting mix-up of stuff. One of the nice things about seeing teams lower in the bracket is that they don't tend to go for the same stuff as the higher up teams quite often. They experiment a bit more. They try and approach things in different ways, and we see some interesting tactics coming in from teams at the lower end of the table like this. So we've got the Manitou in use. We've got the Lindner track as well in use by Astragon. I think there could be a little bit of a shake-up with the way these two teams are playing.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, of course, we can expect, we don't know what to expect, to be honest, so there's a lot of things that can happen here. Astragon and Trellborg Tires, first game, best of 3 series. Let's see how this is going to start. The start of the previous 2 series have been a bit hectic, I mean, on the first game, so both have had a quite unusual start. So let's see if we have an even start. I mean, of course, in the first series, the start was fine after the remake, but the first actual start was a little bit different. Major Melon, gonna be trying to find almost that barn building, and it's not that barn, it's some kind of a different barn. It almost feels like his teammate is actually treading with the fork.
And Loiku has managed to grab the ideal combine straight off the thing, beating Astragon to it. As Major Melon grabs the Massey Ferguson Baylor. Oh yeah, and Bauer Matzi is left with that case combine. It looks like the second class combine is not on the field.
This is going to slow down Trellborg Tires a little bit, but yeah, they're getting there. So let's see, Astragon actually, I think they're further on making that first bale, but both teams are actually pretty close to the barn. So we'll see. We can see Hayden getting away behind Loiko, and we can see Major Melon heading towards that area as well, but which of the bridges he's going to be using. Will he take the safer route? Yes, he will take the safer route. Heine's not going to take that, and he's going to be trying to toss that in, and it's going to be 134, so he's going to make the first bail for Trellborg tires. And now we can see Aston following, and I think it's going to be a reverse as well. It is going to be a more safer approach, but the gap is going to be 9 points, so it's not like the end of the day, and that is actually less than half a bail.
Yeah, that is a reasonable first bail from both teams. 134 is a decent score. 125 as a slightly more cautious approach leaves them within that all-important single bail. And in fact, an all-important single bail in the lower part of the barn. So that is something that they can, as long as they get an extra bail in at the end, they can very easily close up.
And you know me, I do have this problem that, you know, when I have something on my mind, I just have to say it. So ever since we spoke about those TikTok dances, I can see, you know, kind of like a farming simulator, at least farming related. JK could be doing this milking dance, you know. He could be milking a cow on TikTok. That could work easily for him. It's like a related content as well.
Bail dropped and dropped a bail next to their barn.
I'm sorry.
You're going to break me one of these days.
Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. We have 2 days of time to do it. Anyways, 9 points of a difference. And let's see. A 3 bales being pressed for Aston, and some of the grain is going to be collected at the same time as well. And yeah, let's see how this is going to develop. There was a bale drop which either of the teams didn't take, as far as I saw, the first batch of drops.
There was... Yeah, no, bail drop was picked by Trellborg.
Okay,
I think.
It was picked then. Okay.
No, bail drop was picked by Aston. And Trellborg are heading first to do the tipping. I don't quite understand why the teams get the auger out on this trailer when they're taking the grain in. I mean, Major Melon, much better approach here for me. Keep that folded down until the last moment when you're free of all the buildings, everything, get it opened up at that point. There's plenty of time for it to open up while you're getting in there, and you don't have that risk of, as we've seen before, getting caught on a building and, or worst case scenario, getting your auger wagon stuck in a tree.
I mean, why have any extra risk factors?
Yeah.
It can cause a problem. I mean, there's a reason why, you know,
but
it moves. It doesn't have to be open all the time.
It's the exception to keep it folded rather than the rule.
Anyways, it seems that the chat is going to be reacting, and I think they are actually currently thinking there's going to be some kind of a death threat towards me. So I don't know. Maybe I need to have a bit of an extra security. So maybe I'll hire. I mean, DJ Goham is a pretty big guy, so maybe I will come up with a deal. Anyways, that's the discussion for later. But yeah, I mean, now both teams, they actually have 3 bales. Also, Trellborg Tires has been catching up on the bale count, so 3 bales for each. Actually, Trellborg, they have a pretty reasonable amount of grain. We have seen lately that, you know, teams, they kind of like want to have that extra bit of security by getting a lot of grain, even if they don't have the big haul. And especially when you have grain multiplier and silo close, that is actually a tough one in a way. But I guess they will go with the grain multiplier in the end.
Yeah, and both teams are delivering grain. And there we go, silo closed from Trellborg.
But this can backfire if they choose differently.
Because they've got, they also have Unstoppable against them, so they've put too much in there again. And a team has given control of their belt to their opponents. And this is where this piece of kit comes into play. They got a 2.9 multiplier. If they 3 times multiplier now, if they can start tossing bales into the top, then or doing the Helm hurl into the top, then they will score big here. And now that is a big play from Aston. Aston have a closed silo. They know that they've got to wait for it to open, and their opponents have no grain left. They are going to end up with a massive multiplier.
Well, they actually have. They have 25k still Trellborg, the grain.
Yeah.
They didn't pour everything out. So I'm just wondering that does this multiplier, is that enough? Because I think Trellborg had 60-something thousand. So they had like 10k more when they started.
But it should be, because it's going to be a massive amount. The only thing is, how long will they have to deliver this once it's emptied or once their silo's open again? And they haven't lost that bale. He has taken a cautious approach to it now. And here we go. The silo is open again.
There we go.
Grain is being tipped. Is this going to be enough?
We'll see. I mean, I guess it should. I'm just
Yeah.
skeptical always. So let's see. Belt is going to be stopped for the Trellborg tires. It's going to be stopped for the second time as well. We still have some grain coming up. It's going to be 2.2, 2.3.
Yes.
Let's see. And how much do we still have remaining for Astrogon? It's going to be 1.9. It's not going to be enough to get
it's not
2.0,
enough.
but it's going to be still good recovery in a way. But it's not going to be enough to take the advantage on the multiplier
I stand
for them.
corrected. I fully expected that multiplier to go the other way, but no. No, 2.2. It has been
something.
evened up. They had a little bit left. They may still have some. I don't know if they still have anything.
The Super Drop is going to be spawning at the same time. So Trellborg, they are still leading, but I would say that the situation is pretty close.
Oh, it's Bale points.
And Heidel's going to be claiming those for Trellborg tires at the same time as well. 15 bales for Astrogon.
12,000
12,000 liters. Let's get that grain flowing.
What? They need to get that grain in.
There we go. There we go.
Look at this now the multiplier goes the other way.
Yeah.
This was what I was expecting. Evening things up. Going into a big multiplier, it's not enough to get the 2.3, but it is enough to get the 2.2. And that means a huge advantage is here now for Astrogon. They just need to score these bales.
I do have a feeling that it's going to be a close one. I mean, the bale counts are pretty much the same. Trellborg is leading by 80 points, so 2 minutes to go. So I'm expecting that this is going to be a thriller in the end. At least that's what I'm hoping for, because we haven't yet seen those very last second battles where they're showing the final bales on the final seconds as well.
Thing is,
so let's see.
10 bales of delivery should close this gap.
Look at that.
Do you know what? Trellborg are trying to reclaim the Trellborg toss. It got renamed the Helm Hurl, and we're seeing more of it for Trellborg at the moment. So yeah, we're doing the Trellborg toss again.
I'm confused. My brain is having some kind of exception now here, because I don't know if they can reclaim it. I don't think we can call it the same either. So we have to come up with something else if they will start doing it. So that's something that we need to discuss, because I don't think it's going to be fair if you're going to use the same name for it, because it's a different team with the same name. Okay, back to the game. 1 minute to go. Trellborg leading by 40 points, and I mean, Astrogon, they still have a chance of getting back here. I want to see what's happening actually around their belt, and here we can see Bauer Matze. The bales are pretty across all over the place, to be honest. I mean, just a couple of bales lying around. They don't have them, and they have 50 seconds to go, so they need to get them on the second floor if they want to be catching up. And 60 points is the difference, so this is going to be a tough one, to be honest.
This is the thing. Trellborg are bringing in bales all the time. They're keeping their difference. And
there's so many bales here. I mean, I'm confused. There's now so many bales here. There's like, I can see 10 bales, but they are all like going
on
to
both
all
teams,
over the place. They're dropping them as well. 416.
Getting them on the belt.
We still have the gap of 50 points about remaining. We can see Trellborg putting some on the first floor as well. There's going to be a couple of 4 bales actually still on the belt, and I think they do have just barely the time to get all of those in. So that's going to be almost drops down, but didn't actually happen. And those 2 bales, they're going to be the key for the victory, but no, they're going to fall down. They will try to save the situation. They will shove them on the first floor, and it's going to time out, and it's going to be in the end Trellborg claiming it.
Taking it. I honestly thought halfway through, I thought with a minute to go, we were going to see Astrogon come back with that multiplier and overtake them, but no, Trellborg kept the pressure up, kept delivering bales. 4 extra bales delivered.
16 bales for Astrogon.
That's a low number of bales.
Something didn't go right.
Yeah. We regularly see teams score 20 bales. Yeah, that's a low number of bales.
Well, but I mean, the gap still 60 points. So it stayed the same. It didn't go any of the directions there. We have some undelivered bales on the both sides as well, 5 and 4. So yeah, there was a chance of getting more points. But the Trellborg is going to be claiming this one, and then we'll see what's going to happen on on the second game of the series.
Yeah.
But something tells me that there's a chance. I mean, they're not that far away from each other.
Yeah. Trellborg took the risk of going for silo closed and closing off Astragon. They managed to score all of their grain before Astragon could close their silo, so Astragon had to go for that grain multiplier. And yeah, it paid off. It paid off for Trellborg to do it that way.
Anyways, the second game should be starting in a matter of, well, seconds, let's say, soon enough, at least. And then we'll see. I guess we're not going to be expecting any differences on the bans. We'll see what will be the team perks. I guess that's the biggest interest now, how that's going to go. And yeah, I mean, the series what we saw was, you know, doing from both of the sides, nothing like a major mistakes here and there. We had interesting different strategies, the other one going for the silo close, the other one going for the grain multiplier, because when you have those available, usually teams will go for the same. So if the other disrupts with the silo closed, then the other one will follow, or if the other one goes for the grain multiplier, then the other one will follow. So this was interesting to see, but still, the difference was pretty much the same all the time during the game.
So here we go, game 2 of Astragon versus Trellborg. Astragon needs to win this one to not fall into the loser bracket and have to fight their way up from the bottom. This time, Astragon coming straight in with the ban of the New Holland's telehandler.
Well, that's not a huge surprise.
No. And then we got the Fendt Vario getting banned, which is a smaller tractor, front loader tractor, and the Deutz-Fahr getting banned. Now, the Deutz-Fahr is a pretty fast tractor with the front loader on, so that's quite good. And this time, Astragon learning the lesson and not and banning the Manitou, making sure that that Trellborg can't send it out the top. And this time, we've got that horrible combination of Big Hull versus Unstoppable. This is going to be quite a fight, I think, for Astragon to win this.
Yeah. There is a risk if you keep repeating the Deutz-Fahr multiple times. You know, I might sing because that's the thing that comes into my mind every time when that's going to be mentioned. But maybe I'll just keep my mouth shut for a while when it comes to singing, at least. The player perks going to be the same, more or less. I mean, we don't see much of a difference. I mean, almost, I would say 95% of the matches we'll see the same perks being chosen. Sometimes something else is going to be picked, and sometimes something's not going to be picked at all. Somebody will just leave the perk away completely, but that is not happening that oftenly. And of course, like Trellborg is going with the 1 game lead now. So if they're going to win this one, then they will be advancing all, well, they will keep their place on the upper bracket, and they will face the Power Team Esports, who just got a default victory. But then the team who's going to be maybe losing, we'll see if that's going to happen, who's going to be losing, they actually get a default win after losing this one on the lower bracket. Means that they will be then finding an opponent on the next round, round number 3. So in a way, you know, losing this one is actually not that bad of an idea.
No.
So no hard penalties will be coming out of this one. Meanwhile, we have the kind of like the battle of the pads. No huge challenge. We actually haven't seen that today, that people are running on the same vehicles.
No.
We haven't seen any huge challenges. We have seen people rushing and while they are picking, but we haven't seen teams actually battling from the equipment on the pads. And this time it seems that Trellborg is actually getting a pretty good start. I mean, compared to what they had on the previous game, and also because the Astragon with the X-ray, they're going to follow right behind them. So whatever happens, Trellborg should be having a slight advantage here with the distance, because he hide and going for the bridges immediately, has the time to go through the bridges. It's actually going to be a 140 something. He's going to toss that in. 146.7.
147.
There we go. The highest first bail of the day.
Fantastic first bail. And Major Melon actually further behind than I was expecting as well. And that's a 135, so still a strong first bail from them. 12 points behind. More than a bail in the bottom, less than a bail in the top. So, yeah, they need to score an extra bail in the top here to even things up there. Oh! Is he in the tree? He's not in the tree.
Slightly lucky, I would say. I mean, we have seen definitely worse things to happen with that kind of
absolutely.
situations that people are getting stuck on a tree. And so on Herbicide and speed limit going to be on the first batch of drops.
Speed limit is the one you go for there. Just slow your opponents down. Both teams have to go for that then, and that just evens things up. Both teams slowed down by 20% for around 90 seconds.
I have something on my mind regarding when it comes to trees and the vehicles.
Yeah.
I have actually managed to stuck one vehicle in a tree in the height of 2 meters.
I'll show you a TikTok at some point.
And it had a motor. It's not a bicycle.
What, in real life? Okay. I was going to say farm sim, but that's impressive.
Anyways, so 7.5 minutes to go. And yeah, let's see. Major Mel's going to be delivering some bales next to the belt. Speed limit is picked by Astragon, but and also for Trellborg as well. And yeah, then we do have something that is not picked.
Well, they got the big hull.
Yeah.
So they'll ignore the they'll ignore that in order to take the vehicle. We saw that earlier when we had Helm versus Lindner. They both teams that first match it's interesting the change in strategy actually. You see them cutting round it and going to grab it and do all that when they need to open it up. When they don't need it, they go nowhere near it. They have a much straighter setup insofar as where they cut. So yeah, there's definitely a different combining strategy when teams have the big hull versus having the standard auger wagon.
Yeah, Aston actually making the bales, so they have quite more of them, but then they're lacking on the grain currently. So we'll see how this is going to even out at some point. Probably at some point it will. You know, we're just waiting. They've got like the grinding phase currently. They're grinding on the fields to get it done, and then we'll see what is the grain strategy for Astragon in the end.
Astragon's grain is massively less than Trellborg's is. I mean, it's 20,000 litres less grain for Astragon than there is for Trellborg at the moment.
And they even have the big haul.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that's going to build up. I mean, they have the time, so yeah, they can do it. We can see Trellborg going for the usual amount when it comes to versus big haul. And then we'll see how much Astragon is going to be piling up on that big haul, so how that strategy is going to work out in the end. But I wouldn't say that it's like a, yeah, it's a small issue currently, but it's not like the end of the world for the time being, because you still have time to collect it. Silo closed, that's going to be an issue though.
Oh, that's the thing. What do Trellborg do? Do they go for that silo close? Do they deliver grain first? That can be very disruptive depending on when it gets used.
And now they're delivering actually. So just when you said it, they are actually using the advantage. Nobody has to keep the silo closed, so I think they actually have a pretty good idea here. This is something that I actually like currently. Astragon having these bales here ready, lined up, ready to operate it. Silo close going to be still waiting here. It's going to be picked now finally by Trellborg. But does Astragon have the time to go for it actually? Because we are just losing the seconds, and I think that they just lost the chance to pick that up at all. So there we go.
Wow.
Trellborg Chargers will pick the silo close, and they will just pour it right down there, and they can get that huge, huge, huge multiplier with the unstoppable, because the belt is not going to be stopping at all. And now with the 3.0 multiplier, it's going to be time to do some deliveries.
That is fantastic. If Trellborg can take advantage of this, score bales at a 3.0 multiplier, and get themselves well ahead on the board, they've got about 50 seconds. They have no bales.
Yeah, they don't have any bales.
And they have no one there stacking them.
Yeah, a couple of them. But, I mean, maybe they didn't expect this. I mean, who would have expected that the other team is not going to be taking out the silo closed?
But you still, but their advantage is the fact that they've delivered. They'd already delivered their grain when they went to pick up the silo close, and they haven't got anybody in position to take advantage of this.
Yeah,
they
but now they are
need to
coming.
get bales on that belt,
Let me see
score
Loiko.
at this 3-time multiplier. Loiko is lining up, getting them on there. They have a decent speed on their belt because they have unstoppable.
Yeah, we'll get
So
these 3.
it
maybe.
hasn't slowed down.
Maybe the last
And
one as well. No, just the first. No, just
Here
the
we
first
go.
one actually. Yeah,
well, no,
just one.
Astragon haven't started tipping. Now Astragon has started tipping.
Yeah, that's too late.
That is.
That is too late.
That is.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, Trellborg, they will take the advantage of the situation, but they will get one with the. No, they will get a nice amount of points actually from that. I was having a miscalculation on my head. Sorry, maybe I not the best match day for me today. But yeah, I mean, they had 300 points. The gap is going to be 150 points suddenly. So this is not how it was supposed to go. And now the multipliers are back to 2.0. So Trellborg, they played this very well. Astragon with the big hole, they were not able to fight back, and they didn't get any kind of an advantage
Astragon
for
have
the rest of it.
812 litres of grain left.
But is that going to be enough?
Oh,
Because
in fact,
Trellborg
yeah,
also
yeah.
unloading at the same time as well.
Yeah.
So in the end, Trellborg actually will win the grain game.
Wow.
For sure. I mean, they have 2.4 now, and they're leading by 100 points. They have a couple bales less, yes, but that's not the end of the world because we still have 2 minutes to go. So Trellborg is having a very comfortable position as we speak.
This is a very strong game from Trellborg. It really is. They have given themselves an extra 8 points for every bale they deliver. They've got fewer bales, but that isn't going to matter when they've got such a commanding lead in the grain game in that bale multiplier. Yeah, this is looking very, very good for Trellborg right now.
Yeah, it is. I mean, only 1.5 minutes to go. And they have the bales there. I mean, Astragon, they had the bales next to the belt as well, at least last time we saw.
Oh.
So let's see if that's going to be the case. And Calamaras, oh, that's a tough one because the bridge is going to come
That
down,
bridge is gonna
so
come-
he needs
yeah.
to abandon it unless he can somehow pull that off. Use that horsepower, but no, he needs to leave
That
it.
bale is
And that's
stuck.
going to be now in the water, actually.
Three bales
Yeah,
in the
1
water.
minute to go. I mean, they have 15 in total, so now focus getting these in and just don't worry about the baler at all. Get the job done
So
around
many
the belt,
bales down
please.
round the bottom of that conveyor. They're dropping bales off the side. It's look at the difference between
Yeah.
Trellborg's barn here, where it's nice and neat and everything's ready to get stacked on the belt, and Astragon's at the moment where the bales are just all
Yeah.
over the place at the bottom.
They don't have the time, they don't have the bales, to be honest. The 1.6 multiplier is going to be just too much. I mean,
Yeah.
they just can't do it,
can't.
unfortunately. I really hate to
Oh,
call
and-
it.
and-
he tries to, what is going on here?
He's trying
He's
to
just having
push
like
it.
a
and
wrestle
it's-
match in water or something like that. Just take bikinis on as well.
That bale is gone. Those bales are not getting recovered.
Yeah.
And to push it off with the tractor and then end up in the ditch with it, that just is not going to help. And look at this points difference.
Yeah.
Nearly 300 points.
Well, we
That
had
is a decisive win from Trellborg there.
Trellborg Tigers will take 2-0 from this game. So that also means that our first round is kind of like concluded.
Did it.
The first 4 matches have been done, and of course it means that we can proceed on the second round at some point as well. So we'll have some information coming up about the next match. But if I'm not completely mistaken, we should have Helm versus New Holland as the next game. That's what I'm expecting at.
Yep.
But still about this game versus Astragon versus Trellborg Tires, it is definitely something that I was not expecting, that it will go this way, this fast, to be honest. I was expecting to have a more closer series. But
Yeah.
of course, it's good to remember that Astragon, they still have the second chance on the lower bracket, so they're not completely out of the tournament, and they do have a default win from the second round on the lower bracket as well.
That's the thing today. We've not had a game go to a match go to 3 games
Not
so
yet.
far. Not yet. They've all been two game wins to get them all through. So are we going to get our first 3-game match from Valtra and Lindner?
Uh, I mean, that is possible, definitely. I mean, if I would expect it, I would actually expect it from the Helm versus New Holland, to be honest, which might be the next one. And then we'll see. I mean, I'm a little bit curious about Valtra's performance currently, if I'm honest, because Lindner, they seem to be pretty fine versus Helm. The gap was pretty small, but I think Valtra made some mistakes more, and I don't know. So let's just wait and see. I'm not going to be the one who's going to be saying it, but of course, Helm versus New Holland is the next one. We should be heading for a break soon as well, and the teams are starting to get ready as well.
So, we will see you in 3 minutes, and don't go anywhere. We'll see you in momentarily.
And welcome back, everybody. It's going to be time for the next game, and that is, of course, as mentioned, it's going to be Helm versus New Holland, and we do have the teams lining up as well. So we'll see how that's going to go. But the interesting game. I mean, of course, it's the second round, so we're going to be starting the second round. It is the first game on the upper bracket. Who wins this one will still keep their place on the upper bracket, and the losing one's going to be dropping on the lower bracket. And of course, still has a second try from there.
Yeah, and New Holland have been very strong today, as have Helm. I think this is going to be a close match. Is my expectation. I mean, New Holland have been playing really, really well over the last few tournaments. They are sitting at 4th, I believe, in the standings. Yeah, 4th at the standings. So they need to get past that semi-final stage.
Yeah, I mean the start of the season was a bit complicated for them. I mean they didn't start the season with the best results, but then they have been kind of like improving all over the season. So we'll see. And what I really liked on the first game they played on the previous round, how they were able to seize the opportunities there, kind of like be so dynamic, be so adaptive when they had a chance. They did something, and we'll see. I mean Helm is not playing with their usual lineup. I mean they have a bit of a changes. Because of the travel, and yeah, so I'm just wondering, and maybe those TikTok dances as well. JK has been focusing on those a little bit more, so maybe not on the top of his game.
Yeah, it's.
Okay, just kidding, of course.
So game is about to start up. I think we're just seeing. I'm just having a look over. Yes, teams are heading in to the game now, and it's time to enter the pick and ban phase of this game. Yeah,
so, and New Holland only having 2 players actually on the pictures, but that's going to be a very small mistake, a small problem. They do have 3 players actually at the venue, so not going to be a problem. So they do actually have 3 members on the team. And of course, when it comes to the bans, I mean, New Holland, yes, they're going to ban all the telehandlers once again. Helm is probably going to ban the big tractors. And that should be the ban phase more or less, at least that's what I'm expecting to see here. And it definitely looks like it. So that's where we're heading at. But I think there's a lot of, not question marks, but interesting aspects on this face-off. Because it's a very good benchmark for the performance of the team. We have spoken that, yes, Helm is really good always, and New Holland has been improving. So I would say that this is, in a way, giving us some kind of an idea how much New Holland has been improving. Yes, they won the first game, but still I think that this is even more important for them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's New Holland's improvement, as you said, is something that we've seen coming up over the last few tournaments. Both teams going for big haul here as they're set up. So we're not going to see in this match a big haul versus unstoppable, which has always been a very disruptive setup. Both teams opting to stay away from that. We've got big tractors chosen for both teams, along with that little John Deere 6M. I say little, that tractor is not that small. And we've got fast tracks from both teams as well. So, yeah, fairly similar setups here.
I think every time when we talk about the size of the tractors, it's always so relative. I mean, they are smaller compared to the other ones, but come here, come on the LAMMA and walk across the venue and see all the tractors which they actually have here, and then you might actually find that the small tractor is not so small in the end when it comes to real life. I mean, if you compare it to your Honda Civic or something like that, it's going to crunch it as breakfast.
We've got Kvernen next to us, and they got their one of their big sprayers, one of their sprayers up there, and it's massive. The wheel is as big as I am.
Yeah. Anyways. So let's see, we have the first bale is going to be starting to build up. Fato is going to actually miss that one. It's going to be claimed by somebody else, actually,
but
meanwhile.
Tita's got that all-important class combine. Although it's less important with the big haul because, of course, you're not...
What's going on here?
You tend to deliver all the grain at once. Fatu has managed to get hold of the Kuhn baler.
Yeah, I think also Helm had some problems. There was something claimed by New Holland, actually, which was taken in front of JK. So now he needs to go for the second alternative. And this is not going to be one of those greatest first bales. We don't see 140 for sure. That's what I'm expecting at least. So this could be 130 something. That's how it looks to me. JK is going to be leaving behind it because Fato heading for it as well. So yeah, now no 140 is going to be coming out of this. Fato has a chance of a 137 or 6 or something like that. Let's see what's going to come out of it. And JK is going to be 133-ish maybe. 132 for JK, so that's going to be a good start for them, because New Holland's going to be missing the first pair. Yeah, 127, so he's going to save that situation. So the difference is going to be just 3 points, which is a good start, I would say.
Yeah, that's a fairly even start from both teams. Both teams having a surprisingly slow start, and I think that was because Helm were beaten to the combine and New Holland were beaten to the baler. So it made both of them go for a second choice, and that slowed both teams down.
Meanwhile, we had the first drops as well, so herbicide and speed limit. We can expect speed limit to be picked by both of the teams, and we can see Pato just heading for it. At least that's what I'm expecting. He's going to drop off, going to pick that up, and also Helm has done the same choice as well, as they will continue. And just as a reminder, so we can see big hole versus big hole once again. And this actually was the case when Helm was playing on the first game as well today. When they started, they actually went versus the big hole with big hole. So I don't know if that's, well, maybe it's how they want to play it now.
It does seem to be that Helm aren't using, aren't going for the unstoppable when they go against the big hole, and I think that's because they don't want it reversed against them. You know, it's a great disruptive strategy to get unstoppable versus big hole, but then the window is open there for that to come back round the other way, and you want to try and avoid that. You want to be making sure that the other team isn't getting that immediate big advantage over you from the start.
True. Well, let's wait and see. We are closing on 7 minutes. We can see grain being collected by Helm, and of course New Holland at the same time as well, because both teams have the big holes. The speed limits are going to be wearing off in about 10 seconds. So then we should be fine without any kind of a perks. Okay, New Holland actually still has about 15 seconds of it, but not going to be that big of a difference, to be honest. So we'll just wait and see. And of course we are waiting for the second wave of drops to arrive, and we'll see what's going to be there. If there's something disruptive, of course, when it comes to big haul. Silo closed, rain multiplier, and we actually have been seeing those fairly often today. Like almost every game.
Almost every game.
There. And sometimes we go many series and we don't see them. So now we have been kind of lucky to have those spawning more.
So we've got a silo closed, and we've got New Holland sitting at a 2.7 multiplier and going back out for more grain. They need to hit that silo closed at the moment and just slow Helm down. Because the advantage of doing it now, they've emptied their big hole. They can close the silo. Then Helm won't be able to unload their big hole. And that is going to give a massive grain advantage to New Holland. But neither team's gone for the silo close.
Let's wait and see. But yeah, it's grinding time. Yeah, grain is collected. As we can see, 60k hitting on the Helm side. I mean, 69 has kind of been the standard when it comes to the big hole. So grain multiplier and bale drop. So grain multiplier is something we can expect. And but that's going to be different multipliers for them, because we can see so many differences on the amount of grain currently. So I'm expecting that we do have, I think, 1.5 and 1.7 maybe. So we'll see how this is going to play out, because Helm is now getting a bigger multiplier, and that actually could backfire with the big hole.
With the grain multiplier, actually, that extra grain already in there, this could be pretty big for New Holland.
And they're still waiting for it. They haven't gone for the picks. Of course, they will go for it now, because the grain multiplier being picked by Helm, and New Holland's going to go for it. They're going to wait for the last second. 1.7.
They've got a bigger grain multiplier, as well as having stuff already there. That is going to give them a huge advantage. And you can see now JK is trying to load on. And there goes his belt.
Nice try.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, that's
the grain multiplier. That's just gonna be, jeez.
Yeah, just saying that is what can happen when you focus on different things, like content creation on other platforms. Anyways, we can see Martin try to get another combine. That's going to be denied immediately. So 167. So I think they didn't make more than, actually like 30 points out of those bales, which they're trying to get inside with the better multiplier. So they just got 10 points each, because the New Holland just stopped their belt at the same time and put Helm down to 1.0 multiplier at the time. So yeah, Helm is still in the lead, but this somehow needs to sort out. They don't have any grain, and 1.9 versus 2.1, that is the I think those are the final multipliers as well. So the final 3.5 minutes of the game. They will give us some kind of an idea. I mean, 2 points per bale difference, about the same amount of bales. So yeah, we'll see if Helm can actually somehow come back out of this.
Yeah, the Helm are the one team that I have no doubt can turn around and press enough bales to make up that deficit. New Holland are also good at pressing bales. I mean, at this point, they have a similar number of bales. What we'll be telling will be how many bales there are in a minute's time. When we hit the 2-minute mark and then the minute mark, this is the point at which Helm just start pressing bales like mad. It's a multiplier switch. Neither team is going to go for that.
Yeah, it's going to, I mean, so small difference between the multipliers. It's not going to make much of a sense. But I think that we are currently in this very fragile situation. I mean, mistake from either side, like a small one even, it can actually decide this whole game, how it's going to go, because the teams are so close to each other with the points, with the bales. So if let's say that Cygnus will be just dropping down on the water, for example, which we saw happening on the previous game, not from him though. So that could be the deciding factor.
Even getting caught on a bridge, you know, even having the bales fly off the front.
Something like this, you mean? That can actually have an impact as well. Because
you've got to go back, you've got to go get those bales, and you end up wasting time where you'd be pressing another 2 bales to do that.
Can we call that actually unforced error? Because we were kind of like guessing it.
That is an unforced error.
So we didn't enforce it.
No, we didn't enforce that.
And just to let you know, for the viewers, the players do have noise cancellation. So they don't hear us. So we'll see what's going to happen. And let's see how Martin wants to play this. He wants to go from the safer route. I think he has Terminator on his mind every time he crosses that bridge, because he is the one who actually came with the name for that at the famous intro video during the last season. But yeah, now New Holland suddenly they have made a gap of 100 points. I mean, they have been delivering some bales, so there's nothing that special about it. And just Helm, they have a lot of bales here, as we can see. So they do have about 6 bales more than New Holland, and the final minute is actually starting up. So what I'm actually wondering here is that, yeah, Helm, they should be able to close that gap, but this could be also one of those very close games. And I wouldn't be even surprised now when I look at this, that if New Holland will be winning this one. I mean, it's completely doable.
New Holland are definitely sitting in the better position going into this last 40 seconds. There are 8 bales still there for Helm. They still can score enough points to pass this. I don't know how many bales we have there sitting there for New Holland though. 6 bales. Points are being scored and Helm have gone into the lead. And New Holland have 3 bales there. We're into the last 20 seconds. Bales, there are still 5 bales out there on the field, and you can see Tita is bringing that in.
Look at that.
And Helm have pulled away.
Yeah, and New Holland doesn't have any bales next to the belt. I mean, yes, there's going to be a small side.
How have they done that in the last seconds? And it's going.
It will be Helm. They will come back and they will get the first game. For a while, it seemed that they can't pull that off, but they did.
And that's what I'm talking about. It's the fact that they just press so many bales in the dying moments of matches that it overwhelms other teams. It's incredible.
Dying moment.
4 extra bales.
I mean, that's very, very well done. New Holland, they have 2 bales undelivered, which were actually the bales that they maybe dropped. Not sure. And if the gap was 40 points and they had 2.1 multiplier, so they would have won by 2 points.
Yeah.
They would have delivered those.
They would have.
On the second floor.
Yeah.
So that's how close it can go.
And
that is actually one of the
undelivered bales.
That's what I meant, that this is the series that I can actually expect that it will get close.
Yeah.
Maybe goes all the way to the 3rd game, if any of these matches are going to go to the 3rd game.
I would be interested to know where those bales were. Where on the field they were. Did they get them back and just didn't get them onto... Because I saw a bale fall off.
Yeah.
We got a huge thank you to LAMMA for inviting the FSL and Giant Software to this event. We are stoked to be here. I am absolutely stoked to be here, and it's fantastic to be at this event. So massive, massive thank you for them for inviting the FSL here.
Yeah, I'll be honest. This is the first time that I'm ever in an agricultural expo in the UK. So there's a lot of new stuff for me. So I mean, of course, we have had something like this in Finland as well, but probably not so big as the the UK. So very nice looking event. So huge thanks to LAMMA for us to be here as well, from behalf of the whole FSL staff and of course from Giant Software as well.
Yeah, yeah. It's been a dream of mine ever since we started doing the FSL to do an event in the UK, to be up here on this stage doing this, and so yeah.
So you're like living the dream.
I'm living the dream right now. This is pretty awesome.
This is pretty awesome. I mean, it's very nice to be here as well, and of course, I'm really happy to be here exactly with you, because then I have somebody who knows the ropes in the UK. If Terminator would be here, I mean, then he would be, lost as a person from overseas could be. So, now we can talk about quids and pounds and, all these terminologies. Which
those are the same thing, don't you?
Yeah. Do they? I know that. But anyways, so we have the second game starting, Helm versus New Holland. Once again, best of 3. The second game is going to be starting up. Helm did win the first one. And the ban phase, let's see what's going to be on the pick phase. And the pound and the quid, they're really the same thing.
The pound is, so if somebody says, lend me a quid, they mean lend me a pound.
Okay, so I don't give them a penny then, okay.
No, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, and the 99 other ones, please.
Yeah, that might actually happen with me, or maybe with Terminator, who knows.
Herbicide versus Bottleneck. So, no, we do have Helm going for Bottleneck. So, yeah, Bottleneck versus Bottleneck, very similar setup here. It's interesting when we have similar setups like this, when we go through every team and that don't pick different team perks, seeing where the disruption they have to beat their opponents is. And we see it time again, and I've said it. I think I've said this ever since season 2 of this. Is the way you beat Helm is you disrupt their game. If you just let them play and let them do what they do, they will beat you every time.
I think there should be some kind of mode that the teams wouldn't be like X-rayed, that they can actually collide, and then you could find a way to disrupt them for good. And it could be some kind of a carnage on the fields, definitely.
I think carnage is the right word.
Why do you have spikes on your tractor? Because I can punch your tires.
FSL Beyond the Thunder.
Yeah. There was this computer game back on the day where you had these cars and they had all these spikes and then you were able to destroy the others. But okay, that's a completely different matter.
I know the game.
Carmageddon or something
Carmageddon,
like that. Yeah. So could we have some kind of a collaboration like Carmageddon X farming simulator?
That game featured zombies as well.
Yeah.
There's a whole other version of farms in there.
I think that people will be happy that I'm not kind of like in kind of a creational lead on the Giant Software. Otherwise, we would have some pretty weird ideas here.
I've just had.
Okay, first bale is coming up. They're going to be trying to build that up. And Helm, let's say they're pretty far away actually from the bomb. But we can see New Holland there. They're actually even more further away. So both
JK's
teams
had to.
Yeah.
They've had to cut it because of where the combine is. They've had to cut in far away, it's slowed everything down.
Yeah.
We're heading for sort of a 135 first bale by the looks of this.
Excel running on the display. Or PowerPoint, actually.
PowerPoint.
Yeah. Okay, they're going to be
I'm
just
not sure
swinging that
Fed
in.
would be very happy
let's see if Helmut's going to succeed. Yes, they will. 131.
Oh, that's actually lower than I was expecting. That's quite a distance. I think the equipment just could not have been in the right position for them to have actually...
It's Farmageddon.
Farmageddon. Yes. Build it. Stop nicking my ideas. Oh no, he's missed.
Well, that's at least close, so he can just push that in.
Just knock it
so
in.
108,
108.
But it's still 23 points of a difference, so that's a lot.
Yeah, that's more than a bale up the top. That's not a good position for New Holland to be in at this point. We got Bale, Drop, and Herbicide as the first choices for power-ups. I don't think either team is going to go overly out of their way to pick that up, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's just 8 minutes on the clock, and it's the first set of drops, so we'll quite rarely see teams who go for this. So I guess they will just wait for it. I mean, we can see actually somebody going there.
Oh,
so
wow.
Martin was going to go for the bail drop. He was just nearby, so he thought that it's going to be
Grabbing a bail.
Who knows? I mean, that's a preparation for the later stage of the game.
And Tita is not going to go for it. So he is just going to let that expire.
Yeah. So now, let's see. I mean, this is the second game in this series when we see the same perks being used against each other, actually. So, and it's been a while since we actually have seen this happening. I mean, we have seen Big Ho versus Big Ho. We have seen Unstoppable versus Unstoppable. Not actually today, but anyways, okay.
Helm already have more grain in their auger than New Holland do, by the looks of things. And they're closer to their sell point as well.
Okay. I mean, the grain is fine for the time being. So now once again, it's all about the next drops. What's going to come down?
Yeah.
Is that going to be disruptive? In a way, I would hope to not see silo closed or grain multiplier, because we have seen them so many times today. Otherwise, it will become the new norm.
Well,
and I would really love to see that we have more traditional.
What do we have otherwise at this point? I mean, both
delivering.
But direct delivery. Nobody picked direct delivery up at that point.
No, I mean delivering grain.
Oh, they're delivering grain. No one will pick direct delivery up at that point. They might pick bail multiplier up at that point, but we've seen that used really effectively today as well. So yeah, I'm not exactly sure what would be a really disruptive power up to appear in at that point that isn't one of those.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, it doesn't have to be. I'll be glad to see that one game would play just the normal way without disruptions as well. Of course, and in a way, you said that Helm needs to be disrupted in a way. I'm not thinking about that. I would just love to see whatever game. I don't care about the teams in this case. That way we have the usual execution instead of the all like, okay, we're gonna play with the grain multipliers. Would be a nice change. That's what I'm saying. So let's see. We have the drops coming in. What do we have here? 5.5 minutes, well, less than that actually. So just a matter of seconds, we're gonna be seeing the drops. And it's going to be bridges lowered, and the other one I didn't even see, but probably not going to be so
I was going to say,
disruptive.
if bridges lowered was the one that was picked up, you can bet that the other one was not that disruptive.
I think there was like a free quid available, and he just went to run it immediately to get it. So yeah, so nothing disruptive. And now we do have the setups. Helm did have about 60k of grain, if I didn't see completely wrong. Bridges lowered going to be picked by both of the teams. So that's going to be the same. And somehow, to me, this seems that Helm actually might have a bigger multiplier in the end. They haven't poured down all of the grain, but it's going to be pretty close. So in the end, it might not be having any kind of an impact, to be honest, at this point. So let's wait and see what's going to happen when they put that 36k of grain. And that definitely should give them an advantage, actually, on the multiplier, unless, of course, New Holland, they still have something as well. So it's not going to be that straightforward, not so black and white.
No, not at all. It's the already, though, I'm looking at this now and going, how have Helm got 5 more bales than New Holland have at this stage?
They have been pressing them.
Well, obviously they've been pressing them, but they've been pressing them at such a rate faster than New Holland to have nearly twice as many bales.
Yeah.
That's that is an impressive rate of pressing.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
God. Fantastic. JK heading out to go and pick up some more bales, having dropped off his latest load, and just getting all these bales in. Oh, we got that is on the side of that. We've seen issues with that before, where that bale that's on the left-hand side there he might have trouble unloading that. And now things have evened up.
Yeah, completely the same. 2.0 for both of the teams. So, and all the grain has been delivered. So it's pretty even. I mean, yeah, some small differences on the bale counts and on the points. Tito's going to go back on the water. We're going to try to find a faster way of getting on the certain parts of the field. Martin, on the other hand, is going to be trying to.
Well, so
Was there a combo coming in?
No, that's what I was talking about. So the way that bale was on the side, you can't unload it. So the only way teams can get rid of that bale is take it to the bottom and drop it in the bottom one and have it disappear off the vaults.
Yeah. Bottom boost, and this is actually huge. Helm actually having 19 bales in stock. So if they will get the bottom boost, that actually would be a pretty huge one. But it seems that the New Holland is going to be going for it. So, and they should be making it as well. But the amount of bales is huge on Helm's side.
Again,
I mean, 2 minutes to go and you have 20 bales to deliver.
30 seconds ago. Wow. Bottom boost for New Holland. New Holland's just
that's going to
throwing every bale they can into the bottom.
But can they utilize it like enough? Because I mean, yes, Tita can get these points, but I think that we don't have any other movement here.
No,
he would have had the time to put them on the belt as well. So
this is going to even things up, but leave New Holland with no bales.
Yeah. And at the same time, we have Helm coming up. That's going to be 60 points more, and they are just 5 points away. But they're also 10 bales away.
Yeah,
about
they
10.
Don't have the bales.
And now Helm is just, okay, we're just going to start putting these on the belt. And suddenly,
we've got a minute and 26.
The sneaky moment when suddenly Helm is just building the gap.
Now watch as Helm score just go skyrockets away from New Holland. And already they're over 50 points ahead.
Yeah. I mean, this is the silent moment. There's like nothing special happening, but we'll just see that the points are starting to add up as they are just silently executing. The director on the back room is just they're just chilling, doing the normal stuff, putting some bales. There's no mistakes, nothing super happening. So that's when they just suddenly increase the amount of points. And 45 seconds to go. New Holland, let's see, 9 bales, so they do have some way of getting them. But
they can't drop bales off like that.
It's going to be a problem because, I mean, they don't have the bales, they don't have the time, and somehow they would need to shove in 3 or 4 bales more than Helm. But we know how efficient Helm always is. I mean, they're just always getting the work done, more or less, unless JK is dancing. And it's so complicated to beat them on this game.
It's nearly 100 points difference now.
Yeah.
And, there is nothing there that they have to respond to that with. And Tita cannot get up on that belt. He doesn't have the time. Bales are dropping at the side. It is going to go Helm's way. Helm are going to take this match 2-0. And we have another straight victory.
Yeah, 2-0. So Helm, they will keep their place on the upper bracket. It means that also New Holland's going to be dropping on the lower bracket at the same time as well. And let's see if I do have any updates. Not for the time being. Actually, I do. So let's see. So, yeah, New Holland's going to drop down. They should be facing off with the Power Team Esports, maybe. We'll see. I think the winner of the we're going to talk about that later. Let's not go too far away.
Yeah.
But I think that it's going to be the winner from the Power Team Esports and Trellborg Tires, and then it's going to be New Holland going to be facing them maybe at the later stage.
Yes.
But we're going to talk about that later. So and it's actually that's going to be happening later. So let's not worry about that at all. But Helm will claim the second victory today. So they won the first game, they won the second game. They will still keep the place on the upper bracket, and that actually means that on the next game we should have Power Team Esports versus Trellborg Tires. That's going to be the next series what we're going to be seeing. And once again, it's going to be best of 3s. And finally, Power Team Esports, who got the default victory from the first round, they will actually get some action and they can actually play versus somebody.
Fantastic. We will we will see how they go through. See if Power Team Esports have what it takes to beat Trellborg.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, of course. I mean,
And
Power Team
Trellborg,
Esports. I mean, Trellborg. They have done their job so far, kept themselves on the upper bracket,
and
but
they've been impressive. You
yeah.
know, it's they played really, really well.
Yeah, they played well, and we haven't seen Power Team Esports how they are handling this one, so we don't know what to expect from the next match. So honestly, I mean, anything can happen, of course, and the team who's going to win that one's going to keep their place on the upper bracket, the team's going to be losing, going to drop on the lower bracket, so this is not going to be either any of the elimination matches or anything like that, so all the teams are still going to be keeping their place, but later today, we're going to be getting there as well. That's going to happen slightly later, but not on the next game. That's going to be match number 6, and then matches 7 and 8 actually will be matches from the lower bracket, which means that somebody will be getting their return ticket back to home.
Yep, we will see our first teams go out at that point. But first, we're going to take a 3-minute break, so don't go anywhere. We will be right back with you. Hello and welcome back to the FSL Live from LAMMA 2024. We've had 4 really cracking matches today so far. We have just seen a New Holland dropped into the lower bracket. And next up we've got Power Team Esports versus Trellborg. What do you think of today's matches so far, Matty?
I have enjoyed, definitely as always. Two zeros all of the series so far though. So I wouldn't mind having some of the matches to go all the way to the third one. We have had some close ones. What I really liked was a new Holland on the first game, because that's when we saw a very clever and very dynamic gameplay. So I really would like to see something like that happening more. But we'll see. I mean, now we have Power Team Esports. We haven't seen them to play. Trellborg. I think this is an interesting match, to be honest. We don't know how the, let's say, what is the shift in the balance between the teams, in a way. So I really want to see how this goes, because it kind of gives us tone. I mean, Trellborg Tires, yes, surviving from the first game. We'll see how the Power Team Esports going to be doing it. And as we haven't seen them to play, I'm very eager to see how they will play.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going into the game now, and we're going to pick and ban pace. So, Power Team Esports versus Trellborg, our 6th match of the day. 5th match that's actually been played, as we've been missing a team. First up, we have Power Team Esports choosing their first ban, and they have chosen to ban the Manitou telehandler. A very regular banned piece of equipment, that one. The Deutz, oh no, they've got the Fent 724 Vario has been banned by Trellborg.
Maybe it's becoming a thing. I mean, now Trellborg Tires, they did the toss as well. I mean, okay, we need to give it a new name, I know, but they still did it. So maybe Power Team Esports, yeah, it's Trellborg, let's ban it.
Deutz Far has been banned next.
Yeah.
And finally, the New Holland telehandler to take both telehandlers out of the game.
I mean, we have the toss, we have the hurdle, so the first thing when you said Deutz Far was my mind was if Deutz Far would be a team and if they would do the toss, what would be the name for that toss? Because it needs to start with D.
Dump, the Deutz Far dump.
Dump
the
or duck.
No, the Deutz Far dunk.
Dunk, yeah. Okay. Let's see if we have a team at some point from them, then we'll see if that's going to be a thing. Anyways, the perks have been decided, so we do have a big haul once again on the Power Team Esports side. And let's see on the player perks. Yeah, this is pretty standard once again. So nothing that special here happening. But I want to see the performance of the team. So of course that is the deciding factor. And by the way, for Power Team Esports, we have Obelix, Valo, and El Papito. While playing for them, of course, Trellborg at Loiko, Hayden, and Talk.
We had a last-minute switch there, but no, Obelix, has gone for the bigger case tractor. But we've got 2 front loaders with Power Team Esports and a single front loader and 2 large tractors for Trellborg. So very different strategies, both teams going into here. Power Team Esports can get more bales back at once.
Yeah. Oh, this is bright. Somebody has been adjusting the gamma settings, I think, a little bit. But, you know, you have sunglasses usually on the tractor. You can just take them from the windshield or something.
And Hayden versus... and it's gone. It's gone to Obelisk. He's managed to claim the New Holland baler out from under Hayden. And El Papito has got the ideal combine. And Trellborg in a very strong position as they have both of those class combines. So it's as a consolation prize, that ideal is not bad. It's not a huge amount of difference inside size of its grain tank. Its biggest issue compared to the class is the size of its cutter. It's got a much smaller header on it, and as a result, you have to travel a lot further to get the same amount of grain and the same amount of straw out the back.
Yeah, Obelisk is going to be making a toss, and it's going to be 136. So the first bale will go for Power Team Esports, and the Hayden's going to be now crossing the safer route. And let's see if there's going to be a toss. I think it's going to be actually a reverse. Yes. Yeah, it seems to be the safer way, safer route. Safer delivery, 121, gap of 15 points, which is completely fine. Less than a bale.
Less than a bale in the top of the barn. You can make that up without too much difficulty if you're careful.
And actually, when it comes to the bales, I mean, it's not that long ago when we did have some kind of a calculations about what is the actual cost of one bale, like in real money. So maybe later today, like after the broadcast, we'll see if we can pay with bales to get a drink.
I'm sure there's somebody here who'll be able to
about
tell
the
me the
same.
price of a bale.
Yeah, I mean, one Coca-Cola, for example, with a bale. Maybe that's doable. We'll see.
We do have stuff that just goes nowhere quite often.
No, I mean, if we can pay with a bale,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that JK can just get a drink by dancing.
You know what? Quite possibly.
I'll actually pay that.
Yeah. He reckons getting a drink
Okay.
by dancing.
So we have a deal with JK. He's nodding in front of me just for everybody to know that he's going to dance in the evening, and I will buy.
Tack is going around the field, cutting near to the bridges, and the teams like to cut at this point because, of course, this is the shortest distance to get a bale back to their barn. Means that they can go out there and they can get more bales in more quickly.
Anyways, let's see what the time tells us. We do have some, I mean, both teams are approaching the silo, as we can see. So Power Teams was slightly ahead, and Trellborg's got to trail that one. So Trellborg now 15 points behind, so that is something that they need to recover. But it's not like the biggest deal. The grain counts are better for Trellborg, so let's see if there's nothing disruptive. They should be at least able to start the unloading earlier, but actually Power Team's going to be... well, like expecting that, it clearly seems, because they are doing it for already now, and they will get the multiplier for themselves. We'll see how this is going to play down for Trellborg, and I don't know if that's a mistake or not. I mean, putting 2.7 multiplier already before knowing what's going to be on the drops.
It's a bit of a risk. It's a little bit of a Helm out, because you put it out there and you hope the grain multiplier doesn't turn up, or you go out there and you get as much grain in as you can to actually counter if it does. They have the big haul, so they have that multiplier when they're unloading. So yeah, it might pay off for them. If grain multiplier doesn't appear, it will almost certainly pay off for them. I love that JK does not know what he's agreed to. So we could tell him anything at this point.
Yeah. I mean, that's good. I mean,
just don't tell
he
anybody.
agreed on the chat already, so we don't have to discuss it anymore. We have proof, and he can actually check it from the vote, if nothing else. So he knows then that's something. Okay, let's go back to the game. 136 on 21, so nothing really has changed. I want to see what's going to happen here. We have the drops coming in, so we should be seeing them any second now, how they are. And silo closed will be there, and that is an interesting one, because now Trellborg, if they will definitely go for it, and Power Team Esports actually have more grain and more available as well.
And Power Team Esports need to get over there and close that silo now. Their entire advantage is disappearing for every moment they don't close it, and there we go. That is the point at which they need to be scoring bales now. They have a whopping advantage of, well, I say whopping, it's got down to 2.2, which is still 4 points per bale. They need to score on it now. They need to get bales in there, and they need to scoring on it, because the moment that silo unlocks in 70 seconds, they are gonna they are gonna lose that advantage.
How much grain does actually Trellborg still have? Do they have all of it? No? Yes? Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah,
no,
they do.
Yeah, they do. They have a ton of it there.
Yeah,
they've got nearly 6,000 litres left. Oh, we have I think we might have an issue.
Yeah, we'll see. Let's wait for it. Meanwhile, we can see that technical break is going to be coming up. So, interesting situation to have this happening on the middle of when the silos are closed. I can feel that the tension is building up here a little bit.
They need to score points. They need to get in there, score points while they can with their advantage, because by the time this all evens out, it's going to be around about 2.0.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I think we're going to resume pretty soon. And there we go, 5 and so on. Seconds, they got to count down. And we can see LP Palpito having a bit of issue still with the tractor.
He's stuck in the wall.
Yeah, stuck in the wall. So let's see what's going to happen here. And let's see what's going to happen here. Meanwhile, anyways, we can just wait and see how it's going to go on from here. And the guys are trying to sort that out. Meanwhile, as Hayden going to be crossing that bridge, go away from the barn area 3.5.
Yeah.
Okay, 3:45
Right.
remaining. And let's see, do we have another technical break? Yes,
Yeah.
we do. So something is going on. I mean, otherwise, I mean, you wouldn't ruin a perfectly fine tractor by smashing it on the
at
wall.
all.
Unless, of course, you have a lot of money.
Getting it stuck in and not get able to go.
And maybe, I mean, maybe content creators could do something like that, you know.
What, stick tractors?
I mean, have it, if you go YouTube and you watch these rich kids from the States, they buy a Ferrari and then they smack it on the wall and then they get a lot of views.
Yeah.
So could you do the same on the farming? Okay, not farming simulator,
on
but farming, yeah.
Farming.
I
I think there's a health and safety issue there. I don't really want to approach.
But if you, I mean, we had the FarmCon and we saw all these great tractors once again.
Yeah.
At this time at the Deutschfahr factory, and they had this GPS tracking follow mode.
Yeah.
So what if you do that, the track
into a wall,
and then you build
and
a
then
concrete
you build
wall.
a concrete.
So then it's not going to be a safety hazard anymore. I mean, it was such a nice day.
And get the very, very expensive tractor to drive into a wall.
I mean, you remember we had the factory tour at
Yeah.
Deutschfahr,
Yeah.
and you saw how family-oriented there was. So nice factory, you know, everybody was so friendly, and they saw all the faces how they built the tractor.
Yes.
And the process took like weeks.
Yes. And then you
then you just put it on the wall. Like I would feel so bad about it. So.
Where are you coming from with this?
I mean, it was them.
It was
It was them. The players, they were smacking on the wall. But that was a virtual one.
That was a virtual one.
Yeah,
I've done that.
Yeah, I know. You're pretty virtual.
I'm very virtual.
Virtual farmer.
There's a reason they call me virtual farmer.
I
Mainly
can
because I
understand.
chose it. But
I can understand virtual farmer. I mean, that's pretty much what we do on simulator racing. But then virtual cop, I mean, I know what's the origin of that name, but in a way it hints that, you know, he's like arresting farmers on the fields.
Yes.
Oh, you have 1 kilo too much grain on your
Where is
trailer.
it? I can't. I'm just trying to see if I can see him out there in the thing.
Yeah, he's somewhere over
He's
there
somewhere
for
around
sure.
there.
I mean, I can see DJ Goham from here, and he's
he?
usually not that far away from him.
No.
You know.
Fairly close. I'm keeping an eye. Actually, my brother is due to turn up here at some point today at LAMMA.
Okay.
Which would be quite cool.
Is he virtual something as well?
He's Reaver.
Okay.
But he's we'll see if he appears at some point. We are just seeing if we can extract this tractor from.
Yeah.
From
I mean,
a wall
luckily
at
the
the
game
moment.
hasn't continued yet.
No.
So we have the technical breaks still going on. They're trying to figure out the issue. I can see that they are restarting in a matter of seconds, actually.
Yeah.
So we should be getting back to the action, and there we can see Hayden back on the view, and hopefully we don't have the tractor anymore banging on the concrete wall. Not the real one, not the virtual one, or cars running on the fields either.
He is free to go stacking.
Free to stack.
Free to stack. And here we go. We are the silos are unlocked, and Power Team Esports is matching Trellborg with their remaining grain. But Trellborg have so much grain left. This is just going to even up now. We're at 1.8. Oh, there is still some grain.
Yeah, but no matter what, I mean, what just happened, still Trellborg lost some time.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, even though we had a technical break, but they still lost some time. The tractor was banging against the wall. The multiplier switch would be interesting, but the Trellborg still has the grain. So now Power Team Esports 2.2. Trellborg can do something about it, definitely.
Oh.
And okay, 2.5 minutes to go. 60 points of a difference. So Power Team Esports now with some points being delivered. And let's see how this is going to go from here. But kind of like the flow of things is a little bit unclear now, as we had this like a short break. So let's see how the teams are going to continue from here. But Power Team Esports, I mean, they have the lead, they have the bales. Also, Trellborg has a lot of bales, and now the multipliers are actually completely even, 2.0.
Here we go. I was wondering why Trellborg hadn't delivered their remaining grain, and now they are, and they've got a 2.1 multiplier, 2.2 multiplier. This is looking bad for Power Team Esports now. We've got a big advantage. Yeah, 6 points per bale advantage for Trellborg now. That is going to be harsh coming into the last minute and a half of this. And Trellborg needs to get those bales delivered. Power Team Esports have bales coming in. Not a huge amount. They need to be getting them in as well. And yeah, look at that.
And I just got to comment one thing more about the Deutsch Fast stuff.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of discussion on the chat about the Deutsch Fast song, and it's also on Spotify, actually. The whole record is actually on Spotify. I just found it from there. So you can just go and find it, the Deutsch Fast song. And that's all I'm going to say about it, just for the curious viewers. Anyways, 1 minute to go. Trellborg still in the lead now. I mean, okay, not still in the lead. They actually have reclaimed the lead. But only 40 points between them. They're actually completely tied with the bales. And now the gap is just 7 points with the almost same multipliers as well. Like at 2.3, also Trellborg has been unloading the rest of it. But this is going to be getting close. I mean, now it's down to the efficiency. Of course, the multiplier in a way tells the story for Trellborg's side of things. But the second bale is a little bit on the side. Let's see if that's going to go. And sometimes they can actually block something out as well. 30 seconds to go. Trellborg claiming the lead with 60 points now. And they do have the advantage on the multiplier as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if, if things just go normally for them. Yeah. They should be able to have this on their pocket. We don't see Power Team Esports actually getting any bales up. They're trying to climb up all the way they can. We can see it from the extra 10 seconds to go. But the gap is 130 points already. It's going to be game over, lights out, and Trellborg will take the first game for sure. Just a couple seconds to go, and the confirmation will be there. Trellborg will take it easily.
Yeah, 130 odd points in there. That multiplier absolutely told the story of that. A six times multiplier is pretty much insurmountable. And yeah, and when you put in more bales as well, 5 extra bales delivered, that's going to happen. It's going to be a wide margin between the two teams.
Yeah, even if they would have delivered, 7 undelivered bales, and they had a 1.7 multiplier, if I remember correctly. So it would have been awfully close, to be honest.
But you can't get the bales in, and there's no point in those bales sitting on the field not scoring points.
It would have been 119 points, and I don't think it would have been enough. The gap was just slightly more.
It was about 130 odd points, so yeah.
So even if they would have delivered all the bales available with that multiplier, it wouldn't have been enough. So it wasn't just about the efficiency, it was also about the strategy. Of course, the stock tractor.
And the first bale.
Yeah.
You deliver those 7 bales and get the first bale points even, and it would have been, and they'd won. But that's the thing. That's a lot of ifs and buts and a lot of things that need to fall very differently in order for a win to come there.
And of course, they had the stock tractor as well. Yeah. So we had the technical break as well. We should be heading towards the next game of the series pretty soon. And then we will know what's going to happen with the series. Will this be another 2-0, or will this be actually the first series that's going to go all the way to 3 matches on this best of 3? So let's wait and see how this will play. But we're going to be still waiting for the start of the game. 10 seconds to go.
And we'll enter the next game. This is one that Power Team Esports has to win, or they will be going into the lower bracket. And whoever goes through from this gets to face Helm.
Yeah, that's. Is that a good thing? I mean, okay, maybe it's a better thing to face them. I mean, of course you have a chance, but Helm is pretty powerful. And then, of course, you drop on the lower bracket if you play versus Helm on the later stage, and then you'll be at the later stage on the lower bracket as well. So we'll just wait and see. Anyways, the bans are coming in. Not really expecting much of differences. We can see that New Holland actually will be banned by Trellborg, and then the power teams are going to just take the telehandlers. No, actually not.
No,
actually not.
No, we've got no telehandlers banned at the moment. So unless each team bans a telehandler themselves, which is not happening, the Axion has been banned.
Interesting. So Trellborg might be able to actually, work on their. We'll find a name for it.
Definitely some interesting choices.
Yeah, let's see.
And we got Unstoppable versus Bottleneck as well.
Okay, so Bottleneck versus Unstoppable, and then the telehandlers are into play. And when it comes to the unstoppable, I mean, it might be needed. Who knows? And actually, we can see the Loiko.
Yes,
New
we got
Holland.
New Holland telehandler. So that's a bit bigger than the Manitou. So bigger reach on that, which is why that tends to get picked if it's free.
I saw what you did there.
Yeah.
Okay, this will be interesting. So we do have a telehandler in play from Trellborg, so who knows, that will, or it shall be used on some level, definitely. And we'll see what's going to happen with it. But they do have the unstoppable at the same time on their side as well. So in, you know, the utilization of that telehandler is going to be something else.
We've got an ideal combine up on the right-hand side. There is no class combine on this.
Yeah, let's see. The first bale, so Heinen's going to be heading towards the pods. Loiko's going to do the same. We don't see any challenges for now. Obelix coming back to pick the massive Ferguson baler. We'll be just reversing that in. It's going to snap right on. And that is actually a very clean pickup. Let's see when they will start, pressing the bale actually. But this is looking good actually for Trellborg because Loiko is going to be so close as well. And if they will just, build it from there, they do have a chance of a 140-something point for first bale. To me, it looks like that, to be honest. So we'll just have to wait and see. Hayden will get another baler. That's going to take a little bit longer, but of course he's not going to be responsible from the first bale, but that kind of like hints that he wants to maybe go and do some bales at the start, not just the one that's going to go for the first bale. Let's see, Obelix already carrying the bale. What is the situation for Trellborg at the same time? We don't see them on the pictures. Hayden actually pretty far away. So something definitely went differently. So this is not going to be a great first bale for either of the teams, as Obelix which has this very long way to go. The bridge is not going to be racing up as we speak. But this is going to be a 120-something first bale for Obelix, and that is 126. So that is surprising because we didn't see any kind of a mistakes or anything like that. So there was just, bad placement for the utilities, and Hayden is going to even reverse that. It's going to be like a less than 110, no, 115. So reasonable gap.
Yeah, it's 11 points. So a bale up the top, an extra bale up the top, that will even that up quite nicely for them. So it shouldn't be too insurmountable. Direct delivery and bridges raised. I am very happy actually to see more teams using direct delivery now. It's a perk that comes up fairly often in these early stages that the teams just ignore. And I think it actually can be quite powerful if used properly.
Yeah, it was pretty fast, to be honest. I mean, it came right next to the player as well, so it didn't cost a lot of time to go to actually pick that up, so he was right next to it. And I just love to see when these farmers are just, jumping to the water and they're climbing these concrete walls like faster than, a Navy SEAL.
Nice bit of parkour in farms.
Yeah. I guess they have a lot of practice at the real farms. I haven't seen that happening on Jeremy's farm, though, or Clarkson's farm. He's not doing a lot of parkour there. But yeah, I would love to do it. I would to see it, not to do it.
My kid, my son especially, loves the idea of doing parkour.
Yeah.
If he jumps over anything, that's parkour.
Yeah, I know. My sons actually went to parkour practice for 2 years.
Oh wow!
They actually did have it as a hobby. It's fun for the kids, but then, let's say as a parent. The amount of pants that I bought during just 1 month was a pretty big one, to be honest, because, your knees were always broken and, shoes were gone in a couple of weeks as you did a parkour. But that's a different discussion.
Obelix dropping off his auger wagon at the sell point, ready to unload, and Hayden is fairly far behind. There's a definite delay to Trellborg's start here. They're not quite as on the ball as they were last game.
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, not going to say that it's that early, but we haven't seen any big, moves happening.
No.
So we'll see which direction this is going to be shifting out. But yeah, and the point difference is just so small. I mean, we haven't had any game which has been like closing with the gap of less than 30 points or something like that. So let's wait and see. But I mean, Trellborg, they had the grain. That's what we can see. They don't have the bales. I think Power Team Esports, they have a couple of bales, but maybe not that much of a grain on the other side. So we'll just have to wait and see. 5.5. We should be getting those drops pretty soon as well. So then we'll see what kind of perks they're going to be spawning and what's going to happen next. Like what is the direction where the teams are going to be going. And there we can see that the drops have been spawning, bridges lowered, and bale multiplier. And now is the time to do something with the bale multiplier. And Power Team Esports with 6 bales currently, they are in a perfect position to utilize it actually.
They are, and that's the thing. They need to go and grab that as soon as they've got this dropped off. They need to grab that and get themselves scoring points with it. In fact, Hayden is driving past at the moment, isn't looking to actually pick that up. There was a question in the chat as to whether the teams bring their own keyboard and mice, and no, the mice, the keyboard and mice are all provided for them. Otherwise, we'd be forever switching out peripherals as we change over.
Installing drivers.
Setup, yeah, and yeah. Much easier just to have standard equipment here for all the teams. Hayden is waiting till the last second, and I think, I know both teams have got bale multiplier. So Loiku will now go and grab bales and score them. They still have a 2.4 multiplier, Trellborg. So this is going to be a huge amount of points for them, especially if they can do a Trellborg toss. If they can get those bales up there, they will score well from this.
Yeah, and of course when it comes to the keyboard and mouse, by the way, I mean it's the same teams who are playing from tournament to another, so they're pretty used to these, I would say, currently. I mean, if it would be an FPS title or something like that, I would understand that. Yeah, it makes a bigger difference, but this is a little bit different. And yeah, it has been actually running pretty smoothly because they have some settings which they move or change or something like that, but nothing that special when it comes to the FPS titles. Actually, how it's done, that they have their own images which they're restoring when a different player comes in, so they will make like a preloaded images about the settings and the drivers and everything. But okay, that's a completely different topic. Let's not go there at all. 207 points for Power Team Esports, and the gap is 82 points for them, so they did utilize the multiplier slightly.
Loiko is going to try and squeeze out one last multiplier, and it's in the top. 36 points of bale.
Yeah.
108 points.
Yep. That's a good one.
That's a huge amount, and that's immediately put Trellborg into the lead as well. Absolutely fantastic play there from them.
Yeah, bale points coming in for Trellborg as well, so they're going to extend the lead by another 20 points, or 21 points actually. So that's not 20 points actually at the time as it was spawning. And meanwhile, Power Team Esports a little bit late with the deliveries, but those couple bales are going to be doing something for them definitely. So they will get a couple points more, and they will close the gap to like 30 points or something when they will have the second bale coming in as well. Let's wait for that. But yeah, I mean, Power Team Esports in a way trying to catch up on Trellborg. And Trellborg, they won the first one, so this is definitely the game to win. Now the gap is just 4 points anymore, as there's going to be a couple of bales that's going to be scored by Power Team Esports. Of course, grain is not going to be delivered anymore, so these are the final multipliers as well. And 12 bales for Power Team Esports. So I mean, maybe it's just me, but what I would say is that now is the time to start thinking about delivering them instead of focusing on getting any more, because it's less than 2 minutes, and otherwise you're going to run into troubles. They have a pretty slow belt as well, which is going to be definitely a problem if they will wait all the way till the end.
And Loiku getting some bales on there now. In fact, Power Team Esports do not have any bales at their barn. And Trellborg are scoring with bales at their barn. Look at so Obelix just lost a bale off the front. He's not worrying about it. He's just continuing on. But, Trellborg are continually bringing bales in at the moment. Whereas Power Team Esports do not have the bales coming in.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that. Okay, now they do have
Now
some
they
bales
do.
around it, and there's going to be what's happening with there? He's going to be dropping them out on the field already.
Dropping them out on the field to try and get stuff on the belt and then get straight back out. With a minute left, he'll leave that to the stacker to go and grab.
It's got to be running awfully close. I mean, I like what I see here. Trellborg is actually having a pretty organized setup, getting those bales on the fork and just lifting them on the belt. Going to be scoring a nice amount of points, 21 points from each bale as well. And Power Team Esports there, it started to get there, but only 35 seconds to go. So it's too late to organize now because it's all gone.
There's 100 points
so that's
between
what I'm worried
them.
about.
There's not enough bales coming in to close that gap. In fact, that gap is widening. Trellborg Tyres is now pulling away from Power Team Esports.
Yeah, and the speed of the belt is a problem as well. I mean, they are just so slow when it comes in. So even if they would put all the bales now on the belt, they're not going to be any more making it inside, and that's a problem. And so yeah, Trellborg, they definitely have this on their pocket. The gap is going to be about 100 points.
Final toss.
Okay, 80 points. And in the end, it's going to be Trellborg who's going to take the series 2-0, and they will be, of course, keeping their place here on the upper bracket. So they're going to be, of course, facing Helm on the next game. And at the same time, we do have, of course, a team, Power Team Esports, who's going to be dropping down on the lower bracket. And yes, Trellborg Tires going to be keeping their place on the higher bracket. So that is the situation.
They will, they will be heading into the quarter-final lower bracket.
And then interestingly, we have finished the second round from the upper bracket, which means that we should be now heading on the lower bracket matches for the first time today. And the first one is actually Lindner versus Valtra.
That's a good match.
That's a good match, but the loser's going to be dropping out.
Yeah, first team going out next.
Yeah, that's an elimination.
Match.
And the winner's going to be then facing a Power Team Esports. So we do have 2 teams from the top 4.
Yeah.
And that is a scary one. So this is going to be a big game. One team from the top 4 of the current season is actually going to drop from this tournament.
One team from the top 3, because of course Lindner is second and Valtra is third. So yeah, one of the top 3 teams is going to drop out next match.
That's going to be huge.
Okay,
so the next game is something you want to see. Before that, we do have a break of about 10 seconds. So we'll be back here in, 10 seconds, we're going to go for a break. And about, 3 and something minutes, we're going to be on the break. Alex is already worried. We'll see you guys soon. And welcome back. We still have some games remaining for today. So we have done actually 6 matches in total. I mean, 1 was forfeited, and we still have 3 matches to show for today. And then, of course, we have the grand final for tomorrow. But that is the plan, more or less. So that means that we do have maybe, 1.5, 2 hours of farming simulator content still. Of course, pending how far they will go. Is it going to be just 2 zeros or 2 1s, or do we have remakes, technical issues, whatever? But that's the plan. So that is the information for all of you guys here at the venue, and also for all the viewers there on the stream as well.
Yes, absolutely. And we got a cracker for a match next. We are back with Lindner and Valtra, the second and third team in the current standings. Both teams playing really well at the moment, and one of them is about to go home.
That is true. I mean, yeah. So exactly, first game from the lower bracket. So we saw the first and the second rounds from the first. From the upper bracket, and now we do have the lower bracket. So lower bracket means that of course, the teams who are going to lose the match is going to be dropping out of the tournament. And of course, you can actually find the full bracket from the social media. So if you haven't seen them, you can go and have a look. Actually, the tournament format and everything, you can find it from our social media channels, from X, not from Twitter, but from X. Of course, on Instagram and so on as well. So go and have a look. I think it's a Facebook post as well.
And in fact, if you want to learn anything more about the FSL, FSL.giants-software.com is where you'll find all the information, including the upcoming tournaments as well.
But anyways, I mean, now here we are at the LAMMA, which is a very nice event. So once again, huge thanks to LAMMA for inviting us to be here to have LAMMA as part of our FSL esports circuit on this season 5. It's the first event in the UK, and the atmosphere is just lovely. It
is so wonderful to see so many farm sim fans here. We are really grateful for LAMMA inviting us to be here, and it's just a fantastic venue to be doing this from here at the NEC.
There was something that I actually picked from the chat a little bit earlier during the last game, that somebody said that we might have a class combined here somewhere.
Yes.
And I heard that it's huge. We spoke about the sizes. I mean, sizes of the tractors.
No, I don't think there is one here.
Okay.
I'll talk to you about that later. But yeah, I don't think there is one here.
Can we find some reasons. Combine from
there
here?
There must be a big combine here.
We could try to have a challenge, actually.
Covenant and Vicon next to us. I mean, some nice big sprayers.
What I'm going to do after
spreaders and things.
The broadcast, I'm going to go through all the whole venue, and I will find the biggest thing I can.
The biggest piece of equipment you can.
Yeah, and then we'll see how big it actually is.
Yes, but no, it is a pleasure to be here at LAMMA. It is a fantastic event. We are very honoured to have been invited, and I'm absolutely loving my time here.
Yeah,
it's brilliant.
Fun. Today and tomorrow as well, so we'll be here for 2 days. Anyways, we do have the game starting. So yes, we spoke about the series a little bit, Lindner versus Valtra, and just remember that the team who's going to lose this game is going to be dropping out of the tournament immediately after this series, so there's no coming back anymore. So they have their backs against the wall, and I mean, if I'm honest, I mean, Lindner, they played well. I mean, they played Helm on the first game. So, you know, it's not the easiest opponent. They played the multiple time champion winner of tournaments and seasons. So I guess the greatest team on the FSL history, to be honest. I mean, when we talk about these guys playing together. And of course, you know, they have a guy who's also doing some TikTok and so on, and dancing and everything. So that's going to be, of course, a plus. But then Valtra on the other side, on their first game, they did feel quite shaky, to be honest. They didn't show that kind of promise. They were not that stable. They made mistakes. So I'm slightly worried for them, to be honest.
Lindner are the stronger team going into this match. And we're going through the banning phase at the moment. We've got a very, I was about to say we've got a very normal banning stage. We don't. We've got 2 front loader tractors banned, and the Manitou is still open.
Yeah, this will be interesting to see bottleneck versus bottleneck as well as a team perk. So that is something as well. So yeah, it will be interesting to see. So yeah, we have 1 telehandler actually available. 1 is going to be banned, and then we'll see how it's going to run out. But for sure, I mean, and when we spoke about the kind of like the balance of power between the teams, yes, we said that, okay, and I said it, Alex confirmed it, that Lindner is the stronger team currently. So in a way, the odds are on that side. But if somebody would have told me that last season, Valtra was stronger than Lindner, I think if you ask from me last season. So, you know, this is how it can go. And I mean, there's no reason how I mean, Valtra, they have been, they didn't have the greatest first game, but they still got it on them. So I want to see how that's going to play out in the end.
I don't get these picks. There's a telehandler open, neither team's gone for it. Both teams have gone for identical team perks, identical equipment picks.
But in a way, I understand it, because, I mean, I understand if you play with Unstoppable, for example, or the other team plays with the Unstoppable, because then kind of like the probability of having a belt actually being stopped on the other side is bigger. So then I understand it. Of course, now it can happen still, because neither of them has it. But maybe it's, you know, maybe it's just not fitting the style of these teams. I mean, they don't have a Trellborg or Helm on the name of the team, so that's maybe a bit of a thing here, because they don't have a name for the whatever stunt they're gonna pull that off.
And here we go. Valtra have got their combine in there. This is a fairly slow start for both teams, interestingly enough. Lennox is getting in there. They're heading for their first bale. They've got to press that fairly quick. Oh, actually, it's not that slow. That's a 921. That's really good.
Yeah, they're close and they're nearby. And let's see how nearby they actually are.
That's really good.
Yeah, it is nearby. So this could be a 140 something. Let's see if we get a closer look. 100 and I would say like a 140. No! Don't get stuck on now! What is this? Come on! And the bridge is going to be coming down as well, but it's still going to be better than the Lindner's one. That's what I'm expecting. But no 140 anymore. It's going to be 133 maybe. No, he's going to reverse that in. It's going to be less than that actually. 129.
To be a really good first bale. And the second bale is, and he had 2 bales in there.
Yeah, it would have been
2 bales in there as well.
It would have been 141 or something like that. But anyways, they still won the first bale battle. But you know, bridges are sometimes doing their tricks. That's why we have the safer route. No, it is safer.
And here comes Sinfree coming through it and to the barn, and he's missed. Even with the slow approach, he's missed, and it's in a really difficult position.
8 minutes on the clock, so this is going to be really bad, actually. It's going to be less than 100, so the gap is almost 1.5 bales. It is actually more than 1.5 bales.
More than 1.5 bales.
Yeah.
That's not a good position for Lindner. Not a good position for Lindner to be in right now. They're making a real hill for themselves to climb. That's crazy.
Well, let's wait and see. I mean, but this is from the sake of the viewers. This is looking good. That's what I'm saying. So let's see what's happening. And then I really like to see that Valtra actually has been stepping their game since the first match as well. So, and this is what it's all about. I mean, it's not that this team is this and this team is this. You know. They change, of course, per the opponent as well. So let's just wait and see how it's going to play down. But I really like the fact that Valtra had a good start. Unfortunate that they got stuck a little bit there. But they're still leading with a very comfortable lead. I mean, if they would have done the first bale without getting stuck, it would be more than 2 bales. 2.1, I think.
That shouldn't be funny. Anyway, Lennox coming in to the point where he can tip his first grain, but I don't think they will do it at this point. I don't think they're looking to get the extra grain in there. Both teams slowed down at the moment, and Sinfree, there's a definite gap between everything that Valtra's doing and everything that Lindner's doing. And I'm not quite sure what's caused this early gap that means they're having to play catch up all the time.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, it's a little bit hard to read currently how they, at least for me, how this is going to play out. I see these small things here and there all the time. Nothing that specific, but you know, that's something that seems a little bit off. to be honest. But the Valtra, I think that with the amount of grain what they currently have, 2 bales, so it's actually not looking that bad at all. So this could be that they can just keep the lead as well, because I mean, of course it comes down to the drops and everything.
Yeah.
But for now it seems that they do have a good chance of kind of like keeping that situation, because they're collecting grain. They just made 3 more bales at the same time as well. So they have a nice roll going on currently. And the drops are going to be spawning soon. They have the grain to utilize and the bales to utilize. Pretty much everything is going to be spawning up, and the bale multiplier is going to be definitely looking very tempting for them.
It really is. This is the time you want either the bale multiplier or the grain multiplier to appear.
I mean,
at this point.
Unload a bit of grain, get the multiplier even higher,
Yeah.
get the bale multiplier, and get those bales in.
Absolutely. And we can see it here. Luca is now lining everything up. Lennox is coming in, although he doesn't have a front loader, Lennox, so there's nothing there for Valtra or to be able to unload onto the conveyor with. And this is the trouble you have if you have 2 large tractors and a front loader, is that the tractors you're bringing stuff in on don't have the ability to put stuff on the belt. So if you need to do that, if you need to score points with that, it doesn't.
Yeah, there's something going on with the unloading. Lindner is somehow struggling with the unloading currently, and Valtra, they have a huge multiplier currently, and they do have the extra belt multiplier as well. And let's see how this is going to go, because I mean, Valtra, they should be delivering something as soon as they can.
Well, the Valtra have used speed up.
Oh,
They've chosen speed up over bale multiplier.
Yeah.
And I think it's because they don't have any bales ready to unload. Speed up gives them extra bales just by the fact that they're going faster.
Yeah. I mean, where are the bales? I mean, they do have 10 of them.
Lindner and Apollo is nowhere near delivering bales. And there's only about 30 seconds left on it.
Yeah, and here are the Valtra bales in the middle of the field, as we can see. So they are not even close. Now Lennox is actually... But I mean, they had almost 3.0 multiplier. And then if they would have taken the bale multiplier, they would have been able to still like just get one single bale to get like a 45 points. That's what I'm trying to say
I don't think they can take advantage of it. And neither team is taking advantage of this.
Yeah,
20 seconds left.
Yeah, but we just saw that Valtra actually had some bales next to the belt and the player there. But so there was an opportunity there.
Luca is nowhere near it. This is the problem. They've delivered bales. They've got them there in those big tractors, and those big tractors cannot load the bales on the belt. So Luca's got to run all the way back to the start, grab his tractor, and come all the way back. And it is a big disadvantage to not having a second front loader tractor.
I think what we need to do now here, this is pretty clear for me now. So we'll take Terminator.
Yeah.
We have 3 players.
Yeah.
We get another set of casters or commentators for the series. And JK is going to start managing us as well. Or teaching.
We'll lose.
Yeah, we'll be fine. We have all these great ideas. Okay, 2.5 minutes to go. And yeah, score situation is pretty even now, as Lindner is actually scoring some points. Valtra has been scoring some points as well. 2.0 is the final multiplier for both of the teams, so they did deliver exactly the same amount of grain without any kind of perks or anything like that. So there was no multipliers for the grain. We can see Luca having a bit of I mean, this is pretty much how it looks before Christmas when you go to the Santa Claus village.
Look at
a lot of stuff that needs to be shipped.
Bales that Valtra have. 14 bales to 7. And that's why they got the speed up. They knew they couldn't score the extra points. They knew they couldn't get there with the multiplier. So they sped up their balers and created, more bales and got the ones that they were creating back faster with that speed up. So that's why they did that. It's actually really quite strong. And yeah, it's going to make a difference to them because they have bales around their barn and Lindner have none.
Yeah, but they still have to deliver them.
Oh, yeah.
Lindner has been delivering. Okay, now the gap is just about 11 points. And yeah, they still have 6 bales more for Valtra. Lennox going to be having a bit of an issue with the steering there. We'll find his way onto the bridge once again. We can see there's 3 bales actually on the belt, so that's going to be another 60 points for Valtra. So they are slowly but steadily getting there. Lindner's going to be also delivering some, and they actually have taken the lead still. But the question is that will Lindner run out of bales? That's the thing. I mean, we still have 1 minute to go, 5 bales to go. This can go still either way. I mean, I wouldn't pull that off completely.
No.
Lindner can still have this, even though they don't have the bales, because the question is, Valtra with those 11 bales, can they actually get all of them on the belt? But there's going to be 2 now going. There's going to be 2 more on the fork of that tractor. So they are actually doing the job all the time. I mean, both of the teams are. So this is pretty hectic, but 36 seconds, 35 seconds to go, and this will be interesting. Somehow this tells me that Valtra might have a slight advantage here, because they can shove the rest of them on the bottom.
Well, you can see Valtra are now pulling away, as in the last 30 seconds they've got the bales there by their barn. They're able to load them up. They're not having to run out and get them. It
is done.
And it's the pressure's not coming onto them like it is for Lindner. You know, those 2 bales, neither of those going in for Lindner. Valtra are still scoring points, and it's nearly 100 points difference. In fact, it is, as Valtra take it.
Yeah, they will have it. I mean, there was just 4 bales remaining at the end, and the gap was 81 points at that stage. So even if they would have put all of them, so they kind of like probably understood it and didn't just, you know, deliver even all of them, what they were able to do. So they understood at some point that it's not going to be doable to do. And of course, the difference on the delivered bales is 5 of them.
Yeah. And yeah, 101 points.
Yeah.
That's a really good comeback from Valtra.
Yeah,
that was a really well played game against everything that we were thinking.
Yeah. Yeah. Great comeback from Valtra, definitely. Lindner on the other side, I mean, they played the hardest opponent on the first game.
Yeah.
And they played it really well.
Yeah.
I don't know, is it like about the expectations, like where they're expecting maybe that, you know, this is going to be a different kind of a game? I don't know what happened there in the end. I mean, yes, the start wasn't the greatest. I mean, they messed with the first bale, and that kind of like put them off straight from the start. And but they're still having fun, as we can see, you know, they're still laughing. Yeah. And I do actually have an idea what they're thinking currently, but I will tell that off stream.
We'll see if they can turn it around and come back on the second one.
Hello. So yeah.
Yeah.
So the audio is going to be filmed as well a little bit. We can see the New Holland players, some of the content creators, and everybody's going to be just waving on the camera. And they are definitely enjoying the time, as we can see. And of course, everybody's going to be welcome here at the LAMMA.
Yes.
It's in Birmingham at the NAC. I think is this the largest expo center in the UK?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I mean, I heard that it's like very big, because
I
have never been here before. So just to let you know, for the viewers, if there's any guys from the UK, or let's say, I mean, if you're from Netherlands as well, it's going to be pretty fast to get them from there as well, or from France with the train. And just come here. We still have the finals tomorrow, free entry, enjoy some of the farming simulator content. And of course, you can see a lot of farming related things otherwise as well. And you know, as a lot of the viewers also do work in the farms.
Yes.
We have seen a lot of people who have interest both on real farming and virtual farming.
Indeed.
And this is kind of like, you know, you can get like 2 flies with a single stroke.
Completely. Yeah, absolutely. Fulfill your real farming and your virtual farming fixes all at the same time.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. No, sorry, Friday when I leave. Maybe I don't take the plane. I just drive on new tractor away from here.
There are plenty around here. If you can find a set of keys.
Let's see.
We got the Lindner track immediately banned first, followed by the Fendt 724 Vario and the John Deere 6120M, which is the stacking tractor both teams were using last time. And then we got the 942 Vario banned as well. So again, no telehandler banned. Both teams going for unstoppable. Are we going to see a telehandler from both of them then? Neither team's belt should stop. I mean, both teams playing unstoppable basically means it cancels out. It's the equivalent of both teams having no perk at all.
Yeah, and if we now see a telehandler, then I'm going to be very confused. to be honest. But who knows? I mean, maybe the idea of the players is to confuse me from time to time as well. I wouldn't be even.
I think both
surprised
teams
about
are going to
that
go
anymore.
for the same setup they had before. It's just that they're going to use the New Holland tractor because the John Deere's been banned.
Okay.
There we go.
New Hollands. Yeah, exactly the same picks, more or less. No telehandlers in play. And Valtra starting this game from the 1-0 lead. So this is actually the first game they won because they lost
Yes.
few of the matches on the first round. So they are now getting back to the speed. So let's see if Lindner can actually make a comeback and will take this or push this all the way to the third game of the series. So another 10 minutes starting up. And let's see the start. We're going to be heading towards the pads because the Valtra spreading out on the field. Sinfrey having a bit of a trouble with the gate. This happens from time to time.
It does. It really
I'm
does.
just wondering why. I mean, it's a pretty big hole to fit that tractor, right? I mean, it's like it's not like you're parking it or anything like that. You just drive it like it's about the size of a highway, like 3 lanes at least.
Valtra missed out on the class combine. They got beaten to it by Apollo. Has taken that. So Lindner coming in there with a strong start with both class combines. But they are not that fast at getting first bale. Sinfrey is a little bit behind and is trying to get that first bale pressed as quickly as possible. However, Lennox, who's the other end of that field, has managed to press the first bale as well.
130 something is definitely doable for Sinfrey here. So yeah, like a 135, maybe even 6.
Oh,
unless you're gonna crash it and drop the bale. That's another thing that you can do here. So maybe he has a bit of a problem. Lennox going to be getting the first bale now. He's going to be reversing it in, and that's going to be 127. So let's see how long it's going to take for Lindner to actually get that in. He's going to try to shove that in, and 121. So gap is 6 points. And I do have a theory about the gate, and I think we have also seen definitely more than usual the first bale incidents, because you know the players are here. Most of them are coming from Germany or the DACH region. We don't actually have any UK players, I think, today here.
No.
So, and we come to UK, and the cars, they are on the other side of the road. And maybe they have been driving here with the rental or something like that, and then they have found that, okay, now we need to drive on the other side of the road. And now they are here. As we can see, they're hitting the right side gate all the time. So maybe that has something to do with the aiming.
they're trying to drive on the other side, but failing it.
Yeah, I mean, they're just so used to drive now on the left side of the road that they can't drive the normal tractor anymore.
No.
Okay.
Luca is in there. So we spoke about the ideal combine earlier, the fact that it is a smaller header, but a similar size of grain tank in game to the Class Lexington combine here. So it's not such a massive disadvantage for Valtra this to not have both of these class combines, and it's going to keep things fairly even. Both teams have, both teams using Unstoppable, as I said before. It basically amounts to both teams having no team perk at all.
Yeah, it should be fine. I mean, they can just, overload the grain if they want to.
Yeah.
But I mean, then you don't want to be collecting it too much either. But they know that both sides has it, so then they can kind of like take it into account that, okay, we might have a large amounts of grain incoming, more or less. That's pretty much it. We can see that there is some movement actually towards the silos, because Valtra already reaching up the silos. Lennox will be just parking it right there. We'll take the nose out of it, and we'll start pouring it down. Most probably, yes, he's going to start unload. No, actually, they're still collecting. They're not unloading at all. So they're still collecting it. They maybe want to wait for the 5.5 minute drops to see if there's going to be any kind of aids that could be helping them out a little bit. Pretty relaxed feeling here on the amongst the Valtra players, as we can see. And of course, they have their nice Valtra jackets as well, because the UK weather is pretty good for those.
Yes, it's a little bit cold here at the moment.
It's relative. I mean, it was minus 20 yesterday when I left.
I've seen an afternoon from the back row. Ah, there he is. Welcome to LAMMA GT Farming.
Anyways, down to less than 6 minutes to go. No deliveries for the grain has been happening, but the Valtra seems to have, okay, not stopping actually. I was just going to say that they seem to have stopped, but then they start to collect more. Kind of like what Lindner is doing is giving us an idea. They're going at 65 already, same amount of bales. So soon we will have the drops, and then we'll see if there's going to be anything disruptive. And they are there in the distance, so just a couple of seconds, and we'll have a look on what is actually available on the drops. And it's going to be a bale drop and the grain multiplier. So for sure, the grain multiplier is going to be the thing that the teams want to use it. And the
there he goes.
Now when I see the amounts here, so
wow.
it seems that we have some differences on the strategies. And let's see what are the multipliers actually. That is what we are going to be interesting from. So 1.5 for Lindner, and for Valtra we actually didn't see it. But they have been delivering some, and now it's going to be starting the deliveries immediately from the Lindner side as well.
And yeah, this is. So I have noticed something: the speed with which, or the amount that the speed of the conveyor moves at is a lot muted with both teams having unstoppable. Neither of them are going right down or right up with the speed up and the slowdowns. So I think Lindner are going to just come out so much stronger from this grain multiplier. You know, they have a good 10,000 litres more grain than Valtra did, and that is purely down to that class combine.
Well, let's wait for it. I mean, the multipliers are running out, so if they want to do the deliveries, they have to finish them pretty soon. And let's see, very focused people here. Valtra still having a 2.4 multiplier. So Lindner, do they have the time to actually unload what is needed? Yes, they will start doing it as we speak. And I think Valtra's going to be responding immediately as well. So that should be, I think that we're going to end up something like a 2.0, or no, it's going to be more or less than that. But it's going to be pretty even anyways. So very, very small details here. And 2.1 actually for Lindner, 2.2. So they will actually have an advantage here all the way till the end. And they do have 2.5 K remaining as well. So yeah, Lindner, they have the advantage. They're just 6 points behind. Exactly the same amount of bales delivered. And now when we have a look on that first bale, 6 points of a difference. So with these multiplier difference, it's just a couple of bales, and it's going to shift completely on the other side. And with the same amount of bales, so let's speculate that they have the same amount of efficiency around the belt.
Yeah.
So then Lindner should be having a good situation actually to take this all the way to the third game. So
and our first third game of the tournament.
Yeah. No mistakes though can happen to either of the sides. So once again, very fragile moment. One mistake from either of the teams could be actually calling it a day. And Lindner did pick the super drop as well, which was bale points. So they will suddenly go up a little bit.
That's putting them nicely into the lead. And both teams got plenty of bales around their barns to keep their bale stackers busy. We will see now exactly how much this advantage in the bale multiplier pays in. I think it's going to be a tough one for Valtra to overcome. They've got 11 bales to do it with. There's 9 bales for Lindner. Do you know what? Actually, that's not too bad. That gives them extra bales to play with, but they have got to catch up as well. In fact, yes. They've got to catch up. It's going to take those bales to catch up. And then if they match it bale for bale, that means Lindner's coming out on top, because Lindner has 24 points per bale, 22 points per bale, and Valtra only has 18.
Yeah, on the paper currently, when we look at the stats and the amount of bales available, yes, Lindner, they have the better position. But Valtra is definitely hanging there. We can see that they're all the time just catching up a little bit, point after
and
point.
Going
they
ahead.
will take the lead, yes. So let's just wait and see. We have 1 minute and 20 seconds to go, so this can still go either way. But yeah, Valtra has a slight benefit. Lindner has a slight benefit, but they will make a mistake. They will drop one bale from the belt. We can see that the next 2 ones are going to be there just nicely following it through. Exactly
3-6-1 to 3-6-1.
Yeah, exactly the same. So we'll see. I mean, for sure, just missing one bale. Okay, 2 bales maybe. that could be it.
Yeah.
So if Lindner, from whatever reason, manages to fail with a couple of the bales, and Valtra only has 6 or 7 bales remaining, by the way, so the bale count could be a thing as well.
And this thing, so Lindner now are pulling away. They've got bales there. They're able to score them. You can see that there are no bales going on there for Valtra at the moment. But Valtra go into the lead again. This is so close with 30 seconds to go.
It is.
It is flip-flopping between the two teams. Again, Lindner going a massive number of points into the lead. I don't think Valtra have any way of responding to it.
Yeah, it's
Look at that,
because they,
nearly 100 points.
Yeah, they have to shove them in
There's
on the
not
first
enough
floor. They don't
time.
have the bales, and they just, you know, we haven't seen any bales on the belt from Valtra, for a long time. So it's going to be Lindner who's going to claim this easily with more than 80 points, and they will have our third game in the series as well.
That was really close up to the last 20 seconds, and suddenly Valtra just ran out of bales. And you just saw Lindner's score take off. 22 bales each. So there's the bale multiplier right there.
Yeah, 4 points per bale. So yeah, that was definitely a problem. I mean, the funny thing is that we can see the amount of delivered grain here as well. Valtra delivered definitely less. I mean, almost like 10K less.
Yeah.
So they decided
and you can
that
see
they will
the
not go
effect
for
that the
delivery.
multipliers had on that. You know, it's that equated to a huge amount more.
So we have still one more game on this series. Finally, a best of 3 that actually goes all the way to the third game as well. So, and I mean, it's a do or die moment for either of the teams here. So Lindner, they want to, of course, proceed on the next stages of the tournament. Same applies for Valtra as well. And
so this is the decider on who is continuing on today and who's going out.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, let's speculate that if Lindner, for example, would lose this. So they still had a good battle with Helm. So in a way, I would say that they could go home not happy, but not like completely devastated. But if Valtra would lose this, and I don't think that they were happy with the first game, how they lost it. So I think that if they would lose, they would be less happy than Lindner. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. That's a fair assessment of how it's gone today.
But okay, let's wait and see. I mean, we don't know. It's just pure speculation, as we like to speculate and talk about a lot of other things as well here from time to time. So yeah. And what perks we still have remaining? Do we still have the big calls?
I don't think the teams use big calls yet. No, I don't. We've had both using unstoppable, both using bottleneck.
Yeah.
So we could see big haul. We could see herbicide.
Herbicide versus herbicide. That would be something.
That would be something.
That would be something.
That would be a very big grain game.
We're gonna grow some flowers.
No, you can get rid of them.
yeah, but I mean, you can get rid of the harmful things before growing the actual flowers. Oh.
There we go. Herbicide versus herbicide.
What is this
Copter
madness?
predicts it
I'm not
again.
gonna jinx anything anymore. This is the first time I see that actually ever. Herbicide.
Yeah, we've never had a herbicide versus herbicide.
In the okay, let's grow some flowers.
That's brilliant.
Or roses.
We've got no ban. What I'm amazed about is we've got no ban to tell them. Why? Well, no, I understand why they're banning what they're banning to try and disrupt, but the telehandlers are right there, and they're using 2 big tractors again.
They're gonna disrupt the flowers.
I'm never quite sure of that strategy. And flower disruption is just why.
Oh. Okay.
Long day.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe the players are long day. Let's go with herbicide. Who knows? But yeah, definitely an interesting one to see. And okay, do we have some hostile activities here inside of the team as well?
Bumper tractors out the gate. We've got, I think that is the case.
Let's see
No, that's the Massey Ferguson. Oh, and Lennox gets the Massey Ferguson Baylor ahead of Sinfree.
But yeah, interesting to see herbicide versus herbicide. At least we know that we don't see anything extra on the fields anymore.
There's no weeds in the fields at all.
Yeah.
They are just going to harvest everything.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so let's see how the first bale is going to be building up from here. But the so Valtra, not that far away actually. I think we can see the pond. So we're going to be right next to the bridges, and this actually could be a pretty good one. It could be. I think that 140 is going to be a far stretch, but it's still going to be doable. But it's going to be very close. So let's see, Lennox, he had a slight mistake earlier at the bridge, not going to be this time. So 138 maybe, or 7, we'll see. Let's see how it goes. He's going to reverse that into 133 maybe. Yeah.
133.
So there we
Bang
go.
on.
That's gonna be I'm gonna be improving my maths once again. I mean, I failed a couple of the calculations. I tried to be now better as a person as well. Sinfree is gonna be reversing that in, but he's gonna be missing that out, and he did miss it on the last
118.
as well. So it's gonna be a
15 points.
Yeah, like 3/4 of a bale
In the top. Oh, but he's got it stuck.
Yeah,
oh, wow, that's properly stuck.
Let's see.
That is going to be a problem for them. They can't block that. They really don't. Direct delivery or bridges lowered. I think they want to go for direct delivery off that. Especially using the herbicide. That makes a lot of sense. To grab direct delivery, be shooting around the field without any herbicide issues or any weed issues. And just get your multiplier going straight off.
Yeah, I don't know what was the end result with the harvester there. Do they still have it stuck on the lower dose?
Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, just wondering if there would be like a bottom boost coming in, and then you can't utilize it or something like that.
Yeah.
So that is very unfortunate if that would happen. Meanwhile, 7.5 minutes to go. And remember, best of 3, the last game of the series, which means that the losing team from this current game is going to be going home. And of course, the winning team is going to continue on the lower bracket and will be then facing an opponent, I think actually on the next game already.
I think it's on the next game.
Do we have, after the next game, so we need to have a look on the bracket meanwhile, so I can give you some stats. But the,
Power Team Esports.
Yeah, there's going to be a next game. It's going to be, so the winner is going to be facing Power Team Esports on the next game already. And that's going to be a different discussion than later on. Anyways, less than 7 minutes. And let's see the grain, 40-something thousand. I think that they're a little bit late when it comes to the collection currently. But of course, having a stuck harvester could have some kind of an impact on it, because if Valtra heading towards the silos, because if Lindner being slightly later than that. Lindner has been unloading a bit of a grain as well, so they have a 2.5 multiplier, and maybe Valtra wants to do something about that pretty soon, but they are still collecting. And Sinfree seems to be heading with another batch towards the silo, so they can try to pour it down more. And that should be fine, so let's wait and see. But something tells me currently that Lindner, they might have like a double delivery, and they might actually end up with a higher multiplier in the end as well, because that 2.5 is a very nice start, and they almost have the same amount of Valtra, so I think that they will actually, based on what I'm seeing, that Lindner might be just winning the multiplier game.
Depending on whether there's a grain multiplier that turns up at the 5 minute mark as well. If that turns up, that might actually go the other way. No, in fact, that might go the other way, because Valtra do have a considerable amount extra grain than Lindner do.
Yeah, we can speculate that. We're going to figure out in a matter of seconds. We do have the second batch of drops coming in, and we should be able to see them in a short while to see if there's going to be anything disruptive. But nothing yet, at least yet, has been picked. And there we can see speed up and bale multiplier. So that is, I mean, the bale multiplier is something you can use, but because the speed up be picked by Valtra, so they don't go for the bale multiplier. Yeah, maybe they just
They-
don't
they-
have anything that is like ready.
Yeah,
you know, to
they
deliver.
don't have the bales there. They know that speed up helps them unload faster, I believe. It definitely helps them to do a whole load of bales, and Simfree is doing the same thing. They don't have anybody there with these big tractors doing the baling to be able to actually score points with it. So the best thing to do is to pick a power up that you can do something with, which is the speed up, and press extra bales.
Yeah. I mean, of course. I mean, it doesn't make sense to have any items that you cannot use.
Yeah.
I mean, it applies in the real life as well.
Luca is right up the top there, and Apollo is in the same position. Both of them are nowhere near able to score points with bales. They're right across the other side of the map. And so, yeah, it's a much better idea. Take the speed up, get some advantage of it. I mean, they are going at 20% faster, so they're going to create 20% more bales.
And we're just about to see the final multiplier, so it's going to be 2.0. It is going to be 2.0 for both of the sides, so Valtra will come even with the multiplier, so Lindner doesn't have any kind of an advantage. 3.5 minutes to go. 7 bales for Lindner. For Valtra, I think they had a couple bales more actually, if I wasn't completely mistaken. And now we have the delivery time, so this is looking pretty similar. Same vehicles, same amount of bales, the same strategy more or less, and the same direction of the bridges as well. We should have the super drop coming in soon as well. I mean, let's see what's going to be in there, but for example, multipliers, which is not going to make any kind of a difference here. 2.0 for both of them, and now the work will start to... Oh, that's not going to be good bale points. That's going to be actually pretty usable if you're nearby, but it's going to be pretty far away, so I don't think that they will go for it. It's going to be just,
they're all the other side of the map,
yeah.
and it's such a long way to go, and you've either got to take your stacker out, or you've got to take one of your balers out, and there's more points they can get just from doing bales this close to their barn and getting it back. There's no reason to go all that way out and get those bale points. And Sinfree, please.
He wants to go for it though.
Yep.
Why not? Let's pick that up. Let's continue the journey. We can see at the same time Lennox going to be delivering some bales. We have couple on the belt for Valtra, and in a way I currently like what I see from Valtra. I mean, they are more organized than Lindner. They are.
Although Sinfree going out for that evened up the points at the time. So Valtra has since delivered more bales, but Valtra are now on there. They're stacking, they're scoring points, and Lindner needs to be able to keep up. And now Lindner are gonna. This is the thing. This is very much a stage of the game now where they're both delivering stuff at the same time. They're both scoring points at the same time. That bale's going to fall off.
Yeah.
Lindner now, with these 3 bales coming in, they've got some more bales here. But Valtra have more bales sitting outside their barn.
Yeah. I mean, when you look at this whole setup, what we have currently, there's one bale that has dropped there. You know, they're all over the place. And I like when they are organized more. And I have seen that Valtra has been more organized, so that's going to be maybe a good thing. Lennox going to be crossing the bridge, not going to have any kind of a problem. He was very careful with it this time. And Valtra, they have now a lead of about 30-something points, which is more than 1 bale. Dake, meanwhile, small issue, but just a small one. They didn't lose any of the bales. Everything is still in order. Nothing is damaged. All the bales are still dry. They are not like they haven't been soaked in water or anything like that. And meanwhile, what is happening at the Lindner belt, or the question actually is what is not happening at the Lindner belt, because it's so quiet there. It's almost like, you know, going to a store which doesn't have anything to sell.
Yeah, and you can see Valtra is pulling away at this point. They've got the bales in there. They keep coming. They've got 72 points more than Lindner do at the moment, and Lindner just don't seem to be able to keep up. And
whoa,
oh, that was a close one for Lennox.
Somebody likes to leave dangerously, clearly.
Oh, but Sinfree has got stuck doing the same thing. 12 seconds left on the clock.
Running out.
It's really close, actually.
Anymore.
We've got Valtra with 563, 501 for Lindner. This is going to go to Valtra. and they are through.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, they're true, but the biggest thing here is that Lindner actually has dropped. So the second place team from the FSL circuit, which is Lindner, at least this was before this tournament. Let's see, after the tournament, they are completely out, unfortunately. And that is actually huge, I would say. So far, they have been, every time they have been hitting on the top 4. I mean, they do have, top 3
actually,
places.
look at the points, the overall points.
Yeah.
There's 20 points between Lindner and Valtra.
Yeah.
This means Valtra is likely to leapfrog Lindner in the standings.
Yeah. I mean, they could drop down all the way to the 4th place, for example, here. Of course, the gap is small, but I mean, they have made it all the way. They have got the 3rd place from all the tournaments on this season before. So this is the first time they will not place themselves on top 3 at all, more or less.
Yeah, that is pretty big. So Lindner, our first team out of tournament 5.
That is true. So Lindner is out. We still have, of course, 2 series to come. And we're going to be heading for a break soon. And it's not going to be 10-second break. It's going to be a 3-minute break this time. But the next game we're going to see is Valtra versus Power Team Esports. And once again, the same drill that the losing team is going to drop completely, and the winning team is going to stay still on the lower bracket. So that's going to be the next match.
And this is a pretty big. This is another pretty big match for Valtra. So we'll see where we go. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We'll see you then. What? I know. Oop. Hello and welcome back to the Farming Simulator League Season 5, Round 5, coming to you live from LAMMA 2024. And myself and Copter having a good day.
I just noticed that we missed the match number 5, the 5-5-5 combo. We are already past match number 5, unfortunately.
Hang on, match number 5. Oh no, it did. Yeah, that was the New Holland Helm one, wasn't it?
Yeah. Okay. We get over it. Or we did.
We did. We got past it.
Yeah, but anyway, so we do have the second game from the lower bracket, Power Team Esports versus Valtra, which is the match number 559 in the end, but the match number 9 in total.
Nice.
So, and the same drill, just like I explained earlier, that the losing team is going to be, of course, dropping out of the tournament, and the winning team is going to stay on the tournament. So that's the that's the drill. And of course, on the previous match, we just saw how Lindner was eliminated. So the second place holder from the circuit points from the overall standings of the season is out of the tournament. And Valtra, for example, who's going to be playing on this game, will be, of course, trying to chase them down. So they are just 20 points shy. So Valtra, if they can keep themselves on the tournament, win this one, and you know, maybe a little bit later as well, you know, win the second game after that one. We'll see who's going to be against them. You know, they have a very good chance of actually reaching the second place of the whole season currently.
And this is a really important game for Valtra. Looking at the standings, Valtra will leapfrog Lindner in the standings to go up to second. If they can win this, because New Holland is right on their tail. So they need to get through to the next game to play New Holland and beat them. And New Holland similarly will need to win their next match to play Valtra. Otherwise, yeah, whichever team from that decides who is going to be second overall.
Already on the lower brackets, because now we have, okay, Valtra, they need to win this one, but then they will most probably face New Holland later, maybe, we'll see, on the lower bracket. So, you know, it will be decided earlier. But anyways, we do have the game starting pretty soon, and of course we don't have, unfortunately, the replays from the previous game, but we actually haven't seen any huge mistakes. I mean, we have seen some small mistakes at the start on all of the previous matches. I mean, at the start, on the middle, but we haven't seen anything huge. Nobody has been, for example, getting stuck to the tree or, you know, completely getting the whatever combination they're driving to get stuck on a bridge, for example. So I don't think we have seen anything that special that has been worthwhile of the replays either.
Yeah, there's not been any big unforced errors or anything like that. It's been a fairly calm day from that point of view. We've got the large John Deere banned first by Power Team Esports. So that tractor we've seen banned an awful lot today. Very much teams don't like that big John Deere. We've got the Manitou being banned next by Valtra. And that is followed by
New Holland? No.
That would be a curveball.
It is.
The Class Lexin, are they actually going to ban? No, they're going to ban the Fendt 724 Vario. Yeah, that would have been a massive, because that costs points to do that.
Yeah, but still just one telehandler being banned.
Oh,
so
yeah. And then the Class
New
Lexin. So that's kind of daring Power Team Esports to ban the New Holland telehandler. And so it is still in play. It's unstoppable versus bottleneck. At which point, I fully expect Valtra to grab that telehandler and to be able to do to be able to dunk the bales. They kind of need to have that. I don't know if they're going to though. They seem to like their two large tractors and a stacker.
Yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, of course, we saw Power Team Esports playing one series earlier. We have seen Valtra to win one, to lose one. So I'm curious to see how this goes with the Power Team Esports. I mean, they lost it. They dropped here on the lower bracket. And yeah, let's wait and see. I mean, neither of the teams have been that stable. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I don't quite understand why, if they weren't planning to use the telehandler, they banned one of the telehandlers.
Okay, there was a mistake once again.
Yeah,
So
the
British roads are once again tricky.
And we got the Massey Ferguson Baylor going to Valtra, I believe. Yep, Lennox has grabbed that Baylor. It is over the other side of the field. Oh.
I said that nobody has been getting stuck to a tree, so... and it
Needed
happened.
to go and do it.
I said that nobody's going to play herbicide versus herbicide,
No,
and it happened as
it
well.
happened.
So maybe I'll just once again shut up from this you know, whatever predictions I have.
Nobody's gone flying from one side of the map to the other and ended up in their opponent's fields.
Okay, that's probably not going to be happening, but I mean, but
guessing
you
there's
said
a
it,
big
not
right-
me.
yeah.
So we'll see. Well, nobody has been, you know, completely getting stuck on the bridge when they try to do the first bail.
Yes. No, that has happened.
I meant like completely stuck. But okay, Olderic's going to be delivering 137, so
137.
Power Team Esports got to get that first bail. Let's see, Lennox. Doesn't
Not
seem to
flicking
be
it.
swinging
Oh
it.
no,
Actually
it's
has
turned too sharply.
That's going to be a mistake, so it needs to, you know, wiggle a little bit the whole combination.
Is this going to be the match suddenly with the biggest number of unforced errors?
So 122, so 15 points of the difference. It is exactly the same as what we had on the previous game as well, but of course different teams. That's not going to make much of a difference here. We have the first drops coming in, and silo close not going to make much of a deal. Bail drop, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. If
I mean,
they're going
it's close,
past it.
it's nearby,
Yeah.
so you could go for it if you want to. But for now, at least it seems they haven't gone for it. So we'll just wait and see how this is going to play out in the end. But yeah, other than that, everything seems to be more or less in order. Business as usual.
And yeah, this is again, we're in the stage where the teams are building up. They're getting themselves in position. We're waiting for that first drop. We'll see. Oh no, we've got that first drop. We're waiting for the second drop and seeing how the teams are positioning themselves for that. Knowing that the silo closed is off the table, but both grain multiplier and bale multiplier aren't, is actually a fairly strange position for both teams to be in. Because that grain multiplier, especially with Unstoppable being in play, could cause some real upsets.
True. But it's hard to tell what we will have available from the drops later on. Meanwhile, because the Obelix already heading towards the other silo, so Power Team Esports, they do have a fair amount of grain, because the Lennox also going, so they're more or less like mirroring the strategies. Currently, of course, they do have different perks, but still, you know, what they're doing actually on the field and how they're moving the equipment, it's pretty much the same as we can see. And let's see if there's going to be any deliveries. I mean, we have seen quite a lot of actually early deliveries at that point, and that was also the trend on the previous tournament. I mean, Helm kind of like started that. They always like did that bit of a drop there, drop something on the silo, get the multiplier, maybe get a couple bales on the mid game just to make that small gap, and then, you know, build it from there. And now I think that the other teams, they have been just, you know, watching it a little bit, learning from it, and now it's almost every time that teams are doing the same here. Okay, not doing the same, but they have been learning from it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So one bale created so far for Power Team Esports, and in fact it is on the back of that bale. In fact, no, 2 bales created. So he's creating at a fairly strong rate with that Massey Ferguson baler, and that's why that's a preferred baler. I believe that requires less straw to produce a bale from it compared to the other ones, so it does allow you to create those extra bales.
Less straw, so the bales must be smaller.
Yes, but they have just as many points.
Yeah.
They're lighter.
Yeah. Just wondering, like, next time, if we want to pay in store with bales, the bale needs to be this size. There's going to be some kind of specifications for the size of the bale. Okay, so if you get this one, it's going to be 2 bales if they're this size. It's going to be 3 bales if this is this size.
We got bale multiplier and Crazy Tool, and I think Lennox is going to go for Crazy Tool. I don't think. I know he's driven straight past. He's going straight out to bail, and he hasn't grabbed Crazy Tool.
Doesn't maybe see that it's, well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to pick that up at the point. I mean, it would have cost maybe like 2 seconds of time or something like that to do it. But that's how they want to play it, so that's how they will play it. Neither of the teams have been picking that up, so it doesn't make much of a sense at this point. And the bail multiplier just, I mean, that could have something to do. So they're going to wait for the bail multiplier. That's why they don't want to pick the anything else, because they definitely want to get that one. Once again, the Sylvester Stallone is doing the farming.
And both teams have grabbed the bail multiplier, sort of 80 seconds each to work through it.
Imagine if Jeremy would be jumping like that on the farm. Like, oh, I'm so excited. I'm just going to go on the other side of the water. I'm just going to like two jumps and I'll be there. In like 5 seconds. Like, jung, jung.
Caleb was at the side of the stage earlier, I saw.
Yeah, okay, that's a different topic. Now we do have something picked up, so the bail multiplier, of course. Let's see, Power Team Esports, as they have 2.1 normally, so that's going to be 30-something points per bail. It's like 32, 33 points. Valtra, they haven't been delivering any. They do have the bail multiplier picked up as well. We can see El Pepito, actually. Power Team Esports, they are utilizing this very well. They're getting some more bails in, and they actually do have 3 more bails next to the belt, so they do have a chance of getting about 9 bails, if I'm not completely mistaken. Valtra did deliver some grain, so 2.0 multipliers are still there, but it's going to be still 30 points per bail for Power Team Esports. And Valtra, they had delivered just one single bail. They have 156, and now there's going to be more of the bails coming in. But the gap is already 100 points, and that's a lot of points at this point of the game, as we only have 3 minutes and about 10 seconds to go. And those are the final 3 bails.
Are they going to make it up there?
No,
I'm not sure they
it's
are.
gone already.
Yeah.
So they don't get the any kind of a use of it anymore. But they are still getting 6 bails with the multiplier. That's going to be great, and that's going to give them a very nice, comfortable lead at the moment.
That does. There is such a large lead between these two teams at this point, and Power Team Esports took full advantage of that bail multiplier. Then they scored multiple bails while they had it, and I don't think Valtra even scored 1. And that's the thing. If you pick up that multiplier at that point, it's going to be right. Our stacker needs to get in there and needs to score points. And we saw this actually in their last game. Their last game against Lindner, neither team was in a position to be scoring points with a bail multiplier at the 5-minute mark. And you can't do that. You need to be able to take advantage of whichever drop happens at that point. And it is the downside, as I said at the time, of running this setup, of running 2 large tractors on your bailers.
Yeah, I think Valtra maybe did deliver 1 bail with the but it's a very small detail.
Yeah,
doesn't matter at all. But still, I mean, they should have anyways, considering if it was 1 bail or not, they should have taken more use of it. So at least get like 2 or 3 or something. I think Power Team is getting 6 bails with the multiplier. It's actually very rare to see happening. It's usually like 3 bails, some kind of Helm hurdle, which gets a lot of points or whatever.
They had their stacker in the right place, and they had Obelisk here with a stacking implement on the front, able to get bails on that conveyor and score points, and that's why they scored 6 bails. It wasn't because they had their stacker going on there putting six bails on. It's because they had one of their bailers come in and put some bails on, and then their stacker put on all the other bails that came out of the back of that baler. They had the bails there all at once, ready to score those points.
But it's less than a minute now anymore, and the gap is still 100 points. And Valtra, they had 3 bails more, but with the same multiplier. Currently, Valtra is playing catch-up with Power Team Esports, and what I'm seeing here from them, I mean, when you look at this, El Papito is just, he has the bails, he's just, doing the job, and there's no extra movement. He just gets the bale, puts it on the belt, gets another bale, puts it on the belt. So that's very optimized currently. Yes, Valtra is getting some bales on the belt as well, but it doesn't look so clean.
No.
So what I'm saying is that Power Team Sports, I really like what I see. They work very well currently. They're going to be more than 600 points at the end of this game, more or less. I mean, if they get all the bales in. So it is looking very good, actually.
They're driving bales up the top. They're going to get 2 more bales in the bottom.
Exactly like it should. 5 seconds
And
to go.
Valtra have got the
up, but they're going to be having
opposite.
some troubles, and they're not going to be able to catch up at all. So Power Team Esports, they will take the first game of the series, and they are very happy. It's also good to understand that Power Team Esports, as they were playing earlier, they had some technical issues at one point. They lost maybe one of the best of 3 series because of that as well.
Yeah.
So they got to be feeling good. And Valtra, who is a team, I mean, we know that they can be very good at best. They can be a bit shaky sometimes, so you never know what kind of an opponent is going to be coming against you. So Power Team Esports, they got to feel very good about this.
It was only 1 extra bale in the top that that they scored, but that was the difference that using that bale multiplier did.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
so in fact, it's 60 points.
And
six bales
and
at the extra 10 points.
Yeah, 60 points from the multiplier.
From the multiplier. So yeah, that's the thing, and that's when having that second stacking tractor comes into play, makes that difference that you can then leap on that opportunity when it appears.
Okay, so Power Team Esports, they will get the first game of the series. And just once again, as a reminder, I will tell that the losing team is going to be dropping out of the tournament. So there we have all the stakes are in the play, I would say.
Yeah.
And we do have some love from the audience, even though the problem is that that's a New Holland players, at least one player. So, I mean, maybe give the phone to the girls, and then we can have another picture or something like that.
Where is
maybe
Paul?
That's gonna work out.
Paul is here somewhere.
They're somewhere in the audience. Maybe they're trying to hide out now. Or is that your brother?
No.
Anyways,
my brother was standing over there somewhere.
Yeah, they are right there, somewhere in the audience. So the next game is going to be starting up, so we don't see these lovely footages from the audience at this point. Right. But I mean, there we go.
And into the second game. So Valtra need to win this, or they are out of this tournament. And dreams of going into second place kind of disappear.
I'm just waiting for the fangirls to actually come on the stage, and I can see a lot of love for Dake, for example, in the chat. So maybe maybe there's somebody present. Who knows?
Quite possibly.
Anyways, we're gonna be heading for the ban phase. So Power Team Esports won the first one, and now Valtra has, they have to win. They have to win. Otherwise, they will be out of the tournament, and that's going to be deciding maybe even the New Holland Valtra situation on the circuit leaderboards. So that's a different topic. Now we do have some bans coming up as well. No telehandlers actually being banned at all this time. So they're both in the play. Bottleneck versus Unstoppable seems to be the case.
Given the last match, that makes sense. You want to disrupt your opponents, you ban tractors they might actually use rather than ones that you know that they're not using. And neither of these teams seems interested in using a telehandler at all. I'm slightly surprised that the tractor they banned was the Valtra and the New Holland. I would have expected the John Deere to get banned in order to disrupt things, but. And again, you see Power Team Esports going with 2 stackers versus 1 stacker and 2 large tractors. Actually, no, the Valtra being banned by Valtra is disruptive because that's the tractor that was being used. But I'd have gone for the JCB instead.
Valtra being banned by Valtra.
Yeah.
It sounds funny, of course. It's Team Valtra and then the Tractor Valtra. Of course, kind of same organization, but different kind of functions in this terminology this time. Anyways, another run. No crashes this time, so we did have a bit of a class last time.
Clean starts for both teams, and the Massey Ferguson Baylor's in a really good spot to get a high first bale. But Lennox has been beaten to it by Obelisk, who is heading back into the field.
Yeah.
So Lennox is now having to head for that New Holland baler. Luca has managed to get the New Holland combine because Power Team Esports has got both, has got 2 class combines. So definite advantage for Power Team Esports going into this game.
I mean, that's. I mean, we can see Obelix already disengaging behind El Papiro. Of course, has a bit of a distance to take care of, but still, I think he's going to be in a strong position for the first bale because the Lennox starting to just make the bale. So he doesn't have the first bale because the Obelix crossing the bridge. And let's see what kind of an arrival we do have, because yeah, he's going to reverse it in. So it's going to be 130, maybe I don't know, 7 or 6. Maybe it's going to be slow, 135. Yeah, so it's a pretty good one. I mean, didn't have the greatest approach, didn't swing it in, but still 135 at this point of a game is going to guarantee them that they will at least have the lead. And now we can see Lennox coming up. He did have a bit of a struggle a couple of times here. Let's see that. Let's hope that everything's going to go according to the plan. And it seems to be what's going on here? That's a bad miss, to be honest. And he needs to shove that in, and it's going to be a pretty bad one, actually. 108.
Valtra needed a much stronger start than this going into the second game.
Yeah, it's 27 points of a difference. That is huge, and direct delivery going to be picked by Valtra immediately. So that's actually making sense at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense. That will get them a decent amount ahead, and direct delivery also picked by Power Team Esports. With the bigger header on those combines, though, they are going to have a faster moving multiplier. In fact, you can see that as it moves so much faster.
True. Well, I mean, it's a hard situation for Valtra. I mean, having almost like 1.5 bale of a difference to Power Team Esports at this point, that is definitely not optimal. And they did lose some time, but not that much of a time, to be honest. I think they should be fine when it comes to like collecting the grain and everything, but still not the start they were hoping for. And we spoke about this mindset of the players earlier, that you know, when you have your backs against the wall like you have it, and now you're already actually pretty many points behind, it's going to put you in a mind that you know, you have to push it, you have to do something, you have to perform, and you know that if you do like one single mistake, it can be very costly at this point.
And Obis coming in with that full grain cart. He's going to have to be careful because, of course, Unstoppable is being run by Valtra here. So if he takes it too high for his multiplier, then the conveyor belt will stop.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Of course, Unstoppable on the side of Valtra, so they do have that. But the you know, if they really want to utilize it, then you need to have a lot of grain. And of course, then you need to come up with something else as well. It's not just about the grain. Of course, the multiplier's got to be a problem in a longer term. But yeah, let's see how this is going to play out in the end. I mean, in Power Team Esports, they're still leading on the grain, so they are fine with it. They can still pour it down like a reasonable amount without actually worrying. We don't have the big hole, for example, in place, which is like very easy to like do it too much as well. Yeah. Because it's not like you can collect it back from the silo anymore at that point. So there we go.
3 bales created so far for Power Team Esports. 1 created for Valtra as they get themselves into position here with that class combine. We're about to have a drop.
Yeah, the drops are there, so let's have a look. Yeah. What do we have here to offer? How that's going to be disrupting or affecting the gameplay. And grain multiplier and
grain multiplier is there.
How many times have we seen grain multiplier today? I mean, grain multiplier, bay multiplier, silo close, they have been spawning like all the games at some point, more or less. But
and grain multiplier, when you're going up against Unstoppable, is harsh.
We can see Valtra immediately starting to unload. So they did pick up the multiplier and they started to unload. They do have 3.0 soon-ish, and it's going to be happening as we speak. So 3.0 for Valtra and 1.0 for Power Team Esports. But now we spoke that Valtra needs to have the right tools to utilize these moments, that when you need to react on something. And I don't see that they do.
No.
I mean, there's nothing happening on their silo. There's nothing, nobody there. Sorry, on the barn.
The barn, yeah.
There's nobody there. So, I mean,
Well,
they lost the advantage already.
That's the trouble. They don't have the capacity. As we said for the last few games, they don't have the capacity to have somebody there doing this.
And now it's 2.2 for Power Team Esports. Valtra still has 29k of grain, so that is something they can do. Let's see how they want to play that down. They have 30 seconds to go, so they can maybe try to redo it, as we can see that they're now pouring it down. So they will try to have a second try at it. And the Power Team Esports too, they have a player next to the silo who can actually start pouring it down more, because otherwise, actually, Valtra might be able to pull this off. Because now they do have the capability. El Papido is coming in, but with the 1.2 multiplier, it's going to be a harsh situation.
He's
try to
waiting.
take any kind of a usage out of it. So they have more grain as well, and they do have more time on the clock. And Valtra with 2.7, I think they're running out of. They didn't do it. They didn't do anything. 108. They didn't deliver anything on that, so they lost it completely. They had an idea, but then like a lot of talk, no show.
And yeah, they just don't have the tractors to be able to do it. They can't do this. Look at how many bales Power Team Esports are bringing in at once. They've got a 2.2 multiplier.
Well, they succeed. No, they lost the multiplier as well.
No, they have an overall 2.2 multiplier.
Yeah.
They delivered all their grain before the grain multiplier ended. They are in such a strong position now. And their baler tractor can come in, can deliver bales and drop bales out the back. And it's all so much more efficient.
Yeah, so Power Team Esports, yes, they won the grain game. They end up with 2.2 multiplier. Nobody utilized the actual multiplier on the middle that much, but 2.2, so that's going to be fine.
Nice.
And of course Valtra has been scoring some bales meanwhile, so they have taken the lead. So let's see, 2.5 minutes to go. Will Power Team Esports somehow come back out of this one? They have 11 bales, and the belt speed is very slow actually for Power Team Esports, just one dot, one arrow.
The disadvantage of having Unstoppable against you. But they've played it really well. They've only taken their multiplier to that 2.2. They take it much higher up than that, and suddenly the belt is so slow that you're not able to score points at a decent amount, a decent speed. And Power Team Esports actually driving the bales up because he has the time to do it, and it's actually slightly quicker doing it that way.
It's going to be a lot of bales actually at the same time.
Oh, no!
Oh! He's going to fall down, and then one bale is going to be still maybe going in, actually, not sure. Is it going to fall down, or did it actually go in? I think it
went in.
Might have gone in, but still he's going to drop down, and the two bales are going to drop down as well. But they have taken the lead at least back again. So still getting 3 bales. You got to try it. I mean, you got to miss 100% of the chances you don't take.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So El Papito was definitely going
in it to win it.
Yeah.
And he's trying again. He's currently stacking them up in such a way that he can drive them up there. He needs to be careful though, because all the time he's taking to do that, he could probably get them on the belt and them make it to the top.
Yeah, it's like 55 seconds to go, so he can do that multiple times anyways. And Valtra, they do have 8 bales and a very fast belt, so I'm slightly scared of this. I mean, Valtra actually with that belt speed advantage could be, taking the lead. I mean, they're still in the lead, but I mean that they can actually win this one. 35 seconds to go. Let's see what Power Team Esports, El Papitos, as our openings is going to be having a try as well. So everybody wants to have a try how this is going to work out in the end. You need to go for it. You need to push it, move it, and so close, but so far away still. Do you have the engine power? Yes, he does. And
look at that. That's 100 points. That's a 100-point lead.
Almost
straight from doing
but
that.
It's going to be countered by Valtra, and they will get some points from the counter at the same time. 10 seconds to go. It's going to be just 3 points between them. And who has the bales?
El Papito needs to get this up.
Power Team Esports going to be just.
It's going to get up there.
God.
3,
I think
2,
they will
1.
have it.
It's going to go to Power Team Esports.
There we go. Take that, baby.
Wow.
Exactly.
That was fantastic.
It was so close, so great,
Right.
and I mean, they didn't just have like one player
Right.
who was trying to go and
No.
climb with the bales.
They
Obert
were
was doing it.
They were
El
doing it
Papito
with
was doing
multiple
it,
tractors.
and in the end, they got almost a combo. And then Valtra had a counter
Oh,
for the combo, and they almost came even.
Good.
They actually came even,
Good.
but then there was still more of the bales coming from the side of the Power Team Esports. But what does this mean? Lindner is out. Valtra is out.
And Power Team Esports, yeah.
So we have two
Linder's
teams out of the top three. Helm
This
and
is
New Holland.
New
they are still here.
Holland. New Holland could end up at the top now, unless they go out to Astragon.
We'll just wait and see. Let's not speculate too much.
I'm
But
trying
anyways,
to think who New Holland are playing next.
New Holland is going to be playing. Let's have a look. So we still have one series, which is New Holland.
Astragon, yeah, AEN. Astragon.
Yeah. New Holland's going to be playing versus Aston.
So yeah, this is those are some fairly big upsets so far today.
Imagine
from
Africa got dropped down New Holland. If that would happen. Okay, so we still have one best of three series remaining, which is going to be New Holland versus Astragon, and that's going to be also a lower bracket game, so the losing team is actually going to be heading back home, so either Astragon or New Holland is going to be dropping out of the tournament as well, and then we still, of course, have more matches, but that's going to be the last series of today, and we're going to go for a break. We'll be back in about 3 minutes plus some, so stay there, we'll be right back. And welcome back. It's going to be time for the last best of 3 series of today. Of course, we have plenty of matches for tomorrow as well. So all the later stage matches are going to be played tomorrow, starting at the same time, 10 a.m. UK time or 11 Central European time. That's going to be the time for tomorrow as well. But the last final game is going to be, of course, New Holland versus Aston. Already from the top 3, we have lost Valtra, we have lost Lindner. New Holland is the team that's currently holding the 4th place in the circuit points. So, of course, the question is that what's going to happen here as well?
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. If New Holland make it through this match, that is going to put them 2nd overall in the FSL. So they have a lot to play for here. Aston, similarly, they are on the board. They can move up in the standings from this. Because Farming Friends aren't here, so certainly they can move up to 8th overall if they win this and go through. And in fact, they will be gunning for Power Team Esports as well, because they are the ones who are 2 places ahead of them. So they want to be progressing further than them today as well. So I think it's going to be a really important match for both teams. Whichever one, of course, losers this is going home. Their journey in this tournament will be over. And I think this could be an interesting match because both teams have so much to play for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, of course, both teams, they want to play on the tournament tomorrow as well.
Absolutely.
So the one who's going to lose is going to drop out, and the other one is going to continue on the lower bracket. And of course, yeah, we still have the upper bracket final matches coming up. We have the lower bracket final matches coming up tomorrow, and then of course the grand final. And as mentioned at the start of the broadcast as well, we do have a little bit of changes for the grand final. It's going to be best of 5 instead of 2 best of 3s. And the team that's going to be coming from the from the higher bracket will have like a 1-match advantage when we start the series. So it's going to start from the 0-1 scoreline. But that's going to be tomorrow. Now we're going to focus on this game, the final game, Aston versus New Holland. And New Holland, we saw on the cameras earlier, they were showing some love for Martin at least, if nothing else. So they are, of course, very highly expecting to play against Helm tomorrow. And I guess that's why they're showing the hearts on their phones.
Absolutely. They're... where are they? Where have they gone?
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
I mean, this is getting pretty crazy. I mean, we have New Holland sending love, JK dancing. What's the next thing?
Oh, that's better. Yeah. I don't know. There's so many possibilities.
We'll see what the day is going to take us.
What craziness will the FSL present next?
Who knows? Something's going to happen, definitely. Anyways, the game is going to start. As we can see, we are already at the ban phase. So instead of talking about Martin and the love symbols, we'll see how much love New Holland's going to be giving to Aston on this series.
Yeah, it's so the Fent 942 has gone first. And Aston is making a statement by banning New Holland up for their first ban. Doesn't look like we're going to end up losing any telehandlers here, as the Case Magnum has also been banned. So final ban is can only be one of the telehandlers. If it is, that will leave one of them open as well.
Don't jinx it.
Well, you can't ban both of them. And the John Deere 6120M has been banned.
There we go. So, yeah, all the telehandlers are still in the play. Let's see, Bottleneck versus what is going to be the choice. Aston, Unstoppable. So this is what we have seen in the past as well. We do have, let's say, Massive Fergusons, Class Lexions, etc. The default stuff, I would say, more or less. And of course, they're the Class Lexion that you cannot find from here.
No.
I mean, why, Alex? Why are you so negative? I wanted to go for a treasure hunt in finding the class. No, you can't find it from here.
It's not here. New Holland telehandler picked by New Holland. So we're going to see if they can use this to their full advantage here.
And we do have
and we have the JCB as well. So New Holland going for a very fast setup here in their equipment. That JCB tractor really maneuverable as well.
What did we have there? What did we have there?
Can't pick.
There's a technical issue.
We have a technical issue.
Otherwise, we do have a major melon going with the forklift.
Yes.
And I mean, we have seen that once in the past as well. So we'll see what's going to happen. Technical break, it seems, but still we got to continue, it seems, as well. But I guess we're going to go for a technical break instead. Yes, there we go.
Yeah.
So I guess we're going to go back on the pick and the ban phase.
Yeah.
Maybe,
So what normally happens when this is we tend to reset. Everything gets picked the same, and then both teams. And then that last one that wasn't able to pick the vehicle they wanted, they get to pick that. And
I was kind of hoping that they have to pick the same, you know,
Yeah.
the forklift again, without any perk.
That's why we're having the
But
technical
it's
break.
so small and cute. Come on, it's so small and cute. Why can't we use that? Can we mount some bigger tires on it or something like
I'm
that?
not sure that will even. I'm not even sure that forklift will make it from the starting point.
I know, but come on. they could put some kind of like a monster truck tires on it, for example.
It's not got the clearance to get over the safer route.
Yeah,
for a
but
start.
with the bigger tires, it would. Anyways,
yes.
and there we can see the lovely audience as well. We
Yes.
can see a lot of figures from the community as well. We do have a community meetup
We do.
today.
We
What
do.
time?
5 p.m. this afternoon. We have a community meetup right here, and it's going to be awesome
At the stand.
at the stand.
Okay.
But yeah, hello to all the Farming Simulator fans out there in the audience who have come along to LAMMA. It is so great to see you guys here.
Well, I mean, I'm your fan. Can I be here?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent.
We are heading back into the game now. So yeah, as I said, the teams will, up to the point at which the player wasn't able to choose the vehicle they wanted, everything will be picked the same. So same bands, same team perks, everything, and then hopefully that last pick will be able to be picked.
Yeah. So here we go. The batting phase should be the same. No changes expected here, as we have explained for a couple of times. So we should be fine. And then the biggest question is, will it going to be forklift or something else? You know, for Major Melon on the Aston side, what's going to be the utility of choice here? But the
is it going to be the new Holland telehandler?
Oh, that would be something. I mean, at least he had a lot of time to think about it.
Yeah.
If nothing else. Anyways, we got to figure that out in a matter of seconds, and then we'll see what's going to happen on this final best of 3 series. Aston versus New Holland.
As we mentioned earlier, everything to play for. Unstoppable versus Bottleneck. I missed that last time.
Yeah.
As again, we've not really seen. But I think we've seen Unstoppable versus Big Hall once today, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, let's see. Major Melon, let's see what he will come with the picks. New Holland's going to be on the Tita, Tatu. Tita.
Yeah, Tita is what I go with.
Yeah, Tita. 2-2.
And the HP, and yeah, the big John Deere. That's quite an upgrade from that forklift.
Yeah, it has more clearance.
Yes,
like you said,
and a little bit more power,
it can
and
actually
a
make
rear hitch.
How much power there actually is on that forklift? Like 2 horsepower?
Not much. I'm never quite. I think the only reason that forklift is there is so that if you run out of time in your selection, you are just stuck
will be
there.
picked, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyways, and let's see where we're going to go with this one. So we're going to be seeing what Calamaras is doing. The time is going to be running out, and we do have a technical break. So let's see what's going to be the issue this time. There was some, I don't know. We'll figure that out. I mean, all the players are looking like there's something definitely going on, and yes, we can see some staff on the stage as well. So they will examine what is the problem. And I think it's going to be on the Aston team instead. So there is something happening on the middle. So Calamaras maybe having some. I mean, he was also showing those whatever controls, something there. So let's see what they can figure out. And of course, I mean, it is a series where the loser is going to be dropping out. So you want to make sure that everything is exactly as it should be.
Yeah. yeah, it needs to be that fairness here because, you know, somebody is going home at the end of this.
Yeah. Oh, hold
Oh, that's my brother, and Twinkham, and
Yeah.
Mr. DJ Goham.
Yeah. I mean, I just call these guys the usual suspects these days anymore. I mean, every event we go,
And
there's
Dave.
DJ Goham, Farmer Carp,
Yes.
Alex and your brother,
Yeah.
the usual gang. Dave from G Portal and so on. Nice people.
Yes.
Okay, so we should be heading back to the game, and of course Klaas is here as well, as we can see. So Klaas is the man who's going to make everything work usually. I guess we could call him the last man standing, you know, in the end.
In the end, yes. Behind the teams.
Yeah, let's see. But anyways, they're going to figure out the issue. Now we can see, of course, the Astragon team here. And Kalamaras on the middle, I think he was having some kind of an issue. And as we can see from the footage, actually, that they are already on the manning phase, so we are proceeding. I mean, we have seen that now a couple of times, so we can just enjoy from the atmosphere and the vibes.
We got players loading in again. I think we've had a server restart to try and to get things nice and stable.
Yeah, okay. So we're going to wait for that. Is it like a Windows 95? It's going to take like a couple of minutes to restart it all? Okay, I just heard like 10 seconds. And it's not going to be a 10-second break. 10 seconds until we start the game once again, and it's definitely faster than Windows 95.
Definitely.
But a question.
Yes.
So we had at FarmCon, we had the Commodore 64 version of the farming. So how long does it to start that game? How long the Commodore 64 is loading that game?
I should know this, seeing as I actually did an unboxing and first look at it back in 2019. I have a copy of it.
Okay.
Including the Commodore 64 cartridge that was specially created.
Is it like a module or cassette or?
So yeah, the
cartridge.
C64
had
a
I
port
know.
before. Yeah.
I've owned a couple.
When it got released back with FS19, there were some special edition versions of it made for the Commodore 64, which include the cartridge, and I got one of those.
Yeah,
I got one of those
that loads instantly. I mean, Commodore because that's.
But I went to Erlangen and I played the Commodore 64 version of Farm Sim at Erlangen.
That is nice. Yeah, the good old Commodore 64
on the Commodore 64. Yeah.
That's the computer that I used to learn how to code back in the day. So I do have some experience, and it has a great keyboard as well.
It does.
Compared to a lot of the modern membrane keyboards. Okay, back to the game. Enough about the good old times talk, the golden times.
Back in the 80s.
When I was 5.
And now suddenly I feel old.
Yeah. Okay, anyways, so now we have the bands, the teams are clapping, everything is fine, and we are ready to hit once again on the server. And now we're just going to be like a hawk watching the teams and their hands. Is anything going to be raising up? Do they have any issues? Because they will raise the hand at the stage. So we as a commentators get a small heads up before the technical break actually comes in. So
more than normal.
yeah, that's a good one. Okay, so get ready. I'm not going to count the numbers. Let's see if there's going to be any mistakes at the gates. And there we go.
We're off.
Gets a great start from the gate, straight out of the bat. And he's going to be heading towards we have a battle here. New Holland versus Aston. Who's going to get that baler? And it seems to be New Holland.
New Holland have a slightly better.
Yeah, he's going to claim that one. So Major Mellon needs to find something else. Unfortunately, Fatou is going to claim that one. So the massive Ferguson baler is going to be taken into position. We can see that there's also. Let's see, Major Mellon's going to find a replacement.
That's the case baler.
Yeah, and then we can see that there's also already action happening as Fatou's going to be following Tita, and they're not that far away from the barn. And that's, I don't know, it could be close to 140, I think slightly less than that. But yeah, let's wait and see how that's going to go.
Really fast.
But this is, Fatou's used to be like a 137 or 6, I would say.
Oh, it's good. It's a 146.
Yeah, 146.
Fantastic first bale for Fatu.
So that's a great, that's the second highest first bale of the day. And let's see, Major Melon gonna be taking the safer route. Ooh, has a bit of a problem as well, so this might be a bit problematic, so let's wait and see. But yeah, we're looking at the time, so this is gonna be definitely a huge gap building already between the teams.
That's quite a disadvantage. I'm going to say 27 points. So way more than a bale in the top. They've got to score at least 2 more bales now, Astragon, than New Holland do.
Yeah, the speed limit is there, so let's see if anybody's going to go for it. I mean, that is definitely the one, if they're going to pick something out of those, it's going to be the speed limit. Otherwise, it doesn't make much of a sense. And then we go back to the grinding phase here, as we can see. Vato, got to take that, everything out of that class combined, British raised, and the speed limit. Nobody has been picking up anything, and we don't see any movement towards them. Still 20 seconds to go, so yeah, maybe there's a chance to, you know, on the way for New Holland, for example, to do something about it. But it's going to be a pretty, you know, it's not going to make that much of a difference.
It's quite a good thing to do if you're traveling past it, to grab a perk like slow down and things like that, because it's less about actually slowing your opponents down and more about making your opponents run halfway across the map, stop harvesting or baling or whatever they're doing, so that they have to then turn and take the time out to do the same thing to you.
Yeah. Exactly. So let's see. 1.5 minutes, slightly more for the second amount of drops. I mean, these first drops are coming so fast that it almost doesn't feel like a drop, because you're not really waiting for them as we did last season. But it's still a nice plus. I like the new timings. And there we can see New Holland pouring down a little bit. They want to have a slight lead on the multiplier. We'll see if they're going to do something with it. And of course, it all depends from what we're going to be getting. We can see Belt actually being stopped.
Yeah, because Unstoppable is the perk that Astragon are running with. So New Holland have actually put quite a bit of grain in. They've stopped their own belt. They've left themselves at the mercy of Astragon. And Astragon are quite content to sit there and not deliver any grain. If grain multiplier turns up now at the 5.5 minute mark, that is going to be a big problem for New Holland.
At the mercy of Astragon. Oh, please, Calamaras. Please, Calamaras, do something about it.
And let my belt go.
Yeah, they're going to be doing some prayers. Meanwhile, anyway, less than 6, so just 25 seconds. We'll have the second batch of drops, and then we'll see if there's going to be something disruptive. Somebody at the chat counted that it's over 6 times grain multiplier today already, and I don't know even if that's enough. I think there might be even more, because I think I have seen it so many times. But I'm counting on the fact that somebody else has been counting this. Just a couple of seconds, we have the spawns coming in. Bauer Mats is going to be heading towards the silo. And the drops are here, and let's see what do we have here. What's available for the players, for the teams, and how they want to play it. The belt being stopped on the New Holland side. We're Crazy Tool and Grain multiplier.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's almost like a static one these days.
So, suddenly, as happens on the FSL, fairly often things turn on a dime, and New Holland straight in there. And unloading. They've got it up to a 3 times multiplier, but Astragon are in no rush.
Yeah, but wasn't it New Holland who actually did the delivery exactly in the same situation with the 3.0 multiplier earlier when their belt was stopped?
Well, basically, with what New Holland has done, New Holland do need to turn around right now and be scoring points, because with 8 seconds left, look at the difference in the amount of time
for
the grain multiplier. Astragon have longer to deliver grain and could possibly be delivering grain after New Holland's multiplier has ended. And if so, that's a big problem for New Holland.
Yeah, there we go. We end up with 2.7, 1.3 for the moment. Astragon, as we can see, they're building some more, as Calamaras is going to be just unloading some on the trailer, are going to be pouring it down to the silo in a matter of seconds. And the New Holland is actually still also loading more, so they want to make sure that they have at least something. Less than 4 minutes to go. New Holland almost out of grain. I mean,
and here comes the
remaining, and
toss.
Tita's going to want to make
He's
that
gonna
toss,
dunk it.
and it's going to be.
Oh,
the third one.
Is it going to go?
It's going to go.
Come on.
Please.
Come on.
Show
in
us
the top.
mercy. Have your prayers going
It's
in.
just tumbling in the doorway.
It's levitating. It's levitating there and rolling a little bit as well.
It's going to fall off the side.
Unfortunately, yeah. But
yeah, that's not going to make it.
And still claiming some
There
points.
it goes, off the side. Oh no, it's still. It scores!
What is this? That's a magic trick. You know, I know that you can do a curve ball, but you can do a curve bail as well. It seems that you can.
Now that's a proper trick shot.
Yeah, that's a trick shot. I mean, that's probably the best toss I have seen, which actually goes in. I mean, it's just like, it's going to fall off, but I'm going to get some new momentum, and then in the end, with the curve,
just a little bit of a spin round, and just enough to clip it.
Bail withering, and that's going to be picked by...
New Holland.
Yeah, New Holland. That's going to help their cause a little bit. 2.0, by the way, from the multipliers and for the both of the teams, and the belt for New Holland is operational again. Of course, it's slower than the one on which Aston has it, but not a complete disaster, and they are leading by almost, almost with 50 points for the moment, and Aston at the same time having 3 bails less than New Holland as well.
And here comes Tita again.
Let's see another curveball.
Oh,
well, it's going to be
quite
still
so
2 out of
successful.
3. I mean, I'm going to accept this because, I mean, the last one was so beautiful. I think he should definitely consider a career in baseball as a pitcher. I think he would do fine.
Yeah, brilliant.
Or maybe a tennis player, you know, do some curveballs on the net.
I was thinking basketball.
Yeah, that's
just
fine
sort of,
as well.
Just sort of, you know, laying it up, spinning the bail around.
A lot of options here. You never know what kind of career move is when you do play FSL.
Exactly.
I mean, you can find a lot of new
it opens up so many windows.
Qualities, yeah, from yourself. Anyways, meanwhile, we can see New Holland scoring something more with the traditional style as well. We can see Aston also getting some points in, but the gap is about 100 points for New Holland, and I don't see that bail difference is going to be going down at all. So they are still having 13 bails, 1.5 minutes to go. So I would say that New Holland, they have this pretty nicely going. Not that Aston has been doing anything that crazy, but I mean, they have been just trailing a little bit.
They have the speed. This is the thing. Choosing JCB, choosing that New Holland telehandler, both of those are fast. And so they're able to go out there, get bails in quickly, and then score them. And that has given them a decent lead going into the last minute. And that's only going to increase at this point.
Yeah, let's see. New Holland, I mean, Kalamaras is still making some new bails. It's going to be getting awfully late to actually be able to deliver those. You still have to get them next to the barn, and then you got to do something with the belt. I mean, they do have a fast belt. That's going to be helping out quite a bit. New Holland just, you know, very slowly and steadily putting stuff on the belt, because Tita actually not going to be doing a toss. Still has the time to put them on the belt. And I think it's going to be fine. 30 seconds to go. Of course, the teams, they do have these calculations how long it's going to take for the bail to go all the way in. And the gap, let's see, Astrogon 7 bails still for them, but I don't see that
140 point difference.
Yeah, but I mean, they have 7 bails, and we still have 3 bails on the belt. So I don't think that Astrogon has a way of closing these. 10 seconds to go, more than 100 points of a difference. So I would say that New Holland has been doing a great job. And I don't think that I will ever forget that toss from Tita, to be honest. I mean, such a good curveball. So they will claim it. They're going to be happy. No love symbols, no hearts, anything on the mobile phone. So New Holland will claim the first game of the series.
And that was a fantastic game from New Holland. And look at that. 8 bails more delivered by New Holland. And 3 of those were into the top. Yeah, that absolutely fantastic play there from New Holland. Really well done.
Yeah. I don't know. If we have a chance at some point, I would like to discuss that bail.
Yeah.
It was pretty nuts.
That was a real roller coaster, that bale.
Yeah, because it was like levitating there, and then it was like a
So,
slowly going
falling off, and
then
then
coming
whipped
back
in.
you know.
And, yeah.
One of the straws from the bale just like catch something and you know, a little bit like Indiana Jones with his whip.
We love farm sim physics.
Yeah, we do. I mean, we love farm sim in general.
We do love farm sim in general.
And FSL especially. Then the content creators, that's a different topic, but the...
Right, we're going on to the second game. Can Astragon turn this around and keep themselves in this tournament, or are New Holland going through? We are 1 game away from finding that out. Yeah. Possibly 2 games away from finding out who is exactly going through.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Astragon, they seem pretty happy still. I mean, on the camera, as we saw, so they're still smiling. They're having a good time, I would say. So let's see how far this is going to take them. But yeah, they're now having their backs against the wall. New Holland with 1 victory is going to continue on the lower bracket, and then if Astragon is going to lose this one, they will definitely drop out. And now we do have a New Holland ban coming immediately from Astragon. Maybe that's a little bit of like a signal towards the team New Holland.
Yes,
that
we're not letting you do that.
Especially if they don't pick the second telehandler.
Yeah. Are they going to ban the T6 instead?
Yeah, let's see. The last ban is going to be coming. So if this is something else than the telehandler, then we know that it was a signal.
Yeah.
They are kind of wondering about it for a while, and it's going to be Manito. So both telehandlers are going to be banned. And I mean, of course, Tita did play successfully with the telehandler as well. I mean, we saw the trick, the toss. I mean, what is it now? New Holland and something? I don't know. Do we have an English word for tossing that starts with N? Or H is fine as well.
Hurl.
but that's taken
but that's
already.
Well.
Okay, we're going to think about that later. Maybe I can ask from ChatGPT, for example.
Yeah.
Find me another term for this. And we'll see what it's going to answer. Meanwhile, the problem is that, of course, not all the data from this time is loaded into it, but that's a different topic. Okay.
Yeah, we got a decent setup. We got the fast track coming out for New Holland. That worked really well for them last time. Very quick piece of kit. Allows them to get bales back really quickly. As I said before, I'm amazed we don't see more teams using the JCB because it will run a baler, it's got a front loader, and it's fast.
Okay, so there we go. The second game of the series. Time is running out, the gates are going to be open, and we do have Kalamaras hitting the gate just slightly, not much, because in Major Melling has so much better, faster start. But Kalamaras going to follow right on the trail. It's the same team, of course. It's not going to make much of a difference. They're not battling, but just saying. Tita is going to go for the combine here. We can see Fato going for the ideal instead. I mean, there's going to be a combine as well. We can see Major Melon actually grabbing that baler. And this seems to be a pretty swift start, actually, for Astragon. When I'm looking at New Holland, I mean, they're not late, definitely, but I think that Astragon had a slightly better start because the Major Melon going to make that first bale, and this is pretty nearby, so they do seem to have a good start for the bale. And let's see if they can, for a change, try to claim the first bale for themselves.
And Major Melon is heading to the barn now. Decent time, we're at 9 minutes 8. Fatu heading in there as well. Both are looking at doing it at roughly the same time. Major Melon not doing the flick though, but Fatu is for a 1:39.
Okay, so New Holland still in the end. A bit of a struggle for Astragon, but it could be just 3 points of a difference. So 0.15 bales. 15
bales.
0.15.
Oh, 0. I was going to say, there's absolutely no way anybody could be 15 bales behind on the first bale.
0.15 bales. Bale drop and bridges lowered. Maybe bale drop if somebody has the time, or it's going to be going nearby. Bridges lowered, not going to happen.
Not useful at this point.
Yeah, and then let's see how this is going to play out. But yeah, we go back to the usual grind on the fields. And the grain is being collected. Fato moving it. I guess he's going to go right next to the combine to get the the grain out of it. And the Major Melon doing exactly the same.
Aston at a slight bit of disadvantage again, thanks to the combine, the fact that they've got that class combine. Calamaris is grabbing the bale drop, and that probably means that New Holland need to seriously consider it, but they're so far away from it, I don't think they will, and it'll be running out in just a few seconds. I think it's got like 4 seconds left, so that will disappear about now. And yeah, they're just not going anywhere. One bale is, well, can make the difference, but not if you have to run all the way out there and fail to press a bale because of it.
Yeah, true. I mean, the difference is so small currently, so it comes all the way to the smallest details for the time being. But everything's going to be so tight. I mean, Aston has bales, which New Holland doesn't for the time being, and they are pretty much tied with the amount of grain being produced as well. So, and Fato already going for the silos, and I don't think that is actually, I mean, it's not full, definitely. That's the point. It's not full. So he just wants to make I guess, some kind of initial fast delivery. Yeah, there we go. Before anything is going to happen to the silo, for example, going to be close to anything like that. And it's not even actually even that small delivery. It's actually a pretty large one. As we have 2.7 now coming from New Holland, because the Major Melon trying to fight back a little bit. More grain is going to be collected at the same time by New Holland, so they definitely seems to be wanting to win the grain game.
And that's the thing. New Holland are currently trying to make up for that class combine. That huge header that's on it, the huge capacity that's on it. They know they've got to combat that. They know they've got to bring extra grain in than they normally would in order to combat that. So they're out there, they're filling up that big hall again. And they should end up with a decent amount of extra grain as a result.
Okay, so 25 seconds, 20 seconds for the next drops, and then we'll see what's going to happen with the grain. I mean, if I would need to bet on something, I would bet on the grain multiplier, to be honest. And if it's not a grain multiplier, then we have a bale multiplier or something like that. Yeah. I mean, it's just so disruptive the whole day, more or less. Maybe they have some weird server settings or something. I don't know what's going on here. And
speed up and direct delivery.
Okay.
No.
So we just go for the usual game this time.
Speed up makes sense.
Yeah, I'll take it. So both sides are going to be picking up speed up. And, well, that's going to speed them up a little bit. You're not going to change anything. The silo's going to be available. Grain, bales, everything work just like before, just slightly faster.
It's going to create, again, about 20% more bales during this period. As a result, both teams should have a fairly decent number of bales at the end of this, so long as they're both baling at this point.
Yeah. Okay, we do have some unloading happening from the Aston side, so now when they realize that there's no multiplier, they will start unloading it. They will get the multiplier back to 2.0, but they will take it definitely further than that. And New Holland, they still have 51 in store. So, yeah, I mean, this should end up with slight advantage on the New Holland side, I guess, if they're going to unload all of that, and that's going to happen right now.
Unloading it now, and it's, going massively other side. There is still 30,000 grain for Aston, but whether that's able to even things up, I don't know.
I think it's going to be just a little shy. I think it's going to go close, but not completely, as close as it could be. But we're going to figure that out in a matter of seconds as they are currently unloading it. We can see Major Melon also coming for the belt, less than 4 minutes to go, so I think it's going to be about the time when you want to start finally delivering the bales, and 1.5 only for Aston currently, so they didn't unload everything they had.
No, they are they're just holding it in place for because they've got to unload the 2 combines into the overloader. So this is the reason for the break here, but it's giving New Holland a chance to score points with this multiplier, and they have scored points with this multiplier.
Now they will continue. And yeah, it's going to end up...
And it's not enough.
Yeah, I think it's going to end up like this. Let's see. We're going to figure that out in a matter of seconds when we know how much grain Aston still has it. But I think it's going to be like this. That's what I expected. That's a slight advantage to New Holland. Also because the Aston getting some bales. They have 3 now out of 10 in the combo. Super drop is going to be a spawning as well. Doesn't make any sense. Fato is going to be right there next to
I
it.
would have, if I was, because the thing is, it's half a minute if it's picked up by Aston.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
15 seconds if it's picked up by New Holland. New Holland want to pick that up, let it hit for 15 seconds, and then it's gone. Whereas if Aston go out there and grab it, they've got it for half a minute.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't pick that up in the end, so they just left it there. Just, okay, that's fine. Not going to make that much of a difference because it's just 2.1 versus 1.9. But now, as we are entering the final 2 minutes, it's going to be the time to start unloading the bales on the belt once again. Tita, I mean, did absolutely amazing job earlier. Has been almost like a rock. I mean, yes, couple bales have dropped, but then some bales have gone in with a huge style. So I will give those style points to Tita, and I will call that just amazing work today.
And yeah, Tita now loading up those bales. It's already sort of 60, 70 points difference between the teams. Just from Tita sitting there and loading bales up, which is incredible.
Yeah, that's, yeah, I mean, and there's going to be more bales going in. There's going to be 2 of them. If there's another set of 2 in front, I don't think so. But that's going to be anyways like 63 points coming out of those 3 bales. Yes, Aston is catching up a little bit. New Holland still has 11 bales, about the same amount of bales actually remaining. And if the point difference is about 100, there's a multiplier advantage to New Holland. So in the end, they should have this on the books. I mean, of course, it's still like very speculational as we are still having that final minute just about to start. But still, it looks currently that New Holland has everything pretty nicely. In their basket, especially, there's going to be something dropping down from the Aston side at the same time as well. So those 2 bales which they're trying to get inside, they did drop, and that's going to cost some time. And that is, of course, not great news. Tita has some issues with another bale as well. We'll leave it on the side of the belt. We'll not put that in. But the gap is just growing. It's going to be more than 100 points easily.
125 points ahead, and I don't see how Aston can pull this back. The number of bales is about equal at the moment. Cygnus hitting the bridge. He needs to get those off there pretty quick before that bridge comes up. It's not going to change much losing those bales, though, because there is over 150 points between these 2 teams.
Yeah, he just left 1 there. Has 2 of them still with him. And Tita's going to go for the other one.
Yeah.
So they should be fine. It's going to be just 8 seconds to go. The gap is going to be about 80 points still. So there's no way for Aston to come back. They don't have the bales. And in the end, the time is going to run out. And New Holland will be the one that's going to continue all the way to the next stages on the lower bracket. And of course, Aston instead, they have been now eliminated from the tournament.
And that's really great news for New Holland. Going into tomorrow, that's going to put New Holland up at 2nd place overall in the FSL.
Yeah.
Because they've progressed further than any of their competitors in the top in 2nd through to 4th.
Yeah, and of course it depends. Like, I mean, New Holland, they still have matches to cover.
Yes.
I mean, they haven't made it to the final or anything like that. No. So there's also a chance that, you know, they're going to be facing Power Team Esports. No, we don't know. Sorry, I forgot it. Let's see who they might be.
Yeah, Power Team Esports.
Yeah, Power Team Esports. So I mean, if Power Team Esports would eliminate New Holland tomorrow, then Helm has a huge chance of actually increasing the gap here once again. And who knows what's going to happen.
Well, as always, Helm is just pulling away. They're 140 points away at the top at the moment. So, yeah, that was our last match for today. Huge thank you yet again to LAMMA for having us here today. We are so, well, I am so stoked. I know everybody at Giants is really thankful for the opportunity to come and present the FSL here in the UK at this event. It is a fantastic event, and yeah, it's absolutely awesome. So yeah, once again, thank you to LAMMA for having us. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, thank you from my behalf as well. It's been a lovely first day, and of course we still have the second day remaining as well. Tomorrow we're going to start at the same time, so 10 a.m. UK time, and if you happen to be on the Central Europe, then we'll start at 11 Central European time. So thank you, everybody, all the viewers, everybody at the venue as well. Huge thanks to Alex, and once again, thank you to LAMMA as well. We'll be back tomorrow.
Yep, we will see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us today. We'll see you then.
Ta-da.
Bye for now.